Uh, what's going on, everybody?
So the Conservative government in my home province of Ontario, Canada, recently passed what might just be the dumbest and most counterproductive bit of transportation legislation I've ever seen. In their Reducing Gridlock, Saving You Time Act, cute name there, guys, keep up the great work, there is a requirement that all cities in Ontario must get provincial approval before installing any bicycle lanes that affect car lanes in any way. After the initial announcement, the Conservative government doubled down on the policy, stating that they're going to remove existing bicycle lanes as well, and that they've already started the process of removing them on 3 streets in Toronto. The Premier of Ontario...
That is outrageously stupid. I was planning on going to TriStar Gym, but I got a really bad strain in my left adductor, and I already tore my adductor longus. So I don't want to have to fight anyone or do jiu-jitsu or grappling when I could snap my other adductor muscle and be permanently disabled for the rest of my life. So it's just not worth the risk right now. Did you hear that they caught the shooter? Did they? It's not too surprising. They got a good look at his face. Yeah. Let me see. Luigi Mangione. Well, strong person of interest. If he has any sense, he's just gonna keep his fucking mouth shut, but that does clearly appear to be him. That looks exactly like the guy.
It was those photos, that unmasked moment seen everywhere, that police say was key to the suspect's capture. A McDonald's employee spotted the suspect eating at an Altoona, Pennsylvania restaurant and called police.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson.
Police say he has no criminal record but had with him a gun resembling the murder weapon used to kill Brian Thompson, the healthcare executive in...
Why would he not have disposed of the murder weapon? Why is everyone, actually fucking retarded? Does nobody watch true crime cases? You always have to dispose of the murder weapon. If you're gonna kill somebody, destroy it, make sure the police can never recover it. That's one of the best pieces of evidence that can possibly be used against you.
New York last week. They found a silencer, masks, and multiple fake IDs, including one used by the killer to check into a New York hostel before the murder.
The gun.
Okay, this guy's cooked. He's done.
Appears to be a ghost gun, may have been made on a 3D printer, the capability of firing a 9mm round.
Bro. Not only did he not get rid of the gun, he didn't even get rid of the fake IDs he used to plan the shooting. This guy's, actually fucking retarded.
And at some point, we'll work out through extradition to bring him back to New York to face charges here.
Police also found a 3-page handwritten manifesto that could speak to the suspect's motivation, criticizing the healthcare industry for putting profits over care. Shell casings at the crime scene had the words "deny, defend, and depose" scrawled on the bullets, similar to a phrase used by insurers to avoid paying healthcare claims.
We don't think that there's any specific threats to other people mentioned in that document, but it does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Police believe the suspect was acting alone. He's being held on gun charges in Pennsylvania. New York investigators on their way to interview him and expect they
This guy's cooked. Yeah. So if they have the murder weapon, they can do ballistic testing to see if the bullets fired that killed the guy match the rifling of the gun he's using. And on top of that, he had in possession the fake ID he used to plan the shooting, so he's done. And they also have, like, photos that are clearly him.
Doug Ford justified this legislation because bike lanes are, quote, bringing traffic in our cities to a standstill. This is obviously an absurd statement.
Apparently this guy was a high school valedictorian, graduated from an Ivy League school. Seems like all his intelligence wasn't useful here, though. Dude, some of the dumbest people I've ever met in my fucking life did great in school. School is not a very good measure of intelligence. It's just a measure of how good you are at school. Like, imagine being that fucking stupid. You kill a guy. You're, like the police are fucking after you. It's such a huge, high-profile crime. And you don't get rid of the murder weapon, and you don't get rid of the fake IDs you used. Imagine if he had just gotten rid of the gun, gotten rid of the fake IDs, the police stopped him. They would have had nothing. Literally nothing. He just kind of looks like the guy who committed the shooting, and that's it. They would have had to have released him if he didn't say anything.
Toronto has absolutely terrible traffic congestion, and it has been getting worse over the past few decades. But there are 5,600 kilometers of roads in Toronto, and less than 3% of them have bike lanes on them. And what's more insane is that there are less than 40 kilometers of protected bicycle lanes, the ones that are the target of this legislation. Does anyone seriously believe that removing a couple of bike lanes on less than 1% of roads will have any meaningful impact on traffic in Toronto? The Ontario Conservatives have pointed to reports that show car travel times have increased on some of the roads with bike lanes in Toronto at certain times of the day. For example, here on Yonge Street during the morning rush hour, vehicle travel times going north have increased by 20 seconds. Going south, travel times have decreased by 30 seconds, but we don't talk about that. And this is in a...
All right, well... I don't know how anyone figures travel times are going to decrease by taking away bicycle lanes. You're going to end up having bicycles riding on the fucking street where they don't have their own lane of travel, so cars are going to have to slow down, change lanes, and shit to avoid bicyclists, and that's going to slow things down more. Rob Ford is a fucking bloated retard.
A city where car travel times have been increasing all over the place, even on streets without bike lanes. Plus, the biggest recent increase in traffic has been caused by construction projects anyway. By the way, if you're curious as to why taking out car lanes has little to no effect on driver travel times, it's because on city streets the flow of cars is constricted by intersection capacity. One car lane provides more than enough capacity between intersections, which is why in the Netherlands it's been common practice for years to build streets with only one lane in each direction for cars, and then to optimize intersections with efficient turning lanes and traffic light timings. And Build the Lanes has a great video about this if you'd like to learn more, link in the description. Ford says that we need to, quote, bring sanity back to bike lane decisions as they only benefit the 1.2% of Torontonians who commute to work by bicycle. And he got that number directly from the Canadian census from 2011. So this data is totally out of date, but regardless, cycling is much, much more than just going to work. Even here in the Netherlands, there are millions of people who drive to work but regularly use their bicycles for local trips. A 2019 City of Toronto survey found that 44% of Torontonians identified as utilitarian cyclists who use a bicycle to go to work, but also school, shopping, or visiting friends. That's up from 29% in 2009. And there's been a massive increase in the number of people using Toronto Bike Share, which had 5.7 million trips last year. Of course, the major reason for this huge jump in cycling trips is the bike lanes that Doug Ford wants to tear out, which is why his government needs to use 13-year-old data to try to justify this ridiculous policy. And all of those people who currently cycle today aren't just going to disappear if the bicycle lanes are taken away. They're either going to continue cycling, in which case they'll be in the way of cars, or more likely they won't feel safe cycling anymore, so they'll drive instead. Regardless, though, I object to the entire concept of framing urban improvements. They're not even suburban arterial roads, Canada's largest city. These streets have many uses, and the majority of them are more important than moving cars. For example, they're lined with shops and restaurants that are important to the fabric of the city, but also to the financial success of the businesses that operate there. The local business association that represents 270 businesses along Bloor put out an official response that said removing the bicycle lanes would be, quote, disastrous for the area, and that their monthly customer spending has increased since the bicycle lanes were installed. And yeah, a Toronto City study showed that this is true. Retail sales on Bloor increased after the bike lanes were installed, an effect that wasn't found on other nearby streets. An increase in business revenue from bike lanes has been consistently seen in many other cities, and one of the major reasons for this is because car speeds are slower. On city streets, there is a direct correlation between the speed and volume of car traffic and the financial viability of local businesses, because cars don't buy.
Again, it's beyond me what Rob Ford's justification for this is. Like, I think he's just like afraid of exercise or something. Fucking bizarre.
How would you describe your dynamic with Andrew Wilson? Seems like you don't like him, but at the same time you're sort of friends.
Well, I definitely strongly disagree with his political stances. Like, he's polite and cordial, though, and I do appreciate that he is willing to debate anybody. So we have a friendly relationship. He hasn't treated me like an absolute piece of shit, so I'm gonna be nice to him back. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. New Piers videos, AIDS? Well, that's good to hear.
So the CEO murder was so well planned, but the guy is carrying around the murder weapon in a McDonald's 4 days later? And he's also carrying a I hate health insurance CEO's document? And a fake ID he knows is linked to the murder? Fake. It's a setup.
I don't know why you'd figure it's a setup. A lot of criminals are stupid. Thanks for the donation, though. Luigi is innocent.
Buy things, people do. And people don't want to shop next to polluted streets with high-speed traffic. And slower doesn't even have to mean less travel capacity, as car traffic flows much more efficiently if it moves at a slow but consistent speed. It really does work better for everyone. So it's not surprising that even the Ontario Society of Professional Engineers put out a statement against the bill, saying that it was, quote, a step in the wrong direction for Ontario.
Typically, what police do, by the way, they don't usually plant evidence on suspects. What's far more common is they lie about evidence. So during their police report, they'll make claims like, I detected the strong scent of marijuana coming from the car. Or they had a bag filled with white powder, when all it is like, I don't know, like a woman's purse that had makeup in it that like spilt out or something. Or if you have some sort of like knife or blade on you. This happened to me, by the way. They'll claim it's a prohibited weapon when it's not. I literally had like one of those folding utility knives. So one of these, literally just one of these Mastercraft. I literally had this in a drawer inside my home. The police confiscated this and claimed I was in possession of a prohibited weapon. And they said, because this knife can be opened with centrifugal force, it's a prohibited weapon. So they lied. So the police are far more likely to lie about evidence than completely fabricate evidence. So the chances of them finding a random dude who looked like the killer, and then they planted a gun on him and planted a manifesto and planted a fake ID, incredibly unlikely, especially since there's multiple pieces of evidence here. Just remarkably unlikely. Especially since they have a fake ID. I don't know how the fuck they could have found a fake ID matching the fake ID used to commit the crime with the guy's face on it. Like, there's just no way they could have fabricated that kind of evidence. The manifesto, also extremely strange to fabricate that. The handgun, that's a little more likely, but again, it's extremely rare for them to fabricate evidence like that. But generally what the police do is they lie about evidence. They don't just completely and utterly fabricate it.
David Sheriff really Greta Thunberg was at a rally and said fuck Israel man, what is taking Bigfoot so long to find her and invite her to be dinner that is.
She's likely going to find out the hard way that these people aren't her friends. And she lives in Europe too, where they let in the craziest, most insane, whack job, psycho fucking Muslims you could possibly fucking imagine. So, if she keeps making these anti-Semite fucking Muslim pro-Palestine friends, just wait. She's gonna come across some Muslim dude from, like, fucking some armpit of the fucking world, like Afghanistan or Syria or Pakistan or some shit, who hates Jews, hates anybody who isn't Muslim, is connected to, like, ISIS or Al-Qaeda in some fucking way, and he's gonna end up, like, fucking slitting her throat or something, or raping her when he has an opportunity. Like, she's just an absolute fucking moron. Just insanely naive and ignorant. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Ontario's future. All of the streets identified by Ford for bike lane removal are directly under subway lines, and they're in mixed-use neighborhoods in the most walkable parts of the city. The vast majority of people here arrive by walking, cycling, and public transit. That economic study of businesses on Bloor Street showed that only 10% of people arrived by car. More importantly, though, the bike lanes have also made the streets safer. And again, this is a result that has been shown time and time again to be true in cities all over the world. In fact, let's hear it from Doug Ford himself when TV Ontario made him ride a bike for the first time in 35 years.
You're nervous when there's not bike lanes. At least I was. Someone dings you from behind, and we have to do everything we can to make sure there's never a death in the city. One death is way too many when it comes to bicycle riders. We have to make sure that they're safe. And I felt so much safer when it was separated.
Thanks, Doug. I agree. One death is way too many. An extensive 13-year study of multiple cities has shown that bicycle lanes make the streets safer for everyone, including pedestrians and drivers, not just people on bikes. And this is not the only study that has come to the same result. Which is why I reject the basic premise of this new legislation. A civilized society should never accept trading people's lives in order to shave a few seconds off of a driver's rush hour commute. So let's be really clear here. People will die as a direct result of this legislation, and it won't just be people on bikes. And all of this is still assuming that bike lanes cause traffic congestion when they're literally part of the solution. Decades of research has shown that there is no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving. That doesn't mean everyone needs to walk, bike, or take transit, but they do have to be viable options. And the cities that have made the boldest moves towards improving their cycling network have seen the biggest decreases in car traffic. A leaked document from Ford's own Ministry of Transportation staffers advised against the policy, citing research showing that quality bicycle infrastructure reduced car congestion, which Ford, of course, completely ignored.
How is this, like, I don't know how this is legal in this day and age. Like, politicians can just unilaterally make a decision that negatively impacts everybody when all the evidence points to like that, you know, what they're proposing is just nonsense, but then they do it anyway. I don't know how they can do this. Like, if you're going to create a new law, you have to, or regulation, you have to show evidence that you need to impose the law or there's some, like, actual objective benefit to it. But instead, like, no, I was elected, I get to make the decisions, it's my personal opinion.
Toronto is only just now barely getting to the point where their protected bicycle network downtown is becoming a viable alternative. Many of the gaps in the network are getting filled and some half-decent infrastructure is getting installed. A lot of these bike lanes are still pretty shit, to be honest, but they are getting better. And downtown Toronto is surrounded by traditional neighborhoods where a lot of people cycle already. There's really no good reason why cycling in and around downtown Toronto couldn't be as popular as a northern European city like Copenhagen if the right infrastructure was built. And no, winter is not an issue. I have a whole other video about that. Stop making excuses. Doug Ford claimed that the bike lanes have created a, quote, absolute disaster for emergency services. Unsurprisingly, this came as a surprise to Toronto Fire and Ambulance Services, who both said that they have not raised any concerns. In fact, the deputy fire chief said that according to their data, response times have actually improved since the bike lanes were installed. I've also talked before about how bicycle lanes, if designed properly, can significantly speed up emergency response times, as they have done in the Netherlands. As another justification, Doug claimed that 50,000 people had signed a petition to have the Bloor bike lanes removed, which is false. That's just a lie. I could go on like this, telling you about each blatant lie told by the Ford administration along with evidence to the contrary, but I'm not going to do that. If you want, I've left lots of links in the description to the advocates and news organizations who have done this work already. What I do want to talk about are the actual reasons why this legislation was created and why it was created at this time, because it has nothing to do with bike lanes and everything to do with distraction. Plus a little bit of spite. For the past few weeks, I have been unable to go online without somebody telling me about this ridiculous bike lane legislation. At least 100 people have told me about it. Fans of the channel, but also friends, old colleagues, professional urban planners in Canada. Even my mom texted me about it. But I didn't know what to say except, yeah, that's why we don't live there anymore. It's because of stuff like this. While I have packed up, moved to the Netherlands, renounced my Canadian citizenship, and became Dutch, A+ decision, by the way, can recommend. I still have a lot of ties back to Ontario, and I would generally prefer that things get better there as time goes on and not worse. But I also didn't want to just make a video that countered each of Doug's lies, because he lies a lot. You can tell he's lying right now because his lips are moving. Does anybody remember this guy who stood behind him during a press conference when he was city councillor? Nothing has changed. Instead, I want to talk about the history and context behind this ridiculous legislation. Doug Ford is a populist conservative politician and the premier of Ontario. For the Americans, it's like a governor of a state. One of his campaign slogans was "Buck a beer," his promise to make beer cheaper. I'm actually really familiar with old Dougie because he was previously a Toronto city councillor, and during my time as a...
Yeah. He literally tried to pass legislation that would reduce the cost of beer. I have no idea why a politician would want to do that unless they're a raging alcoholic. His brother was a crack addict, by the way. He's an idiot. Like, just a fucking moron.
Safe streets advocate in Toronto, I was excessively involved in municipal politics. After advocates, researchers, and city staff would spend months, if not years, studying and analyzing some great street improvement, Doug would rant about respecting taxpayers and vote it down. But he was happy to vote for anything, regardless of the cost, if it benefited drivers or property developers. While populists can tell a good story and are very good at getting elected, they're typically not so great.
Dylan, don't eat chillers, holy shit, you have to watch this show, it's awesome.
Hey.
Hey.
Isn't this the show where everybody's gay and like 10 kids commit suicide or something?
Hannah, I'm not going. Not now. Not ever.
Why didn't you say this to me when I was alive? My husband and I, we never got a note.
Hannah Baker.
Holy shit. The truth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I saw YMS's reviews on it. It looks hilarious, but I don't think I'm gonna bother watching that. That's a stupid show. It's just a fucking show about a bunch of gay kids who cry about fucking everything and could solve all of their problems if they just stayed inside and played video games. But thanks for the donation, Dylan.
Great at actually managing a government, and Doug is very much this kind of politician. He didn't even manage to make beer cheaper. Who would have thought that when deregulated, companies would increase their profits rather than decreasing their prices? Meanwhile, Ontario is not doing so well. There are major problems in healthcare, finance, education, transportation, and the housing crisis is one of the worst in the world. So it's not really surprising that Doug's approval rating is the lowest of any provincial premier in Canada. And there's an ongoing investigation into corruption just for good measure. Right now, Doug is looking for any opportunity possible to gain political points and to distract from the absolutely atrocious state of the province due to his incompetent leadership. And that is the context of this bike lane legislation. It is first and foremost a distraction. Transportation in Ontario is pretty bad, and I've talked about this in several of my previous videos. There is really no good way to get around.
To be fair, most of the issues with Ontario are due to Trudeau. Most of the issues in every fucking province can pretty much be boiled down to fucking Trudeau. But yeah, Rob Ford, it's not exactly helping things.
Public transportation is extremely limited in most of the province. In my hometown, the bus is the option of last resort. And I've ranted many times about how difficult and expensive it is to take the train there. Commuter rail in the Greater Toronto Area is definitely much better, and big improvements are being worked on, but right now it's often difficult to use for trips that aren't commuting. In Toronto, the subway is dealing with overcrowding and aging equipment. The streetcars routinely get stuck in traffic behind cars, so it's often faster to walk. The bike network, while improving, still has a lot of gaps and lots of terrible quality infrastructure. And all of this is due to a long history of Toronto prioritizing cars over all other forms of transportation, and I have a whole other video that talks about that in more detail if you want to learn more. But the sad reality is that if you design a city or a province almost exclusively for cars, then everybody will have to drive, which leads to crippling traffic congestion. And so Ontario, and especially Toronto, sucks for driving too. And it's so frustrating because driving in the Netherlands, where bicycle lanes...
I actually find, like, even during rush hour in Toronto, at least if you have a motorcycle, it's kind of easier to get in and out of the city compared to Ottawa during rush hour. Ottawa during rush hour is fucking annoying if you have to get onto the highway to get the fuck out. Toronto, like, there's so many ways to weave in and out of traffic and get ahead when you're on a bike. But Ottawa, it's a lot harder. You pretty much have to take the fucking highway to get out of the city. At least if you live far enough away like me. And when it's like rush hour around 4, you're gonna get stuck for quite a fucking long time.
Are everywhere is so much better than driving in Ontario. And I made a previous video about that if you'd like to learn more. Decades of research has shown that there is no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving. And traffic is terrible in Toronto because there are very few viable alternatives to driving, especially in the suburbs. So why doesn't Toronto have those alternatives? Well, that's what Doug is trying to distract you from. The Eglinton Crosstown is a light rail line currently under construction in Toronto. It's the first new major rail line to be added to Toronto's transit map in decades, and it will finally provide an east to west connection for Midtown. It was supposed to be completed in 2020, but as of the end of 2024, it's still not open. Okay, so a major transit project that's behind schedule and over budget isn't unheard of, especially when it's in a city that hasn't built this kind of transit in a while. But you might be curious, as many people are, as to when the Crosstown is expected to open, and that's the thing. Nobody knows, because there's no public schedule. Even the mayor of Toronto doesn't know when it will open. The project is managed by Metrolinx, a government transit agency that reports directly to the Ontario government. Ford became the Premier of Ontario in 2018. The Eglinton Crosstown LRT was supposed to open in 2020. It has now entered its 14th year of construction, and the only public schedule for this $13 billion project is, and I kid you not, we'll let you know when we're 3 months away from opening. And this article is...
Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
We're getting older now. Yeah, we won't be here forever. Okay? Because someday, you're gonna have to take the reins and lead the way. Please go take a long nap. I know you're scared. It's a big responsibility. I've been paying taxes for years to a death cult and feel totally misrepresented. We've tried to leave the world nice and tidy for you. No, but okay. Won World War II. That wasn't you. Invented fire. When you see a beautiful coral reef teeming with life, you don't think of me. Yeah. And we promise to share.
Please call their science-based show to debate veganism. This guy does not mute the mic. They don't talk about religion today.
No. I'm not calling into the line. That is a complete fucking waste of time, dude. I don't know why you'd even bother asking me. Matt Dillahunty runs it, and I'm officially banned according to him. Everybody who is a host on that show is a complete fucking moron. Last time I called in, that dumb bitch was also on there, and she would interrupt me, not let me talk. I'm not gonna bother. I don't know why you'd even bother fucking asking. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Everything we've built with you once we depart. Okay?
Dude, it'll be great when all the boomers are dead, dude. Oh man, how much better life will be when the boomers are fucking gone.
You're still here. I'm still here. You know, with recent medical advances and stuff, you're just never gonna die of transfer power. No, I'm gonna spend all my money on robot organs. No, I don't think so. I'm gonna go live in a 110 and over only community made out of diamonds on the moon. Great. And like seriously never ever sell my 5-bedroom house I bought in 1982 for 40K. Okay. I'm gonna live forever as a very rich, old, powerful robot man. Oh god. Here's what you do. You walk into any store with your resume, firm handshake, wearing a bow tie, of course. Yes, like that doesn't work. It's your fault, you're fucking lazy!
Yeah, that's boomers. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Dodo donated $2. Can you react to Mike at 5754?
Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for the
5754.
Really aligned with any political party. For this last election, I think like Trump with his support by Elon and stuff, his views on AI regulation, which is to say empower AI so we can beat China in the AI war, so to speak, and his general idea of deregulating large parts of the government, and the fact that he's not so passionate about restricting rights. Like Trump's not anti-gay, he's not avowedly racist or anything like that. It's really difficult to paint him.
He's clearly fucking racist. Like clearly. Here's the issue. Trump is a populist. He only really cares about himself. He's not like the type of person to give a shit about gay people or trans people or anything. So I don't think he's necessarily like homophobic or transphobic or anything like that. He's obviously fucking racist though. But when he has a political party and people around him who are homophobic and transphobic, and he also reads the room and notices most Americans are homophobic or transphobic, he's going to end up supporting policies that are homophobic and transphobic. So that's the issue. Same thing with guns. We've seen this with his, last term. He doesn't really care about guns all that much. I don't like, he claims to be a gun owner. I don't know if he really conceal carries or anything like that. But after the fucking Vegas shooting, the guy banned bump stocks for no fucking reason. Some people cope and say, oh, well, he had to make like some sort of gesture to show that he tried to do something. Of all things, banning bump stocks, like, why in the fuck would you even bother? It's just so bizarre. Especially considering how easy it is to convert some of these firearms into full auto. Like AR-15s, there's the coat hanger trick. I would argue that's probably more reliable than a bump stock. You can also literally 3D print these things, so it's not like banning them would fucking do anything. And especially for some guns, like Glock switches. Again, you can 3D print those fucking things. You can literally order the parts from Alibaba and just turn any fucking Glock 17 into Glock 18. So I don't think Trump is really pro-gun or pro-anything. He's just pro himself, and that's kind of what makes him dangerous. He will do anything, say anything, just to make sure him and his friends get ahead. And that's the fundamental problem. Like, he has no fucking moral principles.
Greta Gruing is going to learn that Hamas are not her friend the same way the pig from the story of the pig and the hog learned that humans were not its friend. Need I say more?
Yeah, that's it's a very good analogy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What are you eating?
I just finished eating. I was eating potatoes with tofu. And I had Korean barbecue sauce on the tofu. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Him as like a classical, like conservative that wants to limit people's freedoms. He just doesn't do that. So for me, that's pretty dope. Kamala Harris was fine and dandy. She seemed like a nice lady, but anytime she was asked about policy, she was like, oh yeah, like let's control food prices to bring them down. Like, fellas, we tried price controls. Price controls are the laughing stock of Econ 101. You go to Econ 101 and most universities.
That is not true at all. So we've been using what would technically be considered price control on lending. So, you know, restrictions on interest rates are literally a form of price control. You're fixing a price on money lending. And I don't think anyone fucking disagrees that interest rate caps are a bad idea. There are also there is also price control on rental units. So you can only raise rent by a certain percentage in certain cities. Again, nobody thinks that's a bad idea. There's also districts that have rent control where they have caps on how much certain units can charge. So no one thinks any of this is a bad idea. And we also know fundamentally what was driving up inflation, especially with consumer goods. It was arbitrary price increases. So the perfect fix for that would be price control. So I don't know. He did grow up in the Soviet Union where they had, like, you know, they were a little too far on the extreme ends of things when it comes to price control, but I don't know, maybe that biases him.
Universities, even leftist biased universities, would be like, we need price controls to bring down food. And the professor's going to be like, we'll look at the history of price controls. It just doesn't work all that well. Regulation typically sucks. Intelligent regulation is good and promotes lots of good things. But Kamala seemed to be like, yeah, I'm for that regulation and for some other stupid shit. It just make a lot of sense.
So he's criticizing Kamala Harris's economic policies, but saying Trump, his economic policies make more sense. You could never get a straight answer from the guy. How much are you going to tariff? How are you going to reduce the deficit when you're cutting, taxes for the most wealthy people? Oh, well, the tariffs, once I impose a 200% tariff, it'll make up for that difference. You're going to impose a 200% tariff? Well, maybe not 200%. I was thinking like at least 10%, but I'm kind of thinking maybe 25 or 100%. Doesn't really matter. Part of the benefit of the tariffs is we can like negotiate better prices with them. Like, you can never get a straight answer from Trump. He has no fucking clear economic policies. He's also just a liar. He said in his first term he'd reduce the deficit, but he massively increased the deficit.
For me, and because we have such a high degree of social freedom, I thought her advocacy for it was just like not very heartfelt. Not that I'm a Donald Trump supporter or a fan. Donald Trump's kind of an insane person. I didn't even know if he'd take offense to that. I guess he like zigged a little bit more than he zagged, and he's sort of like, hopefully the next 4 years will be okay. We'll see how it goes. But I'm not like super pro one candidate or the other. On the margins, I can make some choices. But when I make choices on the margins, almost always comes down to how does this candidate support freedom, wealth, and cleanliness? If it's better than the other, they're probably going to get the nod in my case. So what I'll say is this. You sitting...
Freedom. This is the same guy who said he's going to try to like arrest or sue major news networks who criticized him. This is the same guy who said he wants to make every police officer federally protected so they could never be criminally prosecuted or be civilly sued. Like this is the same guy who took out a 3-page ad imploring everyone to rearrest the Central Park Five who were exonerated. He also said he wants the death penalty for drug dealers. Like this is a guy who's in favor of freedom.
Sitting at home, if you process this...
Oh yeah, he also said I'm going to be a dictator on day one. He seems to idolize fascist dictators like Hitler. He said he hopes his military is as loyal to him as they were as loyal to Hitler. Yeah, this guy doesn't really seem to support freedom.
Stuff and it makes remotely any sense to you. You give a shit, or you're actually like, oh, there's a lot of good points here. You can adjust your political thinking on the margins to integrate these factors. I am not here to tell you that I have discovered a new heuristic for how to think about the world and derive meaning. I do have that. That's episode 1. If you're not into that shit and it's weird, no problem. You are every race, every gender, every religion. You're conservative. You're a leftist. No big deal. When you think about voting or advocating for a candidate or a political party, think through if that candidate is going to promote or impinge or have no effect on freedom.
Okay, that was a stupid take.
It's from over a year ago. The performance of Metrolinx is something that Doug Ford and his transportation minister, Prabmeet Sarkaria, are directly responsible for. Their total lack of schedule and communication is completely within their control. But instead of admitting that Doug and his government have grossly mismanaged one of Toronto's biggest transit projects in decades, they want you to fight about bike lanes instead. Unsurprisingly, Prabmeet is also the minister who introduced this ridiculous bike lane legislation. Global News filed 2 Freedom of Information requests to find out what was going on with the crosstown schedule, and they were denied in part because they would affect, quote, the economic interests of the province. Toronto councillor Mike Cole, who is also the vice chair of the Toronto Infrastructure Committee, summarizes the issue perfectly.
God forbid he should complete the effing Eglinton Crosstown. If we had the Eglinton Crosstown running, the Finch LRT running, you can imagine that would do something, but no. So after 5 weeks of holidays, where Queen's Park didn't even sit, the first thing they do when they come back to Queen's Park, bike lanes. Not healthcare, not the homeless, not the catastrophe in housing. No. The highest unemployment in Canada is in Ontario. No. Bike lanes.
What's worse is that this Eglinton...
Yeah. Dodo donated $2. The shooter was jacked and an Ivy League engineer grad. Pretty crazy. Oh yeah, he is actually in pretty good shape. Not too bright though. Like he held on to the murder weapon and his fake IDs. Like this guy's an idiot. Seriously fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Trump is a fascist, end of story.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like, again, he's an insurrectionist. The claim that Donald Trump wants to protect freedoms, he doesn't even respect the democratic institution. He was planning on violently overthrowing the fucking government. I don't know how the fuck you could claim Trump cares about fucking freedom. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
LRT, along with the one on Finch, were both part of Transit City, a 2007 plan by the City of Toronto to build an extensive network of LRT lines across the city. Unfortunately, this project was cancelled when two Conservative politicians were elected to Toronto City Council in 2010, Mayor Rob Ford and his brother Doug. And in a style that will become a trend, they cancelled Transit City without Toronto City Council approval. This kicked off a legal and political battle that resulted in Toronto being out at least $85 million in sunk costs, and in the end, only 2 LRT lines were left, and the project was delayed at least 2 years. So let's be clear here, if it weren't for...
Yeah, Doug Ford is a fucking idiot. It's coming out in a few days. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that.
Doug Ford and his brother, these 2 LRT lines, and likely several others, would already be in operation, significantly reducing traffic congestion in the city of Toronto. But yeah, it's the bike lanes. And in researching this video, I was getting really pissed off watching this habitual liar use these 2 LRT lines as proof that his government is building transit.
Finch, West LRT, the Eglinton Crosstown Extension.
When the only reason they're getting built at all is because competent politicians fought back against him trying to cancel them. Incidentally, the Eglinton Crosstown LRT was originally planned as the Eglinton West Subway, and construction started on that line in 1994. But when Ontario elected its previous Conservative government in 1995, they promptly cancelled the project and filled in the tunnels that had already been dug. Not that Doug. So Doug, that Doug, is continuing a long line of Conservative politicians screwing up transit projects. Which is why I always tell people voting left doesn't guarantee that you'll get a great city, but voting right does guarantee that you won't. Now, in Doug's defense, he is not completely anti-transit. In Ontario, you can deny the viability of cycling, but you can't deny the viability of public transit. Which is why a year after becoming premier, he took a Toronto subway plan that was already under development, made some changes to suit his preferences, renamed it the Ontario line, and pretended it was his idea. And as usual, he did it without involving Toronto City Council, so the announcement was a surprise to everyone working on the project. But while Doug is interested in subway projects that he can put his name on, he's not very concerned about actual subway riders. He claims that bike lanes need to be torn out immediately because of the perceived delay to car drivers, but the data available shows that these delays, if there are any delays at all, are usually measured in seconds. Meanwhile, the busiest subway in Toronto, a subway that incidentally moves more people per day than the busiest highway in Toronto, has had reduced speed zones in effect for over a year. This is due to delayed...
React to this, you absolute fucking retard, you are dumb. Very silly. Silly vegan nigger man made entirely of faggot juice. Big up Donald Trump and his rapey-roo.
Let me take a look.
That Sigma Boy song is all I am hearing right now.
Yeah, because they try.
Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Jag tackar största bebbatsa bådjurskott. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Każda dziewczynka chce tam sobie boy. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Jag tackar största bebbatsa bådjurskott. Sigma, Sigma boy, Sigma boy, Sigma boy. Każda dziewczynka.
I'm telling you.
Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
And Spec King of Faxits.
There has been another Supreme Court leak, and this time it's about that code of ethics that it was shamed into drafting and adopting. The leak reveals that a few of the justices fought for a code that would not be enforceable, and they're exactly the Supreme Court justices that you are thinking of. First of all, Chief Justice John
Clarence Thomas, I can guarantee you, probably Alito.
Roberts never wanted a code in the first place, and he had argued publicly against it over the years. But he finally caved to public pressure when stories of politically compromised and corrupt justices made headlines over and over again, notably Clarence Thomas, and to a lesser but still significant extent, Samuel Alito.
Yeah.
Neil Gorsuch, according to the leak, made the argument that imposing a code of ethics on sitting members of the Supreme Court compromises their ability to act independently. This from the New York Times. Justice.
How in the fuck could that possibly be the case?
Gorsuch was especially vocal in opposing any enforcement mechanism beyond voluntary compliance, arguing that additional measures could undermine the court. The justices' strength was their independence, he said, and he vowed to have no part in diminishing it.
The American Supreme Court is an absolute fucking joke, and they're so insanely fucking corrupt. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Maintenance that has resulted in
Yeah, we can watch the Turkey Tom video on MrGirl. I did want to watch that.
unsafe track conditions on a huge portion of the subway network. These reduced speeds are adding up to 15 minutes, not seconds, of delay to the travel times of...
Why is Jan 6 a big deal? A building filled with warhawks, bandits, and politicians who send our money overseas. Why support them being untouchable? Very gay, VG. Very Canadian. How is our election cope?
Think you might be retarded. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
subway riders. This is a problem that was caused by a lack of funding for transit, something that could be solved by the Ford government, but neither Doug Ford nor his transportation minister have said anything about it. In fact, the Reducing Gridlock, Saving You Time Act doesn't mention anything at all about improving transit service. They are only interested in saving you time if you drive to work, not if you take transit. And this is the consistent message he and his government have sent. Cars come first, and anything else has to fit around the cars. Which has the ultimate effect of having too many cars in the city because there are no viable alternatives to driving. But Doug doesn't want you to think about all that. He wants you to blame the cyclists. Of course, it's a very common trick for populist politicians to target some minority demographic and blame them for everything that's gone wrong.
Hello my favorite vegan nigger, I would like you to know that I would buy you at an auction given your superior muscularity and brain power, however you are retarded and also black. Anyway, who in the fuck is Assad and what was his regime about? Rape?
I think you mean Assad. He was the Syrian dictator. And he's responsible for massacring hundreds of thousands of his own people, so he's a very bad guy. Thanks for the donation, though, nipple clamps.
Wrong. It may seem insane to my Dutch audience, but in Canada, cyclists are considered to be a certain group of people different from everyone else. This has become a really lame culture war issue, and cyclists have been the target of conservative politicians and right-wing media for several decades now. All of this has its roots in climate change denialism, but that's a story for another time. Honestly, this stupid dynamic is one of the most annoying things about trying to ride a bicycle in Ontario, and I have a whole other video about it from the early days of this channel if you want to learn more. It's also pretty much guaranteed that anybody who rides a bicycle is also never going to vote for Doug Ford, so he's fine literally throwing them under the literal bus. Here is a map of Toronto showing in green and yellow in which areas many people use a bicycle to get to work, and here is a map showing the districts that voted for Doug in blue. There's no overlap. Additionally, most people in Ontario live somewhere car-centric. These are places where you pretty much have to be insane to ride a bicycle, so cycling is basically irrelevant to most people in the province. So cyclists are a really easy target for Doug with very few political consequences. But Toronto is different. According to the latest census, not the crusty old one that Doug likes to cite, there are neighborhoods in Toronto where up to a quarter of residents cycle to work, and of course that still excludes all other trips like shopping, going to appointments, and visiting friends.
Oh my god, look at that
and yet
dog.
SJWS still mourn his death.
Yes. Pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Even when we last lived in Toronto over 6 years ago, cycling was becoming pretty normalized. Sure, there were some ignorant suburbanites who would drive in from the car-centric suburbs and complain about bike lanes, but a non-trivial number of my coworkers would cycle to work. Because as more protected bicycle lanes were built, more regular people felt safe enough to ride a bicycle, and so cycling was becoming just another option available, giving people more freedom to choose how they get around. But working as a manager and an executive at several Toronto startup companies, I also saw how this bicycle infrastructure became valuable when hiring. If you work in tech and you just want to make as much money as possible, you move to the US. It's not even debatable. The only reason you would work in Canada is if you valued something else other than just money, such as quality of life. So Canadian companies, especially tech companies, really need something else to offer if they want to hire talented people. When I was hiring product managers and software developers, there were several candidates who valued the fact that our office was downtown and near protected bicycle lanes. It was literally one of our selling points when hiring. The reason these people valued working in downtown Toronto was because of its urbanism, because of the mix.
I like to pretend to be the wandering Mason. I think he is a pure soul, which is why I actually get pegged by a divorced Asian granny. I'm sorry VG, I am projecting. He is the best boy in the chat, isn't he? LLLLLLLLLL. Hummus tits en gale force queefing.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Appreciate the donation, Bootycomb.
Mixed-use neighborhoods and the streetcars and the walkability, and yes, because of the bike lanes too. I remember talking to other tech people in Toronto about this, how we wish that there was one place in Ontario, just one, that wasn't a car-infested wasteland. Is that too much to ask? If Toronto loses its bike infrastructure and backslides into becoming just another typical North American car-centric city, then there will be people, young, smart, talented people, who will just leave. Why bother paying the insane cost of housing if it's just as shitty as everywhere else? Now, you might notice that I've talked almost exclusively about Toronto so far, but apparently there are other cities in Ontario, or so I'm told. But that's intentional because despite the fact that this bike lane legislation would apply to all cities in the province, the only one the Ford government has targeted is Toronto. For example, when questioned by the press in Ottawa, Ford said that he wasn't concerned about Ottawa and that he was focused only on Toronto. And this follows a trend of Ford being obsessed with the city of Toronto since his election. Ford is from Toronto, of course, and he was a Toronto city councillor too. But what's more important is that before he was premier, he tried to run for mayor of Toronto and lost. Ford did not take this well, and since becoming premier, a significant amount of his time has been spent trying to meddle in Toronto politics. The press have been pointing out his weird obsession with Toronto for years and how it's preventing his government from properly managing the rest of the province. For example, literally the first thing Doug did when he became premier was to cut the number of city councillors in Toronto from 47 to 25, and he did this right in the middle of a municipal election. He didn't do this to any other city in Ontario, and a lot of people suspected that he did it out of spite to punish City Council and the people of Toronto. And if you're thinking, that's stupid and childish, yes it is, but that's who we're dealing with here. I observed exactly this kind of behavior from Doug Ford when he was a Toronto city councillor. He's an insecure, spoiled rich bully who became CEO of his dad's company and thinks he's a business mogul. Now he likes to pretend that he's the CEO of Ontario, and since he outranks the mayor, he can do whatever he wants, and he has no respect for dissenting opinions or the democratic process. This whole bike lane circus is just another example of that, more stupid, wasteful, and petty legislation designed to punish the city of Toronto for rejecting him. Ford claims that this legislation is needed for, quote, bringing sanity back to bike lane decisions, and that they're just asking cities to do more due diligence and research before building this kind of infrastructure. But you might have noticed that I've quoted several studies that have already been done in Toronto. From traffic counts to business revenue to emergency vehicle response times, bike infrastructure projects in Toronto have received intense scrutiny. And there's a reason for that, because we need more studies has been a consistent tactic used by Toronto suburban councillors to delay, water down, and reject urbanist projects in Toronto for years. Of course, this is not exactly a new technique. Tobacco companies would regularly claim that more research was needed when it was becoming clear that cigarettes cause cancer, and fossil fuel companies have done exactly the same thing with climate change for decades. Ontario cities are already painfully slow at building bike infrastructure. Montreal in Quebec, a city that is smaller than Toronto with much harsher winters, not only has significantly more on-street bicycle lanes than Toronto, they're also significantly safer and better designed. And they plan to add twice as many kilometers of new bike lanes as Toronto is planning too. Bike lanes are already insanely overstudied in Ontario as it is. There are no other infrastructure projects where so much time and money is spent researching them versus the time and money spent implementing them. Meanwhile, there's not nearly as much scrutiny for car projects that are orders of magnitude more expensive. Toronto already has the widest freeway in North America, Highway 401, and Americans, before you write it in the comments, know the Katy Freeway in Houston is not wider than the 401 through Toronto. The Katy only has more lanes if you include the frontage roads, which don't count as these have traffic lights and are therefore not part of the freeway. But anyway, the 401 is routinely jammed with traffic at basically all times of the day. There must be some really big bike lanes nearby to cause all this traffic, eh? Of course, this is actually because for several generations, the Toronto area has built infrastructure that is almost exclusively for cars. And I have a previous video about that if you'd like to learn more.
Dude, people who drive on the 401 are just all absolute fucking retards. I remember I was sitting in traffic for like 30 fucking minutes, and I was thinking, like, is there an accident? You know, are like 2 or 3 lanes blocked? Guess what it was? People were slowing down to look at construction. There was construction off to the side on another road. People slowed down to look at the construction, and it delayed traffic by 30 fucking minutes, and it made everyone just inch forward. It's crazy how everyone is such a fucking moron. I don't know why they can't just fucking drive. They also suck at merging. Like with perfect predictability. If there's no like accidents or anything, traffic will slow the fuck down if there's an on-ramp or an off-ramp. Because dumbasses don't know how to fucking merge or take the off-ramp. They'll just slow down for no fucking reason before they're about to exit, and then it'll slow down all the traffic behind them, and then it'll only make it so like the last 2 or 3 lanes can fucking go, and then everyone's like wedged into the other lanes. And then it slows down fucking everything, because these fucking dumbasses, rather than just maintaining their speed as they're going off the on-ramp, no, they slow down before they go onto the fucking off-ramp. It is insane.
Decades of research has shown that there is no solution to car traffic except viable alternatives to driving. Every time we build highways or widen roads, the amount of traffic congestion increases, and Toronto is a textbook example of that. So this is a major problem for the city of Toronto. And Doug Ford's solution to all this is the world's longest road tunnel. This proposed tunnel would be over 50 kilometers long, more than twice the length of the Lardal Tunnel in Norway, which is the current world's longest road tunnel. The Big Dig, a tunnel project in Boston, was the most expensive highway project in U.S. history. It took 16 years to complete and cost over $20 billion in today's dollars. That's U.S. dollars, of course, and Doug's proposed tunnel would be 4 times longer. Experts were very quick to point out that the 401 tunnel project is completely unrealistic and wouldn't solve Toronto's traffic problems anyway. In response to criticism from experts, Prabmeet, Doug's Minister of Transportation, said that,
we're not going to take no for an answer.
So you might be thinking that it's rather hypocritical that the Ford government is demanding that tiny little bike lane projects need extensive study and review, while their unprecedented plan for the longest highway tunnel in the world is self-evident and is going to happen no matter what.
But I'll tell you one thing, we're getting this tunnel built.
But the truth is that they don't care about research, data, facts, or studies. The only thing they care about is buying suburban votes and distracting from their incompetence. The vast majority of people in Ontario live somewhere.
It's corporate corruption. That's all it is. When you see a politician supporting a ridiculously expensive project that makes absolutely no sense, they're making sure their buddies are getting paid for it, and then they'll end up getting a cut of some of this money. It's all just corporate corruption.
Car-centric, and riding a bicycle there is dangerous and infeasible. But even if you don't care at all about bicycles, this legislation should still concern you. The first is an issue of cost. These bicycle lanes are not trivial to remove, especially the ones on Bloor. The current estimate is $48 million. Toronto City Council has rightfully balked at paying to remove infrastructure that their constituents don't want them to remove. So Ford has said that the province will pay for it. If you live outside of Toronto, I hope you're happy with tens of millions of your tax dollars going to remove a bunch of bike lanes that you've never even seen for no measurable benefit. You should also be concerned about government overreach. Why should a provincial government have any say at all in what happens in cities at a neighborhood level? We have different levels of government for a reason. Higher levels of government can provide funding to cities, and there may be requirements placed on that funding in order to receive it, but provinces interfering with local decisions made by the democratically elected municipal government is a blatant abuse of power. What's the next municipal issue Ford decides that he deserves supreme executive power over? And you should be concerned that your provincial government is wasting time and money on stupid distractions and minor municipal issues instead of solving the real problems that are affecting Ontario. And of course, the absolute last thing we need is more bureaucracy and red tape when it comes to building transportation infrastructure. In fact, a major part of Doug Ford's campaign was the promise of simplifying regulations and reducing red tape. Ford was so concerned about it that he created the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction. Somebody from that department really needs to have a talk with Prabmeet in the Ministry of Transportation. Actually, let's just see who Ford appointed as the first Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction. It's him! It's the same guy! Of course, that's not a coincidence. The whole point of all this is to make it too difficult and expensive for cities to install new bicycle lanes, so that all of the space between sidewalks can be devoted entirely to cars. The Conservatives are just fine with red tape, as long as it's hurting a group of people that don't vote for them. But of the 3 bicycle lanes that the Ford government wants to forcibly remove, there's one that's very curious: University Avenue. University is an absolutely massive road that really should not exist at all in the middle of downtown in Canada's largest city, but regardless, there's plenty of room here. The traffic studies show, quote, limited to no impacts on motor vehicle travel times after the bike lanes were installed, even at rush hour. There are several hospitals along University, and despite the lies told by Ford, they have not reported any problems with emergency response times due to the bike lanes. Nobody has any issues with these bike lanes. So why have they targeted these bike lanes specifically? Yeah, it's because their office, Queen's Park, is on this road. It's entirely due to selfishness and spite. Sarkaria
Queen's Park is really nice. I like that area.
Wrote an opinion piece in the Toronto Star, and it absolutely reeks of entitlement. In it, he writes, I leave my house in Brampton, say goodbye to my wife and daughters, and take a leap of faith that I'll be able to get to the office on time. By car, of course. This is a guy who lives in a typical financially insolvent car-dependent suburb, and since he doesn't live in Toronto, he doesn't pay any property tax there. And he works at a government office in downtown Toronto. His city has a commuter rail station. His office is next to a subway station. It's literally called Queen's Park, so he can't even get lost. But no, that's not good enough for him. Not only does he expect to be able to drive there, he expects his commute to be easy and free of traffic in the downtown of the largest city in Canada. And because his commute doesn't live up to his expectations of convenience, he wants to remove bicycle lanes that have been proven to make the streets safer. This selfish, entitled suburbanite is willing to let people die for the hope of shaving a few minutes off of his commute. And after his mildly inconvenient commute, Prabmeet gets to go home to his wife and daughters. But what about the Torontonians who can never do that again because they died on University Avenue? And Prabmeet knows that this will cause injury and death because that scumbag added a last-minute amendment to the bill that says people cannot sue his conservative government if they're injured due to the bicycle lane being removed.
Wow. Fuck me, dude.
I honestly don't know how to respond to this in any other way other than go yourself, Prabmeet, you piece of I hope you and then in Minecraft, of course. Canada is a democratic country, and the people who live in downtown Toronto and pay taxes there get the opportunity to directly vote for their local city councillor. And they have consistently voted for representatives who want better public spaces, faster public transit, fewer cars, and yes, more bicycle lanes. But Doug and his Ontario Conservatives don't like that. They feel entitled to overrule the decisions of the
Hunter Avalon has fallen in line with the jihadis. Perhaps you should debate him next. Is he a pro-Palestine idiot tard now? Like, is that what he's doing?
democratically elected representatives of Toronto for their own political gain and selfish agendas. And I reject that. If you live in Ontario, you should be angry. The only reason this is happening is because Doug thinks he can get away with it. He thinks Ontarians are stupid and easily distracted, and he thinks he can make people fight over bike lanes instead of shining a spotlight on his incompetence. If you'd like to fight back against this blatantly undemocratic bullshit, I'll leave some links to advocacy groups below, and I can personally recommend joining Cycle Toronto, as well as Friends and Families for Safe Streets. And if you live in Ontario, I would strongly recommend that you contact your local MP, but also Doug Ford and his Minister of Red Tape Escalation, Prabmeet Sarkaria. Phone calls are always better than emails, but visiting their office in person is even better, maybe even as a group. I'll leave contact information below. Doug and Prabmeet think they can get away with this as an easy political win. Let's make it hard for them. In Canada, the contact information...
Dude, that is just fucked. Let's see, Turkey Tom.
Cuties was a Netflix production that was widely criticized for its inappropriate depictions of underage actors, to put it mildly. Amidst all of the backlash, however, one man disagreed.
This film does try to make you sexually aroused by 11-year-olds. I'll say it's not bad at it.
Max Carson, or MrGirl as he's known online, was attacked by the
Why do people do this? It's just really strange to me how there's people who go out of their way to make you think they're pedophiles. Like, are they trying to like get shot and killed by someone or get banned off the internet? Like, what?
Internet at large for his review. But what they didn't know was that his opinion on Cuties was just the tip of the iceberg. It's a story that involves sex dolls, school shooters, domestic abuse, diss tracks, and psychological warfare, all from a man that fully believes deep down we're all exactly the same. Long before Max's disturbing opinions became known online, he was already a certifiably disturbed person, to say the least. He recalls reading books on how to pleasure women when he was just 7 or 8 years old, as well as teaching all of his friends how to crank it in middle school. For this kind of behavior to manifest that early, you'd think there was some kind of dysfunctional parenting involved in his upbringing. And sure enough, there's information pointing to that. His father, a psychologist who was, at some point, hired as an expert witness on child mistreatment, directly told Max that he wanted to strangle him. Due to his father hating him, he ended up living with his mother, which led to another set of issues entirely. He's claimed multiple times that his mom was attracted to him.
And it felt like she was constantly making little comments or jokes, or insisting on having sexual conversations with me, touching me in ways that I was uncomfortable with. I wanted to recoil from her. Like being in the car, I pressed against the door, never wanted to hug her. I would feel like I would want to wash it off if she touched me, if she looked at me, just constantly feeling violated.
He then goes on to explain that when he was 10 years old, his mother was married to another woman and that they both teamed up against him, constantly nitpicking everything he did and accusing him of being a sexist. According to him, this happened anytime he displayed slightly aggressive behavior, which he eventually started doing on purpose just to get a rise out of him. When his father told him his mother might just not like him, Max decided to confront his mom about it, and she responded by telling him he needed to leave the house and go live with his dad. Following that situation, the family went to see 2 different therapists, one of whom took her side, and another who met with Max in private, and told him that he was probably right and his mom disliked him. As a result, Max stopped talking to his mom for a year and a half until they happened to see each other on the street and developed a polite but distant relationship. When he was 14, his mother told him that when people have intercourse, women get hurt, which gave him a strong sense of guilt. As a result, whenever he would spank the monkey while thinking about someone, he felt that he had to tell them afterwards to make it right. When he did it to people he couldn't talk to, like women in adult movies, he resorted to kissing the screen as a way to show affection toward them. This also made it so that he couldn't have a relationship for a very long time. Eventually, when Max was in college, he started having questions about himself. He suspected that his inability to have healthy relationships with women was a result of his unresolved.
It's sad pedophile can be passed down from family.
Yeah, there seems to be a genetic basis for it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bro, if I never took anything my parents said seriously, I remember when I was a kid, like, I had issues with violence and aggression, and, like, even when I'd play hockey, I'd literally try to beat up my teammates. I almost killed the like goalie on my hockey team because he stole a piece of my gum, and I was choking him, and I literally just tried to choke him as hard as I fucking could, just pressing my fucking thumbs right into his throat. And the coach had to literally grab me and throw me off of him. And my mom would like try to talk to me like, you can't do that. Like, oh my God. And she'd start crying like, I didn't raise you like this. I didn't fucking care. I wanted to kill that kid. He stole my fucking gum. I don't know why anyone cares what their fucking parents have to say, especially when you have such a stupid ass fucking mother like this. Women are hurt when you have sex with them. Okay, go fuck yourself. Like, it's so weird how anybody gives a shit what their parents have to say.
Trauma with his mother, so he decided to send her an email explaining how he felt about her since she kicked him out. She responded, saying that part of the reason she kicked him out was that she was attracted to him and afraid that she was going to act on it. When he told the rest of the family about what she'd said in an email, none of them believed it, and they all excused it as her misspeaking or simply trying to be provocative, which strongly contributed to him cutting ties with his entire family. In order to appropriately cover his college years and the things he got up to, we have to contextualize by delving deeper into his high school years. Max describes the city he lived in as extremely progressive, to the point that his parents were divorced, his mother came out as lesbian, his mom's wife picked him up from school, and no one ever made fun of him for it. To put it simply, he grew up in a very tolerant and progressive environment, with his school shutting down plays that contained Latin American stereotypes, but having no issue with another play being put on at the school called The Vagina Monologues. Because of this, Max felt that he could and should express himself, and so he asked the editor-in-chief of the school's newspaper if he could write for it. The editor refused outright, but told him that he should start his own paper, which he eventually did. In 2001, Max began a newsletter titled The Crux, but he wasn't allowed to distribute it the regular way by simply placing it next to the rest of the newsletters and school papers. You see, the school staff didn't really like what he had to say, so they threw stacks of it into the trash whenever they caught it lying around, prompting Max to begin handing it out during lunch. And even then, they continued trying to stem its distribution by whatever means they had. But this might lead you to wonder, what was so bad about his newsletter that the entire school was adamantly trying to stop other students from even reading it? Well, within the first 3 issues, the topics he covered were more mundane, with topics like fluorescent lights making him hate himself and everyone else, and his support of the normalization of adult films, which was par for the course for the school. But he also covered more inflammatory things like his review of a Cambodian New Year celebration, where an Asian woman gave a speech denouncing the objectification of Asian women. In his newsletter, he wrote, "When I got to listen to the Asian woman's speech, I wished I were on a different planet. People seem to have this crazy idea that if you tell someone not to be racist, sexist, or whateverist, they'll see the light you've directed them to, and you'll have cleansed their souls. Secondly, was it necessary to wear such a short skirt? I don't want to listen to a speech about objectifying Asian women who don't want to be objectified by someone who has just objectified herself. Also, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't one of the stereotypes that was listed in the speech that Asian women like to have intercourse? Perhaps I misunderstood this my whole life, but don't most people like it? And if Asian women really don't like it, then how come there are so many Asians?" However innocuous this ultimately is for a teenage guy to write, you can see how a school teacher could take issue with it. But this little blurb pales in comparison to the future issues. In the 4th installment, Max writes about how people who talk too much about how important it is to fight against prejudice and other issues are simply interested in themselves, saying, usually these people will change the topic to something upsetting, and then they'll overflow with empathy for whomever you're talking about. You'll see that they're so sophisticated that the very mention of racism makes them want to cry for all the lynch victims they used to know. It's at times like this I wish that empathy were a liquid so that these people could choke on it. He closed this issue off with one question: if you could eliminate any race, what race would you eliminate? Well, this was enough to get him in hot water. It was issue 5.
Oh, that's funny.
That earned him a week-long suspension due to sexual harassment and racism, according to the school. Now, as much as Max became a condemned person later on, he was actually kind of right in this instance, since what he actually wrote was a satire about his principal, Mr. Myers, an admitted child molester who was accused by 28 different people over the course of 50 years. According to Max, there was an outpouring of support from students and school staff to let Mr. Myers keep his job. For context, he hadn't suffered any legal repercussions for his crimes due to the statute of limitations. He did eventually get arrested and convicted in 2023, not for molesting kids, but instead for insurance fraud and theft, although he was sentenced to 2 years of probation and is currently free. In his newsletter, Max wrote, "My response to Mr. Myers' controversial hobby of children, I'm going to break up with him. And had I known he was a child molester, I never would have gone out with him in the first place." He then went on to attack the people who supported him and those who were unwilling to press charges or contact social services over the allegations they received. For reasons beyond my understanding, he immediately segues into race relations, saying, "Black people have an unfair advantage over the other non-white races. They have a well-respected representative. The closest thing that Latin American people have to Martin Luther King Jr. is the Taco Bell Chihuahua." However funny that is as a statement, it was actually just a setup for him to go on another rant about the Cambodian New Year celebration, which he punctuated by saying that Cambodian elementary schools sell hand grenades for $1.50, and by complaining that his school's attempts to teach about diversity were useless. Max said the
Dude, this is hilarious. Oh my god. I don't know, like, how you could read this from a high school student and not fucking laugh.
Attendant told him that his paper was an act of sexual harassment against the principal, again, the confessed predator, and then referred him to the dean of students, a very light-skinned black woman who proceeded to tell Max he couldn't know anything about racism because he was white. Additionally, Max's father was informed by the guidance counselor that some Puerto Rican students were planning to kill him when he was going home, and even after.
Dude, it is so true though. Like, I've experienced this personally. If there's like a teacher who has allegations of like, you know, pedophilia or sexual harassment against students, like everyone will try to protect them. There was a teacher in my school, a woman who was fucking ugly too. She clearly had an inappropriate relationship with a male student, and he just so happened also to be a particularly good-looking guy. Every fucking girl in the school would talk about how hot he is and everything, and this teacher would fucking drive off with him during lunch. Nobody knew where they went. And after school, she would drive off with him. Again, nobody knows where they fucking went. I asked her if she's having sex with him, and she, rather than just saying, like, that's inappropriate, like, don't say stupid things, she had the look of shock and horror, like, you know, somebody just discovered a fucking dead body, you know, that she killed. So she clearly was doing something with this fucking kid, and rather than this being fucking investigated or anything, there were teachers that were, like, threatening me. They were even, like, being, like, physically threatening. This one fucking teacher, like, stood up to me really close, you know, like, oh, you gonna do something? Like that. And he's like, you're not welcome in the weight room if you talk to female teachers like that. And I literally told him, well, you're not the fucking gym teacher. You're not the one who decides these things, so I don't care. I'll say whatever the hell I want to say. And it's funny, too. He was this overweight fucking fat shit, and I was also taller than him, so it was really weird for him to fucking do that. But yeah, this is why so many, like, pedophiles and child predators get away with this shit for so long, especially when they're in a position of power, like a teacher or a principal or a politician or somebody, like, well-respected in a company or community. It's because everyone fucking comes to their defense for no fucking reason. Like, they're friends with people, they're buddy-buddy, or they don't like the idea that a work colleague is doing this, and they'll all come to their fucking defense and sweep it under the rug, ignore it, lie.
After the issue was clarified and Max was exonerated of being racist, he became so scared and paranoid that he refused to use public urinals for fear of an attack. This was permanent, by the way. He claims he's still unable to use urinals to this day. The ACLU was then contacted, and once they claimed that the school was suppressing Max's freedom of speech, his suspension was lifted, and his newsletter was allowed to be properly distributed, at least for a while. A few issues later, it got him in trouble once again, this time for obscenity. And this one is more understandable since he gave a detailed description of an adult video and wrote half a page about how he was gay for his friend and suggested he wanted his friend to treat him like Mr. Myers treated underage boys. Not exactly in great taste, but still, it did fall under the umbrella of freedom of speech, and Max's suspension was once again lifted. But not before they contacted his dad and brought him into the school. The school expected he would be pretty mad at Max, but instead his father staged a protest, called the teacher a Nazi, and refused to leave the school until the police arrived, despite how little they had in the way
This is such a great story.
of success when trying to shut Max up. They continued trying, as he was suspended 2 more times in the same year, once for writing about how he whacked it, which included a tutorial for girls, by the way, and another time for writing F you mom at the end of the issue. Like the other ones, these suspensions were also lifted, and he continued to write new issues of The Crux until he graduated, now more invested than ever in his writings. With high school done, it was time for Max to go to big boy school, and he would start off at Colorado State, during which he was able to get a position as a columnist on one of the school's papers. However, his second article there got him in a little bit of trouble because he suggested that the school have a female football team that wore bikinis while they played so that he could ogle at them, which got him fired. A couple of years later, long after he'd left the CSU, he enrolled in the University of Colorado at Boulder, where, after he was rejected by every school paper, he decided to once again start publishing his own newsletter, The Yeti, the very first issue of which began with the following passage. I have a new theory about why girls don't like me. It's a bit more sophisticated than my previous attempts at explaining this phenomenon, which ran along the lines of girls don't like me because they're stupid, or girls don't like me because they can't understand that leg humping is just my way of saying hi. While these remain valid points to consider, I think my new theory really hits the nail on the head. Girls don't like me because I make them think. This is immediately followed by Max recounting an experience he had where 2 girls he was friends with became entranced with a guy who didn't engage with them intellectually and instead talked about himself. He explained this phenomenon, saying, in a world where women are powerless objects, it's hard to talk to me, a smart, attractive, funny, sensitive, attentive, honest guy who pushes girls to think and asks them questions that are hard to answer. The second issue was mostly about how he was scared of black people because he instinctively imagined they'd all be constantly angry over racism, and he also stated he couldn't talk to them because he couldn't understand ebonics. He juxtaposed this to make a larger point about how indoctrinating kids into identifying themselves with either slaves or the slave masters due to their race was bad. But still, this was very much the same format and concept as The Crux, which is to say that it got under people's skin a lot. And the third issue was also pretty interesting. It's written as a satire about women being unable to orgasm, which got him called into the vice chancellor's office, and also earned him a piece in the Colorado Daily covering his supposed sexism. Once again, the ACLU intervened, and nothing happened to Max. However, from that point forward, the college staff hated him and were just waiting for an opportunity to exact revenge. For a while, he continued to publish his newsletters unbothered, which gave way to multiple bangers, like a tutorial on how to be a good white ally, which included the phrase, "Every time a white person laughs, a black person cries." Another highlight is his diatribe against fat girls, pushing it to the extreme and actively promoting anorexia to make a point about appearance standards. However offensive on the surface level, the actual beliefs that Max expressed through his writing were very much in line with feminism, racial equality, and other beliefs that permeate college campuses. The only difference is that Max did his best to espouse these beliefs in the most sarcastic, insane way possible to get people mad at him. In an interview conducted with him at the time, he made this perfectly clear.
I think there's a lot of social issues out there, important things that people aren't talking about, like racism and sexism and homophobia and things like that, that I feel like would be better addressed in a humorous manner than by preachy, finger shakers.
Well, don't you feel sometimes that people will take that satirical manner in a negative light instead of doing something positive for the cause?
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern of mine. I don't know. I don't think that reading my newsletter is going to convert someone who wasn't a to being a or is going to make someone who has no prejudice whatsoever to suddenly being like, wow, I do hate women.
He made it clear time and time again that he was quite left-leaning politically, but just loved being provocative, which deeply irritated the college staff. But it all came to a head in April of 2007, when the Virginia Tech shooting happened.
It is an incredibly busy time here in this newsroom as we are all pulling together to cover what is turning out to be the deadliest campus shooting in U.S. history. At this afternoon...
On the 16th of April, undergraduate Sung Hui Cho went on a shooting rampage, killing 32 people and injuring 17 others. The very next day, Max attended a women's studies class that focused on the issues of black women, during which, while everyone else lamented what happened in Virginia, someone said, "I can't imagine shooting 32 people," which prompted Max to respond, "Anyone who says they've never thought about shooting 32 people is lying." He then went on to explain his statement, supposedly specifying that given how generally obsessed people are with violence, especially when they're kids and teenagers, and given how terrible the conditions are in public schools, it made sense for that to come up as a thought. But he clarified he did not intend it as a threat. Despite the clarification, he was summoned to the chancellor's office and had to rehash his explanation once again. But as soon as he was about to walk out, he was met by 2 police officers. Max claims that at that moment, he realized that the administration was exacting its revenge, and they reported him to the police as if he made a genuine threat. He was then questioned by the cops, excerpts of which he eventually...
I've been there, done that. Oh, man. That is some gay-ass fucking shit. It would be, like, I think especially in this day and age, it is impossible to find a single student who hasn't thought about committing a mass shooting at their fucking school. School sucks, everyone's a fucking asshole, teachers are dickheads. You would not be able to find a single student who hasn't considered committing a mass shooting. And by considered, I mean, like, thought about what it would be like. Like, not actually planning, but like, yeah, right, give me a fucking break. Ridiculous that that could be construed as a threat.
Eventually uploaded to YouTube.
So, just to start off with, why do you think you're here?
I think I'm here because some of my classmates and my professor became uncomfortable during a conversation we had in class today.
In his recounting of this whole process, he says he spent a night in jail, during which they had the TV on, which allowed him to watch CNN report on his arrest live on TV, as if he were a Virginia Tech copycat shooter who was caught early. It's pretty easy to find news reports about Max from this time, some of them focusing exclusively on his unfortunate quote and painting him as a potential shooter, others including information about his newsletter and the crazy things he wrote in his issues. Later on, he found that, unlike what the news report said, it wasn't his teachers or students who felt threatened by him that called the cops. It was the head of the women's studies department, who, upon hearing of his arrest, cheered, saying, "We got his ass." As soon as his case hit the news, 4 ACLU-affiliated lawyers jumped on the opportunity to represent him for free due to how much attention the situation got from national news, which is not surprising considering how soon it was after Virginia Tech. His dad bailed him out, Max refused to plead guilty, and ultimately, he was offered deferred prosecution, meaning the charges against him would get dropped if he simply committed no other crimes for a year, which he gladly agreed to. While Max claims that all of this was done with the intent of permanently stifling his ambitions with expressing his unorthodox perspective, it did quite the opposite. Now, the faculty advisor for another school paper became a fan of his work and offered him the position of opinion editor, which he happily accepted, partly because he
Oh, this is so funny.
Genuinely wanted the job, and partly because he wanted to do a little trolling. The first instance of his shenanigans was to, as he put it, publish a moderately racist essay about how Latin Americans should speak better English. Surprisingly, he got away with this, so he proceeded to up the ante. He submitted one of his own articles titled, "If it's war the Asians want, it's war they'll get." I don't know why he has so much smoke with the Asians, honestly. I don't get it. His article was actually covered by the local news.
The article, written by student Max Carson, details his hate for Asians and poses that they be subjected to phases of absurd tasks. For example, Phase 1 suggested catching Asians with large butterfly nets and dragging them into apartments for further phases, which include forced binge drinking, useless games, and house redecorating.
This article essentially...
Who is reading this and taking it seriously? Catching Asians with butterfly nets? Like, you don't see that's a fucking joke? Oh my god, these fucking people are retarded. I don't know about you, Richard, but I did love high school only because I fought a lot. LMAO, vegan gains, Granted, I even made good geek friends along the way, mostly Yu-Gi-Oh card players. I fucking hated school, dude. I hated every single fucking moment of it. If I could have pressed a button that would blow up that fucking school with everybody in it, I'd press that button. Fucking hated everybody there. Fuck school.
He parodied the concept of immigrants integrating into another culture, but regardless, it instantly became the most read article in the paper of all time, and all of his social media platforms and email accounts were flooded with death threats from people who thought he was serious about wanting war with Asian people. The paper was shut down, and the Asian students held a protest against anti-Asian prejudice, which Max actually attended, and he took a picture with them, much to their surprise. Another writing project from this period is a blog titled Shame Lane, which is no longer accessible. However, we know from articles written about it that it mostly focused on topics around intercourse, as well as more candid diary entry-like windows into Max's personal life at the time. He recounts temporarily working as a barista, but having to quit because he stared at women too much. Then he got a job at a YMCA in San Francisco and found himself.
How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty decent. All the weird body pain that I was having is gone. I don't feel sick anymore. My sleep schedule's a little fucked, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good right now.
Himself a girlfriend, although they broke up shortly after they moved in together, and the breakup was so bad that the police were called on them by the neighbors, although he doesn't specify here what exactly he meant by so bad. However, he has made a video talking about an instance where the police came during one of his breakups, which I assume is this one, unless it's happened multiple times, which is even worse.
I grabbed her wrist. She screamed for me to stop, and then, after that first time, a few weeks later, I grabbed her arms, because she wasn't listening to me or something. And I grabbed them really hard, and afterwards she showed me bruises on her arms. A little bit after that, I just said, okay, that was so loud that the neighbors are going to call cops. And before they get here, I need you to put on a long sleeve shirt so they don't see the bruises on your arms, because if they do, I'm going to spend the night in jail, 100%.
At one point, Max wrote a blog entry celebrating the number of teenage girls who friended him on Facebook, saying, "The fact that teenage girls read this doesn't turn me on. However, it does make me feel happy. I like the idea that after a long, boring day of teachers narrowing their eyes at the slightest hint of your sexuality, of teenage boys not caring, thinking about how you turn on, and of your fathers cringing at the idea of you ever having intercourse, you can come to Shame Lane and be in the company of people who accept and even encourage your sickest thoughts." That preface where he says it doesn't turn him on is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Up until this point, Max was troubled and controversial for sure, but not to the point where he became genuinely evil. Every potentially despicable thing he wrote in his papers always had a twist to it so that it redeemed his true intentions.
All Wally doing chillers, this is you white as fuck, my boy. Start check white on the demographic box wall.
Run that back. No scuba, glide on my lap, up and blow like a tuba. You just a hang bitch. I don't get two fucks. You just like to talk a lot.
That's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, All Wally.
And Max always managed to find an audience, and based on the things he said in his newsletter, he seemingly always had friends and even girlfriends. However, during the time between his college years and the creation of his YouTube channel, something changed, and he really jumped the shark from writing things that could be misconstrued as inappropriate to actually engaging in things that don't really bode well to the average person, to say the least. For example, in 2014, he posed nude at actress Olivia Wilde's baby shower. This, in and of itself, is just weird, but he clarified in a Reddit post from a few years later that the purpose of him being naked was for the people attending the baby shower to do an anatomical drawing of him. However, in other posts in the same thread, he admits to being an exhibitionist and pervert who was, at least at the time, doing.
Yeah, Riley, most of my teachers liked me too. It was only the one teacher I had who was running my exercise science class that I absolutely fucking hated. She's the girl who had sex with a underage male student, the pedophile bitch. I fucking hated her. But most of my other teachers liked me. That's actually what prevented me from getting completely expelled, because the police interviewed all of them and they all said he's quiet, doesn't do anything, he's respectful. Like it, they told them I'd be extremely shocked if he'd, like, you know, take a gun to school and shoot everybody. I was suspected of planning a mass shooting when I was in high school. The reason was some fucking dumbass fat bitch got offended that I called her fat, and then she made up some stupid fucking story saying that I was planning on killing her and a few of her friends because they were fat. And there's some other story that, you know, dumbass kids spread that corroborated it. I mentioned that I was planning on getting my firearms license and buying a shotgun, and then the way they told the story was I'm planning on getting a shotgun to shoot up the school. So they had two different sources saying that I was planning on committing a shooting, so they suspended me. They interviewed a bunch of my teachers and shit, and I obviously denied the claims, so all they could do was suspend me for like 2 weeks.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, check out the comment section of Ben's video that's covering the United Healthcare CEO's assassination. His followers are turning.
Well, folks, we have updates in the search for the murderer of...
Don't say you're pro-life and then side with health insurance companies. It's not left or right, it's not black or white, it's rich versus poor, your true colors are showing. As a conservative, I'm glad that left and right finally united against the common enemy. Let's hope this becomes a trend. You know, this really shouldn't surprise Ben Shapiro. Most people who are conservative are most people in America are poor. Like, that's just 90% of the fucking population. The reason poor people are conservative is because they've been gaslit by conservatives that the reason they're poor is because of liberals. So they'll talk about like overregulation, needing to pay a bunch of money for a business license. You're getting taxed to death. They want to tax you into oblivion so that they can pay for social services that nobody needs or deserves. Like, that's the only reason they're conservative. But these people fundamentally actually do have a lot of left-wing values. So when they see like a rich asshole taking advantage of poor people by denying healthcare claims and shit, yeah, they're gonna want that fucking guy dead. I don't know why Ben would think the majority of his fucking audience who are conservatives would be on board with this idea that, oh, it's wrong to kill a healthcare CEO, even if you don't like how he runs his business. Like, the majority of his audience are broke-ass fucks who know they're getting fucked over by the rich and big corporations. The only reason they're conservative is because idiots like Ben Shapiro gaslit them into thinking the reason they're poor is because of liberal left-wing policies with taxation and regulation. Ben is a fucking idiot. Like, he doesn't even understand his own audience. I might react to that later, though. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Bootycom donated $2. Let me see. Well, that is some pretty gay crying, but they are gay. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Doing this kind of gig is a job. Worse yet is the fact that he told a story about doing it in a classroom where the female teacher started flirting with him to the point that he got an erection. He specified that this happened in front of high school kids and that he regularly posed naked for teenagers between 15 and 18 years old. In 2016, court records showed that a woman named Hannah was married to Max and filed for divorce. Though she seems to have made an effort to stay out of the spotlight insofar as Max's story, and given she's not that pivotal as a part of it, I won't go in depth here. In 2017, he started a gaming channel called MrGirl Gaming, which, as far as I know, is the first instance of that alias being used. However, that only lasted for a while, as he eventually returned to his true passion: controversial political commentary. As the anti-SJW community and BreadTube content started peaking in popularity, Max saw it as an opportunity to once again resurge as a cultural analyst. But this time around, he was less interested in being provocative in an intellectual sense, and more so in hamming it up for shock value. One of his supposedly brilliant think pieces was a half-hour-long video of him naked and cranking it, which is still up on the hub to this day. Another low light of this period was a Reddit post he made to the unpopular opinion subreddit with the title, "PDF-philia is a spectrum, and we are all on it." With a title like that, it leaves very little to the imagination regarding what kind of things he'll be saying. Just a few lines in, he drops this gem.
Oh,
everyone
Jesus.
is from time to time attracted to minors. Bad Baby, Britney Spears, etc. Their popularity is a testament to that. I guess the glaring
This is typical of a lot of people like this. I don't know if they have an inability to understand other people's minds or if they justify their behavior by accusing other people of having the same behavior, but no. Not everyone is attracted to minors to some degree. I did not find this girl attractive when she was 14 on Dr. Phil. I still don't actually find her attractive. I remember when I was a kid, I was not attracted to Britney Spears. I never found Britney Spears attractive. Never in my life have I ever been attracted to children as an adult. Obviously, like, when I was, like, in the 4th grade. Actually, when I was in kindergarten, I had sexual feelings. I developed very quickly, but I've never been attracted to children as an adult. Obviously, when I was like 5, I would be attracted to other 5-year-olds, but yeah, these people either have a complete and utter inability to understand that other people think differently, or this is a way of justifying their own bad behavior or thoughts.
Missing piece in his rationale here is that those people were primarily popular amongst other teenagers, but regardless, I don't think he cared too much about the details. Another thing he failed to account for here is the fact that he spent over a decade of his life knowing his mother was attracted to him, going as far as to say he felt violated by her, even if she didn't act on it. Additionally, he attended a school where the principal was a certified molester. With these things in mind, it's not surprising that he thought about this stuff more than the average person, but going from that to confidently claiming every person is on the spectrum seems like he's attempting to make himself feel more normal by accusing everyone else of being like.
Dodo, donate $2. Why does your microphone sound like a mic on a Xbox 360 Live? It's muffled and you literally sound
And
like
get out of
this.
the tank, and then let's see who wins. I'm like #1 in support, so I'll kill you, faggot. Yeah, get out the tank next time, and then let's see who will win, you little faggot.
Really sound
And
like
get out of the
this.
tank, and then let's see who wins.
My microphone does not sound like that. What is your mic, bro? Other people hear this right. You mic sound like trash. My microphone sounds fine. It's probably your audio setup that's fucked. There's no way it really sound
And
like
get out
this.
of
They were separate planned for the long.
As a kid, like, I had issues with violence and aggression. You're fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like him. At one point, he said, I also think everyone is attracted to prepubescent children from time to time. Though he reinforced multiple times that he thought acting on those urges should always be illegal, he simultaneously reminded everyone that fantasizing about it was legal. The thing about this is fantasizing about these things contributes to eventually doing them, hence people's hangups about it. Instead of acknowledging people's objections to his thread, he simply focused on what was legal or not, ignoring anything that undercut his point. This was just one in the unfortunately extensive list of things that heavily suggested Max was a creep. Within a year of this thread, he went from a relatively obscure edgelord to essentially front-page news on YouTube when he released a review of the movie Cuties.
I'll say, it's not bad at it.
For context, Cuties is a Netflix-produced movie that featured extremely inappropriate scenes of multiple 11-year-olds dancing in short shorts. Once it was released, it was instantly met with extreme disapproval from everyone since it essentially contained the exploitation of children. They tried to salvage the movie's PR in a dozen different ways, often by saying that the movie was mismarketed by Netflix and that it was actually against the exploitation. This point was also attached to the claim that the backlash came from Western audiences who were too dumb and chauvinistic to get it, since the movie was made by a Muslim woman. However, none of these copes remotely do justice to the fact that the movie explicitly depicts the exploitation of minors and frames it as something liberating by juxtaposing it against strict Islamic values. Regardless of how obviously terrible this was, some YouTube pseudo-intellectuals decided to make it their hill to die on. One of them was Sneeko, who someone I've covered in another video.
This is one of the movies that's going to age well.
Oh, no. You see, the child, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know? Why aren't you laughing?
And once he saw this commotion taking place, Max decided it was a prime opportunity for him to give his 2 cents. In his video about it, he made a series of statements that sounded seriously incriminating.
But yeah, as far as like sexy music videos go, it's not bad. They're pretty hot. You know, you can say whatever you want about me. It's not my fault. I didn't make them do that. They did that. That's the point. That's the whole point of the movie, is that you're supposed to be sitting there thinking, look at the blonde one. You're supposed to be sitting there holding these.
That is just not something you should ever say publicly, or like even privately, ever. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Paying their bills, and if I think they're doing if they're treating us fairly, the answer is absolutely, I'd stay with NATO.
But if not, you would consider the possibility of getting.
He still to this day does not understand how NATO works. There's no NATO bill. They like, NATO countries are just recommended to have 4% of their GDP go to defense spending. I don't, like, it's really hard for me to know, like, to be able to tell if Trump fundamentally doesn't know how NATO works, or if he just has, like, a toddler-like way of talking, and he thinks that because NATO countries aren't meeting the 4% GDP target, he thinks in some way the US is getting ripped off because the US has to spend more on defense. And then when any of these NATO countries run into issues, the US has to, like, fit the bill. I don't know if that's what he means, but the way he says it, it sounds like he doesn't understand how NATO works.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
What an idiot.
You're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing.
Isn't she the racist, like, conservative fascist who got elected? Yeah, no shit they'd get along.
I wanna touch. Never knew much through the work you do.
Yeah, so he gets along with other racists. Bashar al-Assad laughed when Gaddafi warned leaders at the 2008 Arab League summit in Damascus that their end is near.
قيادة عربية بالكامل تقتل تشنق في المشانق راح نتفرج لماذا؟ ممكن الدور جاي عليكم كلكم. نعم. ليش ما يكون فيها تحقيق في مقتل صدام حسين؟ ليش امريكا قاتلت مع صدام حسين ضد الخميني؟ كان صديقها، تشيني كان صديق لصدام حسين. رامسفيلد كان وزير دفاع الامريكا لما كان يدمروا في العراق، صديق حميم لصدام حسين، واخيرا باعوه وشنقوه. حتى انتم اصدقاء امريكا، نحن اصدقاء امريكا، بلاش نقول انتم، نحن اصدقاء امريكا كلنا قد توافق امريكا على شنقنا في يوم ما.
Well, he wasn't wrong, clearly. Sources have confirmed that Juan Guaido has declared himself interim president of Syria. Huh. I don't know who the fuck that is. Yeah, I don't know who that is. What? Declared himself interim president of South Korea? Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
These two thoughts in your head, and one that these are kids, and the other that they're hot.
In another video of his from the same time, he planned to record himself cranking it to the movie, but didn't because his editor wouldn't edit it. As you can probably imagine, this really did not go well whatsoever. In September 2020, Moist Critical covered the controversy surrounding the movie. After having thoroughly denounced it, he addressed MrGirl's video on it, highlighting how downright creepy his take on it was.
That's the message that people are walking away from the movie with. Pedophiles with the biggest smile on their face, pumping their fists in the air. Thanks, Netflix. Just easily accessible fucking softcore child. It's unbelievable. You can't defend this movie, and if you're defending this movie, you haven't seen it, and if you have seen it and are defending it, you might be a pedophile. It's as simple as that.
Though Max's video was already getting some traction on its own, Critical's mention of him sent it into the stratosphere, turning him into the object of hundreds of thousands of people's hatred overnight. And like any lolcow worth his salt, he instantly got an invitation from Ethan Ralph to the kill stream to reiterate and clarify his thoughts on the movie. Surprisingly, this actually got him to slightly walk back his stance, as it appears Andy Borski informed him that 5,000 girls auditioned for the kids' parts, meaning whoever did the movie's casting watched 5,000 kids dance in order to pick who would be in it. This was shocking enough that Max decided that Netflix should probably take down the movie. However, dozens of posts of his solidify that he still thought it was a good movie, and there was nothing wrong with him having enjoyed watching it or even feeling arousal from it. Soon after, he got his own thread on Kiwi Farms, prompting him to state that neo-Nazis were doxing him, which eventually progressed to him saying that the 5,000 people who negatively commented on his video were also all Nazis. Ultimately, he never fully retracted his statements about the movie or changed his mind about its contents. Instead, he
Dodo donated $2. It's a meme because he keeps declaring himself winner of Venezuela presidential election every time Maduro wins, so they're memeing it. Oh, I see. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Capitalized on his infamy as much as he could by trying his best to get the attention of pundits like
I have no idea who that guy is, so...
Steven Crowder.
And after seeing what's happening with Vox getting Steven Crowder's channel demonetized, I decided to repost this video with a new introduction to stand in solidarity with Steven. Censorship is an increasingly huge problem, and huge corporations like YouTube or the government or whoever should not be reaching into my channel's pants without my consent and pulling videos out. You can call me anything you want if it makes you feel better. You can spit on me, you can spit in my mouth, you can pull my hair, you know, whatever you need to do.
I'll have to cover a lot of this up with editing, but if you didn't realize what he did there, he took all of his clothes off between the shots. I guess to make fun of Steven Crowder for being homophobic or something. 1 month later, Max came back with a video covering all the controversies he'd been in since high school, claiming that he'd simply been misunderstood in every single case. While this video is pretty superficial in the point that it makes, it's quite telling that he sees the cutie situation as just another instance of people unfairly targeting him. And it's even more telling that, to this day, he couldn't move past the issues he had with the authorities a decade prior. Like an edgy Peter Pan, developmentally stunted and frozen in his edgelord phase. In December of 2020, Max got banned from YouTube, which did very little to make him actually change his content. And so as a result, when his channel was eventually reinstated on YouTube, he went right back to usual. However out of touch he was with his own situation, it did give way to plenty of extremely entertaining moments, such as his Eminem parody song about his controversy. 'Cause I'm a pedophile! He was basking in the attention, negative or otherwise, just as he did in every other instance when he got into trouble. It was evident that Max was clinging to his 15 minutes of fame since he continued to make increasingly unhinged rehashes of it.
You're playing Minecraft in the cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking for miners.
Albeit, they did continue to be entertaining and successful, accruing millions of views and streams, and even attaining meme status when it got uploaded with this picture of Wapple. However, once you look beyond them, very little substance can be found in what Max is trying to push, leaving him permanently relegated to the outskirts of BreadTube. And make no mistake, they all hate him.
Can't even play hopscotch without popping a rager.
He was banned 2 more times, once for uploading a video that had P***hub in the title, and another time for featuring a clip from a movie that depicted explicit violence, although his channel did come back in both cases. The last ban was a result of a mass flagging campaign from followers of Nick Fuentes after a series of debates between Max and Destiny about the latter's association with Nick, whom Max called a white supremacist. Throughout 2021 and 2022, Destiny and Max grew closer, which isn't surprising since in many ways they mirrored each other. Both were extremely invested in discussing controversial topics, even if it made them look bad to outsiders. Both found themselves in very left-leaning circles, despite retaining views that could be seen as offensive by that demographic. And lastly, both got into controversy over statements made on the topic of pedophilia.
Oh, so I don't think any sort of mental illness should be demonized. The demonization of pedophiles in society is an incredibly negative thing, I would think. Pedophilia is very much a mental disorder. The more you stigmatize it, the less people seek treatment for it. So yeah, I absolutely think that it shouldn't be demonized or stigmatized.
Cool. Yeah. All in all, they were a match made in heaven, and to some extent, their audiences recognized it. Unlike most people Destiny debated, MrGirl was the one person who shared his commitment to entertaining whatever opinions for the sake of argument. Whether that was a good thing or not, his audience definitely enjoyed watching it to the point that whenever MrGirl got banned or suspended from a platform, many prominent figures in Destiny's fanbase ran to his rescue, defending him from ludicrous accusations and advocating for him to be reinstated. By all intents and purposes,
remember that story Andrew Tate told when a bunch of girls have a kid at school, false rape accusations just because they didn't like him? Jesus Christ, some people are disgusting. I don't recall Andrew Tate ever saying when he was at school, girls made false rape accusations against him. I'm fairly confident false rape accusations are probably more common than a lot of people think. Really not sure what kind of number to put on it, but if I had to guess, it's probably like close to 10%. I've known so many people personally who had those experiences. A friend of mine's ex-wife made false rape accusations against him, and it was proven in court that she lied. Another friend of mine happened to him where this girl was just trying to tell her, she was only telling her personal friend group that she was raped by a friend of mine. And it was clear, and they shared the same friends, so it was pretty clear what she was trying to do. And I know 2 other instances where vegan activists were falsely accused of rape. And again, I covered it on my channel too. So like, so many fucking male friends of mine, I've known this has happened to, and it's been proven with all these male friends that they lied. What's also interesting, I even know women who have had false rape accusations made against them by other women. After I made that video about how that one vegan activist was falsely accused of rape by this like fucking dumb bitch, there were 2 women who actually messaged me on Twitter talking about how they're lesbian or bisexual, and one of their like friends were getting a little drunk and then they started kissing, in public and somebody took a photo of it and they were embarrassed by it, and then they made up some stupid false rape accusation so that they could like get out of being accused of being lesbian or something. So I think it happens fairly fucking frequently.
Destiny was definitely responsible for giving Max a second wind to an online career that had been debilitated by suspension after suspension. For a brief period, this surge in popularity yielded a lot of golden moments.
I will slather diarrhea all over my face. Children are slaves. Don't you think the country would be a better place if we took every disabled person and just killed them all? No. I would hit my wife and then not apologize.
These weren't just of the funny variety either, as Max often succeeded in getting under people's skin and extracting unusual reactions from them, seemingly without even trying.
Left the door open wide enough for you? You want to knock the whole wall down to make room for how mad you are?
But as it turned out, giving Max this second wind was a major mistake, as in late 2022, he turned against Destiny and his audience. As previously mentioned and reiterated by Destiny himself, the last ban Max suffered was on account of a mass flagging campaign coming from groypers. The thing is, these groypers only came into contact with Max because he started arguing with them over Destiny's streams with Nick Fuentes. This, in turn, was recontextualized by Max as if his deplatforming was the fault of Destiny and his community. He proceeded to go to war with Destiny's subreddit, to the point where he couldn't sleep for weeks.
A lot of that is because of your subreddit. You ban some criticism that you just don't like in your own subreddit because of how it makes you feel. Imagine how it would make you feel if you and anyone who agreed with you was banned from responding, and for periods of time you are the main topic of the subreddit. It's a really terrible feeling watching this story be told about you.
Yeah, obviously I understand what this feels like, right? You certainly understand. I know what this feels like. I've had plenty of subreddits this movie before. Yeah.
Okay.
The point Max is making here is that since they were friends, he was hurt that Destiny didn't orient his subreddit's moderation to be more favorable toward him so as not to impact his career negatively. Meanwhile, Destiny argued that no one's well-being should depend on how other people's communities behave. For a guy who spent years upon years bragging about how easily he could push other people's buttons and how little he cared for the backlash, Max was weirdly sensitive to how other people talked about him. Once again, something was fundamentally shifting underneath Max's surface, as being online for too long had made him increasingly deranged. Soon after his declaration of war, he got into a Twitter squabble with a couple of other people in the Destiny-adjacent community. The reason why? They got mad at him for starting his stream with his pants hanging too low, which they said exposed his hair. Not the hair on his head. As much as it's a goofball move to get up in arms about this, there was already momentum and friction between him and the rest of Destiny's orbiters, meaning this just fanned the flames of the bridge burning between MrGirl and the rest of the Destiny extended universe. His next brilliant move was to do an hour-and-a-half long stream on Twitter, where he aimed to expose Destiny for being exploitative and disrespectful to those who came on his stream. In actuality, all that Max had was a screenshot of Destiny exchanging lewd messages with Anna, a girl who is known to be a liar and generally unstable person. As if that was proof of, well, it's kind of hard to tell what this was supposed to prove. Max was grasping at anything he could do to squeeze every last drop of attention out of his association with Destiny. A small commentary channel named Nicholas Diorio butted into the drama, sharing new screenshots of Anna and Destiny talking, wherein she could be seen clearly stating she did not think she was being manipulated in any way. As a matter of fact, she claimed the opposite, that Max was the one being extremely manipulative, pressuring her into taking part in his expose. When responding to Nick, Max claimed he only ever said that they were exchanging lewd messages and nothing more, right before he once again claimed that Destiny exploited her. This wasn't an expose as much as a straightforward smear attempt that failed to launch since Max didn't really have anything. Still, despite his one and only potential witness coming out and claiming the exact opposite of what he was alleging, Max didn't give up. If anything, this made him even more staunch in his battle. His usual apathetic affect gave way to a bitter and resentful tone, and he became unable to talk about anything besides this drama. And his tactics got increasingly shady, from blaming Destiny for his community's actions, to contacting past girlfriends of Destiny from over 7 years prior to see if they had anything scathing to say, only to come up with nothing. If anything, doing this called into question his own history with women, which is checkered to say the least. Back in the middle of 2022, MrGirl released a video titled You're My Real Doll, in which he talks to his girlfriend, Shaylin, about something he did that upset her.
Okay, so you've been pretty upset with me for the last few days. Because I said that you were my sex doll.
In this extremely bizarre setting, Shaylin goes on to explain that he jumped into bed with her and said she was his doll, and when she objected to it, he insisted, which made her feel uncomfortable, and like she couldn't have any boundaries. For context, this interview took place after Max bought a human-sized doll to experiment how that could potentially change the dynamics of his relationship with Shaylin. Max is laughing as she goes over the situation, and though Shaylin does smile, it's very stilted and awkward. He then explains his perspective on it.
The implication is that I don't get to have any boundaries or set any limits.
It's not that you don't get to have any limits, it's that there's a limit to your limits.
Well, yeah. Come here, bud.
You have to have sex with me, so you can have boundaries. To a point. You can say no a certain number of times.
From watching a lot of other MrGirl videos, it's possible to pick up that he's subtly framing the things he says as humorous by deliberately being over the top and creepy. However, is the video
Globus donated $2, so handsome. Let me see. Oh my god. Look at that, it's a little badger. Oh, and a coyote. It looks like a wily coyote. Oh, they're friends. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. They're just going on an adventure and exploring together. That's nice. Oh.
Got a brand new bag!
Oh, that cat's having a dream. He's dreaming. Oh, I wonder what kind of kitty dreams she's having. Oh my god. Wow. That's a nice cat. Oh my god. Oh, that's a special dog. Wow, that's a special dog. Oh my goodness. It's like he has a costume on. Wow. So handsome. Oh my god. Prehistoric bird stuns scientists with surprising return after century of extinction. What the hell is this? The Take? Wow. Oh my god. They're like dodo, kind of. So round. Oh my god, look how round they are. Oh my god, he's like a blueberry. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at the fuzzy babies. Oh my goodness, their babies are so fuzzy. I want one. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at the fuzzy babies. They're so fuzzy. Oh my god, I love fuzzy baby birds. Wow, they're so pretty. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, it's a chinchilla. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness, that's a nice chinchilla. Wow, so pretty. Thanks for the donation, Globus.
Video goes on, it becomes clear that he is completely serious.
You have to get me off.
Yeah, and that's fine, but
No, you have to.
I know.
Okay.
But I just think that the implication of it is scary. Well, sex dolls get they don't have any choice. They have no autonomy.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
just lie
is that-
there.
Okay. I prefer it when you just lie there. Since you get upset when I tell you to just lie there and not move, and a doll's gonna do that anyway. It would be interesting to see what it's like for me to just f the doll. Because the doll always does what I want it to do.
Whatever aspects of this discussion that initially seemed playful, like him cursing at her or telling her to shut up, begin showing themselves as not playful, but with intent. After minutes of Max repeatedly prodding her and insulting her, Shaylin begins
This is very weird.
reacting in the same measure.
You're gonna put this in the video, and I feel uncomfortable because I'm already in a very uncomfortable position of like not wanting people to say their relationship is abusive, but you're like berating me about asking you a question about you asking me to agree to sex on a regular basis and be a sex doll. I don't want to do this. I am quitting the interview, and I do not want any of this to be in the video.
What do you mean by pushing your boundaries? It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something sexual. That's not pushing.
Asking me for something sexual on camera is pushing my boundaries. If I had known you were going to do that, I probably would have addressed that before we got on camera, but I didn't know you were going to do that.
The video ends with her breaking down in tears and cutting the conversation short.
The way you make people think I'm abusive without saying the word abusive or by doing anything explicit. It's a very subtle throwing under the bus, but it's happening. And I know it's happening.
I can't listen to you. I need to take a break.
Okay, do you want to play Smash?
No, I just want to be alone.
This guy is fucking weird. He has problems.
This is possibly the most revealing thing that Max ever posted online. However much in his element he seems to be in his writing, videos, or music, it doesn't come close to painting as full a picture of who he actually is as when he's arguing with Shaylin, and that picture looks grim. Interestingly enough, they both acknowledge that the way the conversation is going makes him look like an emotional manipulator. Coincidentally, in an article on his Little Shame Lane blog from 2011, which was also an adult's toy review, Max wrote this. Hannah's mom freaked out. After reading my entire blog, she brought it to a battered women's shelter, where the workers looked over it and told her I am textbook abusive. Then she called all of Hannah's friends and told them to help her make Hannah break up with me. But enough about Hannah's mom. Let's talk about the Monique Alexander realistic fleshlight. I have to say here that they did not break up, as she eventually went on to marry this guy for reasons I cannot comprehend. Regardless, it is noteworthy that Max has been under suspicion of mistreating his partners far before he ever got with Shaylin. However, I need to note here that these kinds of interactions between them were so common that people made entire compilations out of MrGirl's mistreatment of Shaylin.
That's a stupid question and should tell you that what you need to do is talk about your feelings, not ask more dumb. I understand that you have some other retarded argument you want to make that has nothing to do with that. That's not why I'm screaming at you.
It's horrible for me because like I already feel bad about it. Like why would you do that? I mean I know why because you explained it to me, but it's horrible.
horrible.
I assume Shaylin eventually changed her mind about not wanting the interview to be part of this video, because if that's not the case, then he ultimately did violate her boundaries by posting it. Despite all of this, they're still together to this day, with Shaylin largely supporting his crusade against Destiny, which a lot of people chalk up to some form of Stockholm Syndrome. After Max messaged every single girl Destiny followed on Instagram, and even resorted to reaching out to other orbiters he'd previously beefed with to try and scramble for any source of dirt he could get, in March of 2023, he released an article with over 100,000 words on Destiny. Unsurprised.
You know, here's a... I don't know if this is going to be a controversial take, but when you have situations like this where a guy seems to be... I don't know if you could call any of that abusive, honestly. Like... Okay, let's just say pushing her boundaries like that, uploading that video, it might be like emotionally abusive or something. I think to some extent women kind of like that. If they really didn't like it, if they really had a fucking problem with it, they'd fucking leave. I think a lot of women kind of enjoy being in a sort of power dynamic where... You know, the man kind of tells you what to do. It's his way or the highway. If you have a problem with it, go cry in your fucking room. The way he's talking about how he's demanding to have like a certain amount of sex. I think a lot of women kind of get off to that, even though they kind of complain about it and they say, "Oh, I wish you'd respect my boundaries. I wish you wouldn't, like, you know, kind of pressure me to do these things." A lot of chicks like being told what to do. They kind of like men who are assertive. If you're the kind of guy who says, "It's my way or the highway," that's too bad. I'm not going to respect some of the things you do because this is the way I live. This is the way I work. If you don't like it, take a hike. It's just kind of a masculine way of acting, and women kind of like masculine men. So when they see that sort of behavior, even though they might like, even though they complain about it and they say they don't like it when a guy treats them that way, why do they stick around? Right? So you can find just as many fucking examples of women complaining about their partner, saying, "He doesn't respect my boundaries, he pressures me for sex, or else he'll leave me. I don't like how he does that." You'll see just as many examples of women leaving men who respect their boundaries, don't pressure them to do anything. Whenever they talk about how, "Oh, I want to be treated in this way, I don't like how you do that," and the guy says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that I was, you know, insulting your feelings, and yeah, I'll be more sensitive," then women just leave those men. They just walk out, and then they'll talk about how, you know, "I just didn't really respect him anymore, I kind of fell out of love, I was getting bored." So there's no winning. A lot of chicks will say they want something, and then as soon as they get exactly what they want, they'll leave. They get bored, and then they'll find some other dude who treats them like shit, and then they'll stay with them. So it's just the reality of the situation. Women complain about fucking everything. And there's a reason why they end up dating these dudes. Like, again, if she really had a fucking problem with this, why wouldn't she leave? Why are we infantilizing women, treating them like fucking children, and assuming, "Oh, he's emotionally abusive and manipulated. Oh, the only reason she's with him is because she's suffering from Stockholm Syndrome." Like, it's taking away any and all agency from women. As soon as you see, like, a dude doing something that you think is kind of, you know, wrong or inappropriate, we immediately take away all agency from women, and it has to be, "Oh, women are just stupid fucking children, they can't think for themselves, they're under some sort of spell by some manipulative person, and they wouldn't do this otherwise." Again, they're not fucking children, they're grown adults, they make their own fucking decisions. If she's staying with the guy, and she's marrying the guy, Clearly, it's what they fucking want, and I think you like, you're not there. You're not in their relationship. You don't know exactly what's going on. And unless you start like seeing video footage of this guy slapping her around or like pinning her to a corner of the room and just screaming in her face like fucking crazy and like threatening to hit her or kill her pets, making this stupid assumption that, oh, he's manipulative, that's the only reason she's with him. Like, no, it could also very likely be the case that she's interested in strong, assertive men who will stand up for themselves, who know what they want, who will demand things, and that's why she's with him. Even though she's complaining about it, even though she's breaking down and crying, that's what a lot of women want. It's just the reality. Like, again, if you think I'm wrong, try playing the nice guy. Try giving a woman everything she wants. If you ask for sex and she says, I'm not in the mood, and then you say, oh yeah, that's okay, I don't want to pressure you or anything, and every single interaction is like that, like, oh, do you want to go out to the movies? No, I just want to stay at home. Oh yeah, sure, that's fine, baby. I'll just do whatever you want to do. Or if she wants to go to some like stupid bullshit musical that you're not into, and then she starts saying, oh, but come on, I'm going to be so lonely without you. Can you please like come with me? Oh, okay, baby, if it means that much to you. Or if you want to go out with your friends and like just have some like dude time. Oh, I'm so lonely. I don't want you to go see your friends. Oh, okay, sweetie, I'll stay home. She's going to fucking leave you. It's just beta male, like, weak simp behavior. She's gonna get fucking bored with you and fucking leave. So, again, you can say whatever you want about MrGirl. This woman is an adult. She's able to make her own decisions. Women do this, okay? Women will complain about literally anything, no matter what the circumstances are. As soon as you give them everything they fucking want, they're going to leave because they're going to get bored, and they want like a masculine man who will demand things that won't just give in to what they say. Those are the kind of dudes they want to be with, and case in point, they're still together. They're married. They're not broken up. So it's, I don't know, I think this is kind of... I think Turkey Tom's being a bit of a simp here.
Of course it ran OE for an entire century because even that bird knows that humans suck ass, but don't worry, which the planet warming humanity will get what's coming to it very soon, ha ha ha.
Maybe. Yeah, animals do have kind of a sixth sense about those sorts of things. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. But yeah, I think Turkey Tom's being a bit of a simp here. It could be the case that he's emotionally manipulative and crap like that. I'm not saying that isn't the case. I think jumping to the conclusion that this guy is abusive is a huge, huge leap. Just because he's doing something that this girl doesn't like, that doesn't mean it's abusive. And suppose we had a what-if machine where he did everything she wanted him to do. There's a good chance she'd just fucking leave, because then he's gonna show, like, that he's not really a man. He's just feminine, and he gives into whatever the fuck she's saying, and she wants a dude who will put her in her fucking place and tell her what to fucking do, how to behave, and if she doesn't like it, she can fuck off. Like, there's no winning, right? Either you're accused of being this abusive person because you don't respect women, oh, you have to listen to your girlfriend, or if you be the nice guy, they just fucking leave you, and then you're blue-balled and alone. So, yeah, it's fucking stupid. Unless you can show me, like, video footage of this guy, like, pinning her in a corner of a room, screaming at her, threatening her, hitting her, jumping to the conclusion that he's being abusive. That's just some cucked shit.
Surprisingly, it had no measurable effect, as it just rehashed things he'd previously said, and were far from being secrets in the first place. Or were simply gigantic stretches about how Destiny having people argue against each other on his stream was a kind of gladiatorial match. Regardless of whether Destiny and his community are overall good or bad entities, it's clear that this was motivated by an obsessive vendetta over their personal issues with each other. Fortunately, this effectively closed the chapter on their public spat, and only after this came out did Max move on. But not to better things. In the same month as his article came out, Max was interviewed about his latest online activity, and the topic of his ex-wife was brought up. Specifically, he was asked about having posted nude images of his ex-wife, Hannah, online in the context of
Okay, Alawali. When women say you're crossing their boundaries, what does that fucking mean, okay? So, it is so easy to try to get control of a situation by saying, you're crossing my boundaries, right? Like, let's say, in a hypothetical scenario, you wanted to hang out with a bunch of friends of yours. Maybe some of these people are women who are attractive, and they're just friends of yours. If you try to go out, and your girlfriend says, oh, I don't like you spending this kind of time with other people, especially women when you're alone. It's crossing my boundaries. Are you supposed to take that seriously? Like, okay, it's crossing their boundaries, but that's also an extremely easy way to fucking manipulate and control somebody and get them to do what you want to do. Men do this too. Women will go out and hang out with friends of theirs, and then you see like these insecure fucking red pill idiots talk about how you have to tell her you can't see your friends, especially male friends. You have to stay at home with me because I'm worried they're gonna like cheat on you and they're for the streets. Men do this too. Just saying you're crossing my boundaries is not a sign that you're actually crossing anybody's boundaries. That is an extremely easy fucking way to manipulate somebody and get them to do what you want to do. And again, women are just like this, okay? Women will test you and see if you are like just a weak fucking simp who will do what they say. If you take what a woman says at face value, you're gonna like, they're gonna lose respect for you, they're gonna think you're a fucking simp, and they're gonna fucking leave you. Do whatever the fuck you want. You're the one who, like, you're in control of your own fucking body. I'm not saying, like, if a girl says I'm not interested in sex, like, rape her. That's not what I'm fucking saying. What I'm saying is, if you just take this shit at face value, oh, you're crossing my boundaries. Oh, I really need love and attention right now. You can't go hang out with your friends. Or, oh, you keep saying that you want to have sex, but I'm not interested, and then you threaten to break up with me. I don't like that. That's manipulative. Like, fuck you. You're the one who sets the terms of the relationship, okay? If you want to have sex every single fucking day, and your girlfriend doesn't, you can set the terms. If you say, look, if we're not fucking every single day, then we're breaking up. I don't want to be in a relationship where we don't have sex every single day, or like at least once a week, or whatever the fuck you want it to be. It's not manipulative. It's not abusive. It's not psychological abuse or manipulation, okay? You're the one who sets the terms of the relationship, and none of this is being abusive or manipulative. You get to say what you fucking want, and if they don't want to be a part of that, then they can fucking leave. And believe it or not, as much as women fucking complain and cry and say, it's abusive, it's manipulative, you're like threatening with a breakup if you don't have sex, they want you to act that way. They want you to be a man. They want you to make demands and set rules and boundaries and tell them what to fucking do. And they want you to fucking lead and be in control and act as though you don't need them. So again, play the nice guy all you fucking want. Oh, sure, baby, if you're not interested, I'll wait until you're in the mood. I'm not going to threaten you with a breakup. I'll always be with you. They're going to leave you. They're not going to take you fucking seriously. They're going to think you're a fucking simp. And then And then I guess you can have the honor of being the nice guy where every fucking girl breaks up with you, doesn't take you seriously, and then dates the guy that they fucking complain about. So yeah, this take on MrGirl, based on like what we've seen, is just horseshit. I don't see any evidence that he's being abusive. Juicer donated $2. I read some Reddit post about guys losing their virginity to prostitutes. A lot of people saw it as very wrong, but what's the issue if it was just sex? There's none. The only issue with prostitution is the risk of the prostitute being sex trafficked, but if you live in a state where prostitution is legal, and it's like regulated by law, or if for some reason you just know with certainty that the person isn't being sex trafficked, so I don't know, maybe they're an OnlyFans model or they just, you just know them personally, like they're a friend of yours and they do sex work and they've talked about it. Like, I don't know. I don't see how there could be any potential issue with sex work and hiring a prostitute outside of you maybe being complicit in sex trafficking. But if we remove that variable, I don't see how you could make an argument against sex work. I feel like people have a lot of opinions that they haven't even thought about. Well, yeah, it's a lot of people are just dumb. They rely entirely on their emotions, and if something just gives them an ick, they immediately think it's wrong without actually thinking about why it's wrong. Thanks for the donation, though, Juicer.
SJWS will try to cancel you for spitting these facts though, VG.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be the guy getting pussy, and they're gonna be the fucking beta male cuck losers who can't get fucking laid, and every girl they're with breaks up with them to date a guy like me, so whatever. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Of whether that constituted revenge or not, which he had a very tough time answering. Given that they're now divorced, I'm not so sure she's okay with it, but then again, not that much is known about their relationship. Now that his war effort against Destiny had reached its uneventful end, Max could go back to talking about what he really finds interesting. In August of 2023, he posted an article titled, "People Shouldn't Go to Jail for Looking at CP." In it, he says, "I enjoy cranking it to Cardi B music videos, cartoons about incest, and stories about men being violated by their mothers. I also used to watch real adult films, but 6 months ago, I stopped. I believe the financial incentives and pressures involved in it make it so the performers can't truly consent. I say this as someone who has been in front of the camera a few times myself. If we get universal basic income someday, and I know the performers are not choosing between homelessness or butt stuff, I'll start watching real stuff again. I do wonder though, if I were a PDF file, would I look at..."
Do you remember the date between do Kant something and Destiny on rape culture? I don't know if I've ever seen that.
CP? Oh yeah. I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Partly because I'd have no other outlet for my urges, but also because merely looking at CP is ultimately a victimless crime. This may seem like just another thought experiment.
Looking at child porn is not a victimless crime. So the argument in favor of the CP thing is if the child porn is already on the internet and you are simply looking at these images and perhaps downloading them for your own personal use, there's no further crime being committed against the child. Therefore, you are not committing a crime. That is untrue. There are laws regarding privacy where you cannot share or disseminate any kind of compromising sexual or pornographic images of somebody without their consent. So, like, I have an OnlyFans page. I have full nude pics of myself that I uploaded to the internet knowingly and willingly as an adult. Anybody can come across those images and watch them. That is not a crime because I consented to that happening. If you have had naked photos of you taken, so let's say, I don't know, somebody had a shoe camera and looked up your dress, or you were in a change room, somebody snapped a photo, or if you're a child who has a complete and utter inability to consent to any of this, and you had photos or videos of yourself taken, and then it's uploaded to the internet, not only is that in and of itself a crime, but sharing those videos or photos, that is also a fucking crime. You are partaking in a crime because there are laws that prevent you from doing this. So that whole argument goes out the fucking window. Would you want people like uploading and sharing photos of yourself that you did not consent to, that are compromising and degrading, being shared around and viewed at? Like, no, you wouldn't. There's laws forbidding against that. That's both for adults and children. And you could argue that it's especially dangerous for children for a number of reasons. But even assuming these people aren't producing like new child pornography and they're making money off of it and you're supporting like a business, it would still be illegal and morally wrong. Bootycum donated $2. I think you need to get laid, VG. A lot of built up sexual tension. I'm doing just fine. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
What was your daily caloric intake when you were dieting? I'm currently doing a period of aggressive dieting and am keeping my calories to a max of 1,000 per day.
I was eating 850 calories per day, and I was also doing the same volume of training, so like about an hour and a half weight training and 30 minutes of light aerobic exercise. I wouldn't recommend doing that, by the way, but if you really feel like it, but I wouldn't recommend doing that. Thanks for the donation, Brutus. Juicer donated $2. Sometimes I read about something called male loneliness epidemic. Is that really true? And doesn't it also affect women? I also feel like men are getting weaker. So many people are pussies. I don't know. Like, a lot of the data about the male loneliness epidemic, it's very specific claims being made. Like, the amount of virgins before the age of 25 has increased. Stuff like that. You could say that's a proxy for loneliness, because a lot of men are sexually motivated, and men generally want to start dating and having sex before women do. So if they're not having sex or dating and you see an increase in virgins, that's a proxy for loneliness. But I don't know if there's any data suggesting that people's perceived feelings of loneliness have increased. I think there is some. Vaguely recalling like some Pew Research thing about like loneliness. I know rates of depression have increased, and it's mostly among younger women. But it is true. We do live in kind of a cucked society where, feminism is sort of run amok. And then, you have like people saying MrGirl is a spousal abuser because he's just doing whatever the fuck he wants in the relationship. Like, again, this girl can leave at any fucking time she wants, but then people are calling this guy abusive and emotionally manipulative or something because he wants to regularly have sex in the relationship, and if she doesn't want that, then he's gonna fuck a sex doll or leave her. Like, I mean, that's just absolutely fucking cucked. So you are also seeing a lot of like anti-gun sort of movements online. They're failing. If anything, firearms laws in most places are getting expanded, where gun rights are improving, especially in the United States. But society is kind of getting a bit weak and cucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Juicer.
Experiment, but to Max, this isn't a hypothetical whatsoever, as his participation in this stream heavily suggests.
Have you ever looked at... I need you to answer the question, honestly, or leave. Yeah.
Okay, so I should just leave.
Have you ever looked at... I don't think I have.
I don't think he's gonna indulge that.
Mind you, a month before this article, he made a review of the movie Sound of Freedom, which is ostensibly about a US government agent who hunts down human traffickers, despite being produced by a relatively small studio.
Watch.
Let me take a look.
Tickle fly, tickle, 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 tickle. Oh, tickle monster, tickle monster, tickle monster, tickle, tickle, tickle. Look, you gotta stop. Look, no, seriously, you gotta stop. I'm coming. I'm coming. Why? What the fuck? Christ.
Movie Grease.
That wasn't funny. Thanks for the donation, bruv.
And that's good because animals deserve to live forever, unlike humanity that deserves to rot in the worst parts of hell.
Yeah, I'd agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. The debate was essentially about Destiny saying that if you can't advocate for yourself and set boundaries, you shouldn't have casual sex, and Duncan something said that's victim blaming. I generally agree with Destiny's take for the most part. Like, if you're unable to say no, then yeah, you shouldn't be having casual sexual relationships. Like, there are a lot of women who are like children, and when a dude makes advances on them, rather than saying no, or at least giving some clear sign that they're not interested, they just go along with it, and then they say, oh, I was too scared of what would happen if I said no, so I didn't do anything, and I just acted like I wanted it. Like, you're not a victim if that's the case. You are just an idiot and an immature child. So, yeah, I agree with Destiny's take for the most part.
Studio, the movie was highly successful at the box office and went on to be very well liked by audiences. Of course, Max saw it differently. In his review, he said, "The Sound of Freedom panders to our collective delusion that CSA can be stopped with violence, that you can out-violence the violence. I should disclose here that I strongly dislike Donald Trump. I find the QAnon, conspiratorial, anti-pedo, anti-Jew shit among his supporters very disconcerting, and it all looks to me like an excuse to join an insane cult so you don't have to deal with complex problems in the real world. I voted for Biden because I think Trump doesn't respect the rule of law and has no morals. However, Biden has sniffed, kissed, and fondled too many children in public to stay in my good graces. I think he is a creep who has, at best, been inappropriate with kids. In private, the truth is probably worse. Common things being common. While Max is just addressing how the movie became politicized, so it's not completely out of place, it's strange that he simultaneously says he voted for Biden and that he believes Biden is a creep. Usually those two things are mutually exclusive and cancel each other out. In another section of this article, he speaks about the
I mean, Donald Trump is also a fucking creep, so lesser of two evils.
Personal experiences he had with people he knew who had suffered this kind of thing, noting that their families usually ignored or...
Let me see if Tom's streaming. Oh, wait, is this his main channel? No, this is his second channel. Where does he normally stream from? Yeah.
or pretended it didn't happen, which she interprets as the default reaction, and even gives it some degree of justification. However, there is an alternative explanation that presents itself once you factor in that multiple of the examples Max gives are girls he dated. It could just be that girls who are neglected by their families are overrepresented in Max's dating history. This isn't to say that cases like that don't exist, but Max's perspective could definitely be skewed here. Before he closes the review, he says that the movie is homophobic and refers to one of the children who were trafficked as attractive. I'm obviously singling out the most inflammatory things he said here, but again, it's his intent to be inflammatory and say these things. I'm just documenting it.
George, $22. Would you say as a society women are more coddled and pampered compared to men? Well, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the donation, George.
September of 2023, he was banned from YouTube once again for violating the child safety policy of the TOS. Whatever momentum he had built up from his songs and his association with Destiny that could establish him as a content creator was on his deathbed. In April, he made a hardcore pivot and rebrand, creating a TikTok account called Observer Physics, where he supposedly was going to focus exclusively on subjects like astronomy and astrophysics. But he was apparently banned from r/physics for claiming to make grandiose discoveries in the field without backing his claims up whatsoever. Additionally, he claimed to have debunked a discovery made by Albert Einstein, which is just really funny. It was alleged that Max was trying to get legitimate academics to visit his lab.
I do think male loneliness is generally worse. Might just be my experience, but every time I've confided in someone emotionally I was either ignored, called a bitch, or had that person tell all their friends the next day. So I learned to keep it to myself.
There's a very easy solution to this. It's called stoicism. You need to be in control of your own emotions, and the idea that you're just going to be sad and there's nothing you can do about that, or you can be in grief over something and there's no way to deal with that, or you can be angry or whatever, and there's no way for you to control any of those emotions is totally bullshit. You own your own mind and you're in control of your own mind. And if you think that just because your mother died or a girl broke up with you or cheated on you, that you have to feel a certain way about it, it's just weak. You should look at things as, am I so weak that there are some external forces that I have no control over, like how somebody thinks about me or how somebody treated me, that they have so much control over me and my own mind that I have to feel a certain way about it. So I think you should read into some of the philosophical principles and teachings of Stoicism. You are in control of your own mind, and the way you think about things, perceive things, and feel about things, you do have control over it. So you don't even have to worry about confiding in certain people. I think generally speaking, for most people, whether you're a man or a woman, it's you're much better off if people don't know certain things about you, because they can always use it against you and use it as leverage against you later. Aside from that, like, most people are just pieces of shit, and you've figured this out. You know, as soon as you confide in somebody and you talk about like personal problems you have and shit, they'll use it against you. They'll tell other people. They'll shame you publicly. They'll try to make you into a joke, and they do this to gain more power within a social group. So rather than people taking you seriously, they see you as like this emotional wreck who just cries and like whines about their girlfriend cheating on them. So you can solve all of those problems by just being mentally stronger and not caring what other people do, what other people think about you. There's no reason to care about any of this. Our existence is a joke being played against ourselves. There is no meaning in this universe. We're all going to fucking die. It doesn't lead to anything. We are all doomed. And this existence we're in, it's literally just a stupid joke. It's a playground where you can just do whatever the fuck you want. And all of these stupid societal customs and rules and laws, it is all there. It's all a delusion to make you think otherwise. None of this matters. No one person matters. What they think doesn't matter. What they do doesn't matter. And if you think any of these stupid rules or games or people like matter, you're playing into a delusion and it's all just to control you. So stop caring what other people think, what other people do. It's out of your control. They're all going to die anyway. You're going to die. No one's going to remember you. You might have some friends or family members that live after you, but once they're gone, no one will remember anything that fucking happened. No one will remember if your girlfriend cheated on you. No one will remember whether you cried when you skinned your knee. No one will remember, when you shat your pants in public. No one will remember any of it, including you. You're going to die. All of your thoughts, feelings, emotions are going to be gone. You're going to go extinct. Everyone's going to die. So why would you care about any of it? Life is just a temporary playground where nothing matters and you can set your own rules in life. So just learn to control your thoughts and feelings and learn the truth. Nothing fucking matters. Everyone's going to die. Life is literally just a stupid joke. It doesn't matter if you die right now, tomorrow, in 30 years. You're going to die eventually, and it will make no fucking difference. So stop caring, just enjoy life. Don't let any of this stupid bullshit actually get to you, and you are in full control of your own emotions. And you don't have to confide in anybody. You can just choose to not care. But hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Kishna. Dodo donated $2. Would it be vegan to create a creature with hybrid breeding and genetic modification? I would say no. I would not want a spider rabbit to exist either, but I would say no. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I think a lot of people with depression would disagree with you.
I would have disagreed with myself to some extent, but yeah, that mushroom trip let me see the truth. Our world is a fucking joke, and if you realize the truth of nihilism, you'll realize you can just choose to be happy. Happiness is entirely internal, same with every other emotion, sadness, anger. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jasmine Burgess donated $2. Richard, watch this off stream. If you can't handle hearing a real man's voice, you cuck bitch. It's time stamped. Watch for 10 seconds. Don't be a bitch.
We pick the spider up.
Not watching that. Thanks for the donation.
Live stream to discuss his ideas, but he couldn't contain himself, getting into fights with them in emails before the streams could happen. As of the writing of this video, there are only 2 uploads to...
Have you had contact with Muslim Lantern or Sneeko? Thoughts on both?
They're dumb fuck anti-Semite retards, and I've never talked to Muslim. Well, I did. I went on his stream. He refuses to talk to me or debate because he's a scared little fucking bitch, and he knows I'm smarter than him, and I'd make Islam look like a retarded joke. Sneeko, I'm pretty sure he's too afraid to debate me or talk to me because, again, I can just very easily destroy all of his dumb, flimsy religious beliefs and political beliefs. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Dodo donated $2. You took drugs and got brain damage from it, and now you think you're enlightened, fool. Well, you say that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To his TikTok, and though they were successful, it seems he's abandoned this project. I hope it comes back though. I'm excited for MrGirl's Time Cube and Terry Davis arc. If he doesn't do it himself, one of his sycophantic followers who imitate him online, because yes, these people exist, will probably do it before he can. Besides his physics side projects, in July 2024, Max dropped an EP titled The Blackface, where he raps alongside a black version of himself using an AI voice. The track list includes songs such as One of the Good Ones, Some of My Best Friends Are Black, and most importantly, Shake Your Flaps. One of the latest developments for Max is that he announced he was working on putting together a documentary. Care to guess what it's about?
Is about child sexual abuse.
What a topic to become a one-trick pony about. Also in July of 2024, he wrote a Substack article about Dr. K from the YouTube channel Healthy Gamer GG, whom he'd been calling out for allegedly mishandling a therapy case in 2020 that's related to a person's death. However, due to how little this case has to do with MrGirl directly, besides the fact that it's extremely complicated and to some extent a legal issue to tackle, I'll refrain from going too deep here. Since this announcement, things became quiet as far as controversy went, but it's only a matter of time until he gets another 15 minutes for saying something creepy, or Shaylin leaves him and drops an hour-long video explaining how evil he is or something. Until then, I've been...
Well, that was interesting. Piers Morganades.
3 big stories in a blockbuster edition of Uncensored. Revolution in Syria, pardons or prosecutions for Fauci and Liz Cheney, and a bombshell lawsuit for Jay-Z. First, after 5 decades...
Jasmine Burgess, Tony Tiller's a man who you're so afraid of because you're smaller than him, was talking about how you should treat spiders like girls. Don't touch a spider, let it go, otherwise you'll get a false rape allegation. That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Dictatorship under one family's rule, Syria's Bashar al-Assad is gone. The man known as the Butcher of Damascus has fled to Russia. The men and women he oppressed were pictured walking the halls of a ransacked presidential palace. But why now? And will Syria be safer under the rule of a group founded in part by al-Qaeda? President Biden ordered US airstrikes on ISIS targets in Syria yesterday and blamed Assad's downfall on the weakness of America's enemies.
For all this is, for the first time ever, neither Russia, nor Iran, nor Hezbollah could defend this abhorrent regime in Syria. And this is a direct result of the blows that Ukraine, Israel have delivered upon their own self-defense with unflagging support of the United States.
President Trump, meanwhile, was in Paris for the reopening of Notre Dame. World leaders flocked to the new sheriff. French President Emmanuel Macron almost lost his arm in their latest arm wrestling battle, and Trump left them in no doubt about his policy on the chaos in Syria. The United States should have nothing to do with it, he said. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved. Is he right? We'll debate that. Back at home, President Biden's considering more sweeping and preemptive pardons. Dr. Anthony Fauci for allegedly lying to Congress about gain-of-function research on COVID. Senator-elect Adam Schiff for leading the Russiagate impeachment. Liz Cheney for leading the January 6th committee. Trump told NBC News that he'll look at pardons for Capitol rioters on day one. Those who investigated his role in January 6th should expect no such mercy.
This was a committee, a big deal. They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime.
Sir?
And Cheney was behind it.
Well,
and so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
Is it justice or vengeance? Did the Democrats open Pandora's box by targeting Donald Trump through the courts? And finally, Jay-Z is named in a civil lawsuit which claims he sexually assaulted a 13-year-old at a Diddy party. Jay-Z says the claims are idiotic and false. I'll give my response later. But first, let's meet our panel. Joining me now, the Democratic strategist, Julie Rodzinski, host of No Lie, Brian Tyler Cohen, host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, and Vinny Ashama, who'll be joining us very shortly. All right, let's start with you, Brian, if I can. Donald Trump's interview that he did, first of all, made it clear about a number of things, and we'll come to the others in a moment, pardons and so on. But on Syria, he's been giving some pretty strong statements in the last 48 hours that America should have nothing to do with this. And those statements are going down quite well. What do you think of that?
I would tend to agree that that the U.S. probably should learn from its lessons of the past, that we should.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother. How are you? My name is Walid Abhu, and I am from beautiful Lagos, Nigeria. I invite you nigger Burgess to visit me and my family. I would like to show you my goat farm. There are many Nigerian niggers here. Please come.
I don't think I am ever going to visit the continent of Africa for a number of reasons. One, I don't want to get boiled alive in a pot. And two, I just don't see any benefit of going to Africa. But thanks for the donation, Nigerian Burgess. 21st Savage $22. So not only is Biden trying to start World War III with Russia on his way out by allowing Ukraine to strike inside Russia with American weapons, he has just announced a $5 billion rail project in Angola while we have inflation. But by the way, I agree with Dodo, you're retarded. Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. This is a very weird question. One, there clearly, at this point in time, isn't any need for American support in Syria. The Syrian rebels won easily. I think America did actually send in some air support. There's absolute video proof that there were American A-10 Warthogs providing air support to the Syrian rebels. So America did, at least to some small extent, help the rebels. And they probably should have. I don't know why you'd want a Syrian dictator who's friendly with Russia to win. Russia, Syria is pretty important for Russia. It's their only way to, the Mediterranean Sea. They had a big naval base there, so I don't know why you'd want Russia to have control of that territory. But yeah, as of right now, there doesn't really seem to be any need for any significant American military aid because the rebels won.
Shouldn't have anything to do with this. At the same time, I do think that there is some inherent conflict in him naming someone like Tulsi Gabbard, who has been aligned with, has met with and aligned with Bashar al-Assad in Syria. And so to have somebody like that nominated as Director of National Intelligence obviously creates some inherent conflict here that I think makes it look to some degree like there's a little bit of egg on his face. But overall, generally, yeah. I do believe that we should probably err more on the side of staying out of these affairs than involving ourselves in them.
I mean, the other side of that coin, Brian, is that the leader of the rebels used to be running al-Qaeda in Syria, and people are pointing out this is ridiculous. How can we be supporting, America, be supporting a guy that was part of al-Qaeda who committed 9/11?
I guess the obvious answer to that is, could it be worse than what was in place at that very moment?
Right, but we don't know, do we?
We don't know, but I guess, at this point, we're going to find out.
Andrew Wilson, I mean, it's very complicated. My brother was...
Again, Syria was very important to Russia, who's clearly an adversary right now, even if Al-Qaeda members are going to end up taking control of the region. It does seem to be a net win for the United States anyway. And on top of that, Assad was like pure evil. He's responsible for massacring over 300,000 of his own citizens. I don't know if even Al-Qaeda would be interested in doing something like that.
A British Army colonel talked to him at length yesterday about this, and it's a complex situation. There are so many different groups and factions in Syria. So many people have been killed. 12 million or more have been displaced, have moved across the continent, ended up in many, many European countries. The whole thing has been a disaster now, really, for much of this century. Do you have confidence that the overthrowing of al-Assad will actually improve the lives of Syrians, and will it improve security in the region?
No, of course not. Trump's made it very clear that he will be working hand in hand with Israel on whatever interest Israel has. They see this as a weakening of Iran, who is a staunch ally, or was a staunch ally of the Assad regime. So at this point, we have Al-Qaeda coming in. You made the point, Piers, well, wait a second, isn't it ridiculous that we're backing up Al-Qaeda? I mean, Al-Qaeda was essentially formed by our CIA, so it doesn't really shock me that we're back.
It's not really Al-Qaeda. Some of them are former Al-Qaeda members. Al-Qaeda is being destroyed.
Backing them up, or that Biden is backing them up. So yeah, it is a mess. It's extremely complicated. There's a multitude of factions. This is a 50-year ongoing process in the region. No, it's not going to help security for anybody. We should really stop sticking our nose in places which are not our business. But unfortunately, we are stuck in this. At this point, we have the one ally in the area, Israel. It's one of our staunchest allies, and we really don't have much choice at this point but to play geopolitics with them.
21st Savage, donated $2. Read the comments. Not one American supports this man. He's trying to set Trump up to fail with pointless, expensive overseas infrastructure projects. Oh my god, these people are fucking retarded. I've already explained why America has interests in Africa. Like, these people are just retarded. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Cam, donate $2. Are you telling me nobody will remember Justin Bieber in 1,000 years? That is correct. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
We're too far in bed.
Julie Brzezinski, I mean, Trump's whole tone on the foreign stage is very much one of America first, and let's just not get involved in what he sees as very expensive wars waged far away from America's borders. I suspect this is going to prove increasingly popular because, let's be honest, America's track record of intervening in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and so on has been pretty disastrous.
It will probably be popular if he can get away with it. But look, we are the indispensable nation, whether we like it or not. And nobody's suggesting that we put boots on the ground in Syria. I don't think it's something that anybody on either side of the aisle would advocate. But look, we have allies like the Israelis who have crossed the Golan into Syria proper, crossed the demilitarized zone. We are bombing ISIS strongholds in parts of Syria right now. Our ally Turkey is bombing our troop positions as we speak. And of course, Vladimir Putin, with whom I know both Tulsi Gabbard and Donald Trump seem to be very close, has just lost a major client state. But he has bases at Tarsus in Syria that he wants to keep. And so, by the way, if I were Assad, I wouldn't get too comfortable in Moscow because I'm sure Putin would trade him away in 30 seconds if he could keep those bases in Tarsus. So when you have such a geopolitical maelstrom going on with our allies, with our adversaries on all sides of this issue, I don't know how much Donald Trump will be able to stay out of this diplomatically or potentially even militarily if something like ISIS is allowed to foster in Syria or some offshoot of Al-Qaeda, and that becomes a threat not just to the Israelis and our other allies in the Middle East, but also to us.
Let me bring in Vinny Ashana, who's joined us now, I believe. Vinny, welcome back to Uncensored. It was great to have you. If I said to you, look, there's a Middle Eastern country where the new leader is someone who was helping to run Al-Qaeda, you would probably want to go and deal with it, particularly if there were also people from ISIS that were circling around as well, filling the vacuum of Assad being thrown out. And yet, we know that President Biden is offering support to this guy, leader of the rebels. Donald Trump, meanwhile, says we shouldn't really be getting involved at all, America. What do you sit with this?
You know me, Piers, as a United States Air Force veteran, who has brothers and sisters that are actually veterans, who have friends that are still serving in the Marines and the Army all around the world. I'm anti-helping, this is their mess, Piers. And I understand we kind of started it, Obama with Brennan with the Operation Timber Sycamore, which brings the CIA in there, you know what I mean? Arm the rebels. Those rebels are trying to take out Assad. They fail. The weapons are left over, and ISIS is created, Piers. I am 1,000%. Leave everybody, all the mess, leave them up to their own. Piers, we have enough problems in our country right now. Biden just gave another $1 billion to Africa. He gave another $1 billion to Ukraine. God knows how much more money he's going to give right now to Syria, because that's what they want to do.
By the way, the U.S. has a foreign aid budget. This guy is clearly unaware of that.
Piers, I am anti any soldiers. I know we have almost 1,000 there right now. Piers, I don't want any involvement with the United States. I don't want any of our soldiers to die. And all these people that are pro-war, Piers, how about this? They can't sign any bill, they can't sign any declaration of war unless your children are going there. Okay, unless your kid is over there fighting. Enough with sending America.
Okay, so if you're the U.S. president and you have a 7-year-old child, you're gonna have to send your 7-year-old child to war. If you want, like this is just so retarded.
Americans' kids there to die for money and for geopolitical purposes.
I mean, Brian, I know a lot of Americans feel that way, and that's one of the reasons Trump got re-elected. People do think he's sort of no war, America first, don't get involved in this stuff. It never works, just makes things worse. At the same time, we don't know what kind of leadership we're looking at in Syria now. We don't know if they are genuinely changed leopards or whether the spots remain exactly the same. And if they remain the same, we're dealing with Islamic fundamentalists, and we know where that can lead. We saw what happened with ISIS, we saw what happened with Al-Qaeda. It seems to me quite a precarious bet that America's making if it decides to, as Trump wants to, just keep out of this completely. That if you allow Al-Qaeda and ISIS and people that align themselves to that very extreme Islamic fundamentalism to grow up again in somewhere like Syria, that is going to represent at some stage.
Well, again, they oppose Assad, Russia has no presence in that region anymore, and it also weakens Iran. So I don't know why this wouldn't be advantageous for the U.S.
There's going to be retribution against America, who they hate.
Well, I think to some degree also it could be, you can make the counter argument that if America intervenes, that will foster the same resentment toward the United States. And so
Booty Camden Chillers, I did warn you in comments this is going to get tarded. Yeah. Well, it's a Piers Morgan. It's always retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude.
to some degree, look, I think to some degree I do agree with Vinny, probably the only thing that we're going to agree with on this panel, but
that is a true moment,
I would tend to be more isolationist as it relates to issues in the Middle East than not.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, like I say, I think Vinny's views, if you go back 10 years ago, they might have been a lot more controversial. This seems to me now to be the growing sentiment amongst, I would say, the majority of Americans.
Well, that's because the millennials and the following generations have been living their whole lives under perpetual warfare. So since 9/11, most of my adult life I have spent with the United States in perpetual wars in the Middle East that nobody understands. They don't really know why we're there. Soldiers who come back can't really illuminate it any better for you. People in command can't really illuminate it any better for you. And the American people are sick of it. Trump, the great populist that he is, recognizes this, and he tapped into that as part of his reelection and his initial election. And I think it's a really good idea for us to draw back from the Middle Eastern affairs as much as possible. It's not good for the Christian population of the United States. We have compatibility issues with both Muslim ethics and with Jewish ethics. So ultimately,
Duck, 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 Donny Tillers, you said there's no meaning of life, but you're wrong. The stuck is the meaning of life. Wow. Oh my god. That's a really nice duck. Oh my goodness, that's a nice duck. Thanks for the donation, Duck, Duck, Duck.
For us, we need to focus on our domestic policies, and that's what we put Trump in there to do, not to get us involved in foreign affairs.
Yeah, but Julie Rodzinski, it's a massive departure from where America has been for the last 60, 70 years, and really since the end of World War II, to take such an isolationist view. But like I say, I do think it's where the majority of Americans sit now.
Well, it depends on where it ends, right? The Pax Americana has served the world pretty well, as you point out, since 1945. And the reality is, as I said earlier, we are the indispensable nation. And sometimes we don't invite these crises, but these crises come to our shores anyway. And so I think we need to be very realistic about the fact that the world is very unsettled. We've got things going on in the Straits of Taiwan right now. We've got things going on in Europe right now with respect to Russia and Ukraine. We have a huge refugee crisis, as you pointed out, from Syria and other places in the Levant that are coming to Europe, to our European allies, including the fact that Donald Trump may or may not want to keep NATO as the force that it's been all these many decades. And so, look, I tend to agree that we don't need to get involved in another Middle Eastern fight, and we certainly don't need boots on the ground in the Middle East. But I also want people to be realistic and understand that we cannot build a moat politically or militarily around the United States and not expect anybody to have what goes on abroad start to affect us, because I'm old enough to remember 9/11. Of course, it did come to our shores that day. And of course, we did have to go to Afghanistan as a result of that. We stayed way too long. We didn't accomplish the mission. We didn't accomplish anything we set out to do. I completely get the frustration. I was anti-Iraq war from the very beginning. A lot of my friends on the Republican side, as I recall from my days at Fox News, were the biggest cheerleaders for this invasion possible. Now, of course, everybody's kind of changed their mind. But I do want to be realistic, as I keep saying, that we don't know what's going to happen, especially in a place like Syria, which was so reminiscent to me of the Iran-Iraq war in the 1980s, where you didn't really know which side was worse. You didn't know who to root more for. You kind of had to root against both of them. And this is kind of similar to that, right? We've got a butcher in Bashar al-Assad. Nobody's shedding a tear for him being gone. And now we've got this question mark about whether this leopard, as you point out, has changed the stripes, whether he's still allied with al-Qaeda in some capacity, and whether they're going to try to build a pluralistic society in Syria, protect their minorities, protect the Alawites.
Do you know which version of vitamin A, retinol palmitate, or beta-carotene is better for skin health, overall absorption? Beta-carotene isn't vitamin A. It's provitamin A carotenoid. You're probably... it's probably better for your skin to consume a high amount of beta carotene and carotenoids because they have an antioxidant effect and they build up in your skin.
Whites protect, of which Bashar al-Assad is one, protect the Christian community and see what really happens between the Sunni and the Shia sects there, which also obviously plays out. But this is not a bad day for the United States because it weakened Iran tremendously. It weakened Putin tremendously. And it helped the Israelis get control of their northern border to some extent by preventing Iran from using Syria as a conduit into Lebanon to help Hezbollah. So I'm not shedding a tear for what happened to Bashar al-Assad this weekend.
This is silly, though. This is totally silly. We can build
hang on, Vinny. Let Andrew respond. I'll come to you, Vinny. Okay. Let Andrew respond first.
We can build a moat around the United States, absolutely, and we should be building a moat around the United States. The truth is, when you say, well, that won't prevent attacks on the United States like what happened in 9/11. No, that happened because we didn't build a moat around the United States, because we were busy doing nation building all over the world, especially during the Cold War. We helped fund most of these groups, one of which is about to take over, which includes Al-Qaeda, which were CIA assets. It's ridiculous for you to say, oh, no, we can't build a moat. Oh, no, why can't we funded all of these groups? The CIA right now has boots on the ground in this nation. And for you, and here's the thing, we can pretend that they're not there. We can pretend that we don't have the CIA all over the Middle East. We do. I guarantee you they're involved in this conflict right this second. And that'll probably come out in future.
It's so strange when people use the example that, oh, we created the Taliban. We didn't. They were always there. It's just that we helped fund them against Russia. And what's the better alternative? Would you rather have Russia controlling Afghanistan or the Taliban? It's just choosing the lesser of two evils. Dodo donated $2. No one can be in full control of their emotions, VG. It's like saying you can choose your sexuality, the taste of food, whether good or bad, your likes or dislikes, etc. No. Your emotional state, whether you're happy, angry, or sad, is entirely different than sexual preferences or taste preferences. So I don't know how you could say you can't control your emotions because you can't control your sexual preferences. It doesn't logically follow. But, you don't have to take my word for it. You can just, cry and blubber and act sad or depressed or angry and act like a toddler. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Documents 10 years down the road. The truth is that no, it is our foreign interventionism which causes most of the blowback, which then we get attacked for. It's mostly us doing foreign intervention, regime change, things like this,
Vinny,
which have caused most of these problems.
Can I ask you a question? A legitimate question. If we take a step back, who do you think will fill that void? China? Russia? Who's going to fill that void? Because somebody's going to fill it. And it's not people who wish this nation well. And as I said earlier, the Pax Americana has largely kept peace. Yes, we've been at war, but the Pax Americana has largely kept peace across the world. We have avoided World War III.
They have not. They have not.
Since 1945.
Wars everywhere. What are you talking about?
Of course there were. Really? Do you want to see if the United States had not involved itself in the Cold War like you advise, what do you think would have happened to the rest of Europe?
Yeah, the Cold War.
What do you think that people in Western Europe would be living under right now?
The Cold War was an entirely different phenomenon, and a lot of that was due to the blowback of us backing up the Russians in World War II.
I would say.
Okay, so a lot of this again was foreign intervention, which caused this to begin with.
I would say this: that somebody, a Lebanese friend of mine, messaged me last night.
What is he talking about? How in the fuck did the United States supporting Russia during World War II created the Cold War? Is he fucking insane? There would have been a Cold War whether World War II happened or not, in all likelihood. Stalin, after World War I, wanted the country to heavily industrialize. World War II might have pushed that along further, but none of that would have changed Stalin's ambitions.
And he said, if you look at what happened in Iran with the Shah being overthrown, you look at Saddam Hussein being taken out, you look at Gaddafi being taken out in Libya, and you look at what's happened in Syria now where he predicts a bloodbath, it's very hard to say that any of these countries were improved by the removal of the, quote, dictators. And that's part of the problem here, where it all sounds great in the moment, and I'm absolutely thrilled that Assad is gone, but who follows is a massively concerning thing for all of us. And I'm not sure America, given that it's still the #1 superpower in the world, can actually afford, for its own national interest, never mind anything else, to just completely retreat from these things. I think they've over-engaged, but there's also, I think there has to be a compromise. For example, If I had been running the United States, I would have said, rather than withdraw overnight in that catastrophic way from Afghanistan, keep a couple of thousand troops in Kabul. And it might have kept the Taliban in some form of box, which they just burst out of with that ridiculous series of events. And we've all seen what's happened. The Taliban are taking complete control again, and women have been sent back to the Dark Ages. So sometimes just American boots on the ground, even if they're not huge amounts of boots, can have a deterrent effect, I would argue. Vinny, I want to switch gears. I want to talk about pardons and this extraordinary situation where Joe Biden, having spent the year telling us that the rule of law means that no one can be above the law, then dramatically pardons his criminal son so he doesn't go to jail, and is now apparently considering widespread pardons for people who've not even been accused of any crimes. Well, they haven't been charged with any crimes. They've been accused of potentially committing.
Here we go. Yeah, because he knows Trump is going to go after these people completely for like no fucking reason. So no shit.
And Trump has obviously seized on all this and was asked on Meet the Press about the January 6th protesters who've been jailed. And he said this.
Why does Candace Owens hate Israel? What motivation does she have? She's an anti-Semite. She just hates Jews.
I'm going to look at everything. We're going to look at individual cases, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm going to be acting very quickly.
Within your first 100 days, first day?
First day.
First day.
Yeah, I'm looking first day.
Issue these pardons.
These people have been there, how long is it, 3 or 4 years?
Okay.
You know, by the way, they've been in there for years, and they're in a filthy, disgusting place that shouldn't even be allowed to be open.
Now, Vinny, I mean, this is entirely predictable that Trump would say this and want to pardon a lot of the January 6th. He didn't say all of them. He was trying to make some distinction between the categories, really, of people involved. But what is your view of this pardon process generally? I mean, every president pardons people, but it does seem extraordinary that Biden, having banged on about the rule of law all year and weaponized the justice system, in my estimation, against Trump all year, is now effectively weaponizing it preemptively, where he's almost second-guessing that people like Anthony Fauci or Liz Cheney or others may or may not have committed crimes, and so he gives them these blanket immunities, apparently, like he's given Hunter. That's the plan. It seems to me to be an utter repudiation of the rule of law, isn't it?
Piers, I agree 100%. And obviously the left is going to play the whole, song and dance of, oh, it's his son. It's a love for his son. They went back to 2014, Piers. And if you're going to preemptive, which I don't think has ever happened, preemptive pardon, you know what that means? They're guilty, Piers. They all had a hand in it. And Dr. Fauci, okay, if any of you have read RFK's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, please read it because everything that he said in there, if any of it was false, Piers, Joe Rogan's mentioned this, he would have been sued years ago. It shows
RFK Jr. is a whack job and he lies constantly. Like, I love how it's like, read the fucking retard idiot liar's book. It proves everything.
exactly who that individual is. That person exactly. We, as Trump supporters...
Oh, Tom Dark Live.
Because I thought that's who it was, but it's actually a different guy. His name is Jake Doolittle. Now, I've seen this guy around a little bit. Okay, I've seen him existing. I've seen him working out there in the world. I've seen him, shaking his thing, so to speak. He's a bread tuber. He's been talked about in the various bread tuber videos. I know he's had some drama. I believe he accused Ethan Klein of faking a physical illness. That that drama didn't go well. I think there's some other drama with him as well. He had some drama with the orange peanut guy, right? But we got some stuff going on today. He made a video called "I'm Frustrated with Commentary YouTubers," and I'm curious to see what this is. Can you chat in Discord with me about the MrGirl video? You know what, if you can gauge, if you want to do it real quick, we can maybe. Yeah. Horse. Mr. Horse. All right.
Hey, dude.
Yeah, let me just turn on the audio so they can hear you. All right, can you just say hi?
Hello.
All right, I think they can hear you. So you want to talk about the MrGirl video?
Yeah, there was a section in your video that I kind of disagreed with. It was about him being like emotionally manipulative or abusive with his girlfriends.
Okay, what did you disagree with?
Yeah,
I guess specifically like.
Yeah, so there's this idea that he's kind of pressuring his girlfriend for sex with like the sex doll thing, demanding that, if she doesn't have sex regularly, then he's going to like humiliate her by having sex with a sex doll or breaking up. And she also said like she feels uncomfortable about this whole interview and crap, and it feels like it's, pushing her boundaries. I don't think any of his behavior that has been made public can really be construed as being emotionally manipulative or abusive.
Did I call? I don't think I called him emotionally manipulative in the video.
I
but
don't
obviously
think you did, but you brought up the point that a lot of people think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I would obviously a lot of people think it is. I mean, to me, he seems like Mr. Girl seems like he's so. I feel like I'm paying him a compliment here. Maybe I guess it is a compliment. He's so honest. He can't not say exactly how he feels in the most like direct way possible. And sometimes that makes him look like a fucking horrible person, especially with like the cutie stuff, you know?
Well, yeah, it's also hard to tell how honest he's really being or if he's just making a joke about it.
I mean, with the cuties thing, I think he was being honest for sure.
Yeah, that's gross and fucking weird. But as far as his relationships, here's the thing, like, women will always do this. Like, they'll complain about fucking anything, and I don't care if people say that I'm sexist for saying this. It's just true. No matter what you do, they'll fucking complain. And
good point. They do complain. They're known to do that. I agree with you.
This is like, it's weird how people said Mr. Girl is being emotionally manipulative when you can see his girlfriend at the time. I think they're married now, right? She was saying, "You're pushing my boundaries." That's a very easy tool that women and men use to try to manipulate their partner into doing what they want. And people do this all the time too, especially with women. We remove all agency from women as soon as they show any signs of distress. Like, you're
Would
pushing
you not
my...
say that it's, I mean, like slightly manipulative to like get her on camera and then bring up, I mean, she said it herself
No.
in the video, like, you know, bring up the topic of what he wanted to talk about when she didn't know that was what it was going to be about?
So first of all, I don't necessarily believe her when she says that. Like, they're talking about a sex doll and everything, and the conversation was clearly leading towards their sex life, so I don't even believe her when she says that. Secondly, even if that's the case, she's a legal adult. Judging by the way she looks, she's at least in her 20s, like probably mid to late 20s. Like, you can't just take away all agency from women and claim they're a victim of abuse and manipulation, and the only reason they're doing this is because they're being manipulated and abused. She's an adult. If she didn't want to be in that relationship, if she didn't want to have that conversation, if she didn't want to have it recorded, she could have left at any time. She could have left this guy at any time and got her own apartment or dated somebody else. And they're married now and they're still together. So, like, women, like again, women will complain about literally anything, even when you do everything you ask of them. And when you do everything you ask of them, you're just going to make it seem as though you're a weak fucking beta male. They play these games all the time. Oh, you're pushing my boundaries. Oh, I need more love and attention. Go out and don't go out and see your friends. Oh, you have to come with me to some stupid thing you hate because I'm going to feel alone. And when you give into all this shit, it's true.
Yeah.
When you give into all of this shit, they're going to lose respect for you and they're going to leave. And case in point, Mr. Girl doesn't give into this fucking bullshit. He doesn't give into this bullshit. You're pushing my boundaries. He understands that, like, he can set the terms of the relationship. And if he wants to have a relationship where she has to have sex a certain amount of times, or else he's going to leave her, or he's going to try to humiliate her with a sex doll or something, or he wants to have her show up on camera, or else he leaves. Those are the terms of his relationship, and she seems to be totally fine with those terms. If she wasn't, she would have fucking left.
What is your feeling on Mr. Girl in general? I'm curious. You talked to him, I assume, back in the day on those panels, yeah?
I don't think I ever had any direct conversation with him. The one huge disagreement that I have with him is obviously the, like, pedophile stuff. It's still hard to understand his actual position on some of these things. I know he did argue that, watching child porn online that's already been created and not paying for it, he doesn't see that as a moral issue. I totally disagree with that.
Well, yeah, that was a very perplexing thing to me because wouldn't he necessarily understand that like the production of it is immoral, and if you're watching it, you're contributing to more being made by giving it clicks and I guess I don't know ad revenue. That's what child porn sites have.
The Steelman argument for that is if it is child pornography that's already being produced and you're not paying for it, thus creating more of a demand, then you're not committing any additional harm. I would disagree with that because there's privacy laws that forbid you from sharing images like that, whether it's an adult or a child. So if,
even beyond that, it's like I just think that normalizing that kind of thing in society,
well, sure, yeah.
as far as like
you
people
could argue
watching
that
kind
too,
of
just
thing,
culturally,
is probably not a good thing.
Culturally,
Yeah,
you don't
it's
want
like,
that sort of stuff to be seen as okay. But
Yeah, for sure.
that's the only like major disagreement I have with him when it comes to child sexual exploitation. Otherwise, his stuff in college was hilarious. Like he was talking about catching Asians with butterfly nets. I don't know why people took any of that seriously.
Well, in high school and college, he was very, very funny. He's even funny now with his songs and stuff. But obviously, the problem is I think he's probably a pedophile. But when it comes to the high school and college rants, they were hilarious. I mean, the reason why people took issue with it is because, he said it himself. He went to a very liberal high school. He went to a very liberal college. Like, these are institutions that, they hear the slightest hint of racism and they cry foul, right?
Yeah. But I just wanted to come on here to point out that I don't think anybody should look at any publicly available information with him talking with his girlfriend or about sex or anything as any of that being indicative of abusive or manipulative behavior.
Do you think that part of the reason people took it that way so far is because he was accusing like Destiny or others of being emotionally manipulative, and that might be why it was kind of taken that way as well as strong as it was?
That doesn't seem to be part of anyone's argument in favor of that idea. It seems
What I mean is, I don't know if it's part of their argument. I just mean they became more critical of him for his relationships because he was being so critical of others, right?
I mean, it's possible, but like if that was their feeling, I would imagine they'd express that in their argument. And again, the argument is, oh, he's not doing what his girlfriend wants. That's essentially what it boils down to. And I think that's partly because, one, we live in a society where
isn't it more his girlfriend wasn't doing what he wanted?
Well, yeah, but again, you can set the terms of your relationship. If you want to have sex every day with your girlfriend, or else you're going to leave, or else you're going to, I don't know, humiliate her with a sex doll, then these are adults. Women aren't children. They're adults. They can make their own fucking decisions. And I think people also fundamentally don't understand female psychology. Women generally like masculine men who do what they want, set the rules, and they complain about fucking everything. They'll find a way to complain about anything, even when you give them what they want. So people
Do you
just
think
start.
it's still bad to like pester her or like, I mean, I don't know if the word pressure is too loaded, but to be like, we're going to break up unless you have sex with me every single day, like stuff like
Nope.
that. Like,
No, you can set the terms of your relationship. And again, case in point, she's still with him. You can find as many examples of women complaining about their boyfriends or husbands, pressuring them in that sort of way, as you can find men who act like beta male cucks, say, oh, yeah, sure, if you're not in the mood, I'll just wait until you're in the mood, or, oh, I won't go out with my friends because you don't want me to, and then these same men end up getting broken up with because these women are looking for more masculine men. So women will complain no matter what.
I mean, the thing is, like, sometimes they'll stay with guys who are shitty regardless of whatever they do, Like, I don't think that because she's with him, I don't think that's a great argument.
Well, here's the thing. Women will stay in abusive relationships, certainly, but I think there may be reasons for that a lot of people are uncomfortable with. One of the reasons being, women are just generally attracted to men who are masculine, and if you show dominance and control, even if it is abusive, some of these women will stay in those abusive relationships because they are getting that benefit from the relationship of being with a masculine man. And that may be uncomfortable for a lot of people to handle, but I think that is likely part of it. And
Do you think they're staying because the guy is masculine, or do you think they're staying because they have some like twisted sense of love, where it's like, oh, I like him so much, so
well,
I'll just let
sure,
him do
that
whatever
can
shitty thing he
also
wants to me, right?
So that can also be the case, but again, you shouldn't just infantilize women and think they're children with no agency. People generally do things that are like sensible to some extent. Yeah, you can find extreme examples of women only staying in the relationship because they think their boyfriend is literally going to kill them otherwise. I'm not saying that's acceptable, but I'm saying it is likely the case in a lot of these situations. Women are staying with some of these guys who are somewhat abusive because they're one of the few men they find where they are showing those masculine behaviors, where it's their way or the highway, they set the rules, and they get a kick out of that. Like, that's what they're looking for. And they're willing to put up with some of this abuse. But with that said, I don't see any evidence of abuse from MrGirl. I haven't seen any, like, videos of him where he pushes his girlfriend into a corner and just screams at the top of his lungs in her face, saying, like, I'm gonna, like, fucking destroy all your computer, your laptop, your TV. I'm gonna ruin all your fucking clothes if you don't, like, do what I say. I've never seen him hit anybody or hit her. So, like, when he just uploads videos where she's saying, I feel uncomfortable with this, well, great. That could very easily be a manipulative tactic by her to try to get what she wants. And when you give women what they want, that doesn't always lead to the best relationship circumstances, because they're just going to see that as a sign of weakness, and they're going to end up leaving you and look for a guy who doesn't cave in to this manipulative bullshit. So
MrGirl is the alpha male, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's the most masculine man. Like, he doesn't lift. I don't think he can bench 2 plates or anything. But that is a masculine characteristic, to not listen to women, set the rules, tell her, we're going to have sex a certain amount of time, or else I'm leaving, or else I'm going to have sex with a sex doll. And if you don't like it, you can kick rocks. That is a masculine characteristic, and there's nothing abusive or manipulative about that. And I think a lot of people are seeing that as manipulative or abusive because we infantilize women, and we live in a society where typical masculine behavior is now frowned upon, and it's seen as abusive or sexist when it's not. You have every right to demand things in a relationship, and women are adults, assuming you're dating an adult. If they don't like it, they can leave. There's nothing abusive of saying, we're going to fuck every day or else you're going to leave.
Okay. What do you think about the video overall? How'd you feel about it?
I liked your video. I appreciate how you didn't just make him out to be some, like, fucking, I don't know, annoying pedophile jackass. And I think you had a fair kind of, a fair take on it. I think the propensity of evidence suggests that he may have a moderate to light attraction to children. Again, it's hard to tell how much he's being serious because he clearly tries to get a rise out of people.
He does, but he definitely also, like, even before he got big on YouTube, he wrote that article saying pedophilia is a spectrum and we're all on it.
Yeah.
I mean, based on that, I'm inclined to think that he definitely is probably a pedo. I mean, in some way, you know, I don't know where he would rank on his spectrum, but yeah.
Yeah, but as far as things go, I haven't seen him try to abuse any children. He is in a relationship with an adult, and I do think he's hilarious, especially his articles he wrote in college.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. I mean, even his songs are pretty fucking funny. It sucks, you know, some of the content for sure of them, but, you know, I guess what can you say? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I didn't take a super strong stance on him as a person in the video because I just feel like I don't need to. I'd rather get out of the way of it and just tell the story. But
yeah, you did a good job.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he is a really fascinating dude. I'll say that. You know, he's interesting. I really enjoyed reading about him for sure. He was he's a funny guy to watch. I listen to some of his songs at the gym still. He has a song IDDQD, which is one of his lines is "I'm not a pedophile, I'm a child molester," which is a crazy line. But it's a great
would never
song.
say anything like that publicly. Like, even if I had those thoughts, like that's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's on a different level, but hey, It is what it is.
But
anyway,
are you still planning on doing the documentary of the Latvian psycho?
Yeah, it's being edited right now. It just took a long fucking time.
I'm looking forward to that.
But,
he's gonna lose his shit over that.
He might. It should be out sometime late this month or early next month. But
dope.
It is coming along. So yeah, it'll be out.
And whenever you want to do that stream debating veganism with people from your chat, just let me know.
Yeah, I got to get a new Discord server set up for that probably, but I'll let you know when we do it.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
Well, thanks for calling in, though. I appreciate it.
See you, dude.
Bro, this Oluwale cuck has been chatting shit about you this entire time in chat and calling everyone incels. He even blocked me when I told him to go cry about it. What a fucking loser. Please ban this clown.
I don't think he's done anything that warrants a ban just yet, but thanks for the donation, the Predator.
Masculinity thing is BS. My boyfriend loves to do me in a skirt. All right, bro. Do not say that. Nick, what is that profile picture? Hold on. What is that? Nick, what is that? What is that, bro? Do you really need that? Is that necessary?
All right.
Piers. And you know what? Everybody expects him to come in and be this guy and retribute. No, he isn't half as bad as what we want him to be. Like Hillary Clinton, he said he was nice. He didn't want to put her in jail. He had enough to put her in jail for a very, very long time for all of her crimes, and it's ridiculous. You know what I did, Piers? I took a list. Guess how many? A list of all the pardons by all the presidents. Franklin D. Roosevelt did 3,687 pardons. Barack Obama did 1,927. Lyndon B. Johnson, 1887. Donald Trump, 237 pardons, Piers. And you know what I mean? It's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't watch TV.
We all know the deal. Nobody really talks about it on the left. We know exactly what it is. And you know what? If I was Donald Trump, why doesn't he have Don Jr., Eric Trump, Ivanka just start doing crack cocaine, start doing drugs, videotaping themselves having sex, leave the freaking laptops at a repair store with all the damning evidence, the big guy, all the business dealings, all the money that they've made, and then in 4 more years, they'll all walk free. It's absolute hypocrisy, Piers, and it's ridiculous. We know the deal, and they're all protected.
The Biden laptop, it will never end, the Biden laptop thing. All that was on there was pics of his big dick. That's it.
$3 just to flex on my haters. Dip it in and stop hating bitch nigga.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Alu. Appreciate it.
I do know, yeah. That guy has Secret Service protection for the rest of his life. Our taxpayer dollars are protecting that little rat and all the lives that he's ruined. I have friends that are vaccine injured, not that long COVID BS, Piers. Those people, if he freaking pardons that little rat, it's gonna be one of the worst travesties in the history of this freaking country. That guy belongs in prison for the rest of his life.
Just to pick you up on your long COVID BS comment, I had long COVID for about 8 months and it was extremely unpleasant. Lost my taste, my smell,
Vaccine,
and I'd say about 80% of my energy. No, after getting COVID.
Are you vaccinated, Piers?
I had the first 2, yeah. I haven't had anything since. But I mean,
okay, that's where that comes from, Piers.
Well, okay, I don't agree with that, but listen, I don't want to get into the whole COVID vaccine debate. But I would say, Brian, it does seem extraordinary to me. I mean, my issue with Joe Biden pardoning his son is not that as a father I don't understand why he wants to stop his son going to prison. It was the blatant lying by him and Karine Jean-Pierre from the White House podium, which I thought was so damaging to his legacy and to the reputation of his administration. To do that from the podium in such a brazen and ongoing manner for months on end and then to just do it anyway. But this development now...
Yes, but anytime Trump lies, nobody cares.
Well, they're almost second-guessing that, as the Republicans were saying, I think a lot of sympathy for this, that they're saying, look,
yes, women have been historically oppressed. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything I said.
Clearly, the justice system was weaponized against Trump. They tried everything to put him in jail, and a lot of the people that work for him. So now Trump is suggesting that maybe we return the favor, as of course he was going to. Now, he did say, I don't want retribution, I think the best revenge is success, which is an old Frank Sinatra line, which I use in a column. I suspect that's where he got it. But I think that would be a very good strategy. Don't look back, look forward. However, the fact that Biden may be moving to give people blanket immunity against any possible crimes they committed for many years, I think is outrageous, don't you?
Piers, I think that if you're not looking at it in the context of why it's being done, then you're just ignoring reality here. The reason that Biden has to consider preemptive pardons for people like Adam Schiff and Liz Cheney is because Donald Trump is storming into office by assembling a Justice Department and folks around him in the legal community who have promised to enact Donald Trump's retribution.
But what if they committed crimes? What if they committed crimes? Yeah, but Brian, what if they committed crimes, genuinely, like Hunter? What if they have committed crimes?
If Adam Schiff has committed crimes.
Hasn't this been investigated for 8 years and they haven't been able to find any evidence of a crime?
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't. There's no suggestion that he has.
How do you know?
Because how do you know that he has? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Why pardon him?
Why pardon him is because
why pardon him if he hasn't committed crimes?
Because Donald Trump's FBI director is coming into office with an enemies list. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, you're saying they're going to manufacture crimes against Schiff? Is that what you're saying? You're saying
even if they can't manufacture crimes, like, look, the police can charge you with anything, literally anything. Everyone has done something illegal or has something illegal. They can look at your Amazon, your Amazon history and see, oh, he bought an illegal can of like bear spray or a knife that's technically illegal, but it's sold on Amazon. Oh, he went into a drug dispensary one time where he bought marijuana, which is federally illegal, but it may be legal in your state. You can still get prosecuted for it federally. They can look at your download history and say, oh, you downloaded a song from the internet. They can manufacture any fucking, like, if they can't find any crimes specifically related to his business or his, like, laptop or anything, they can find something to prosecute him on. That's the issue.
Think that they're going to manufacture crimes against Schiff? Does that even make sense to you? Does that even make sense to you?
If there were any crimes against Adam Schiff, then they would have brought them up at any point unto this point, but they haven't. And so
then why pardon him? Then why pardon him? Then why pardon him? Makes no sense. Your logic is totally flawed here. Makes no sense.
It's not flawed. The reason to pardon him.
Okay, Julie, let me bring in Julie. If you can answer it.
I can answer that question because Donald Trump went to meet the press yesterday and said point blank that he thinks that the January 6th committee committed crimes. What crimes? I don't know. Maybe doing their due diligence. Stop. Maybe doing their due diligence oversight.
We have got that clip. Let's play that. Julie, hang on.
They have immunity.
Hang on, Julie. I want to play the clip. Let me play the clip again so we know exactly what you're talking about. We played it earlier. We'll play it again.
This was a committee, a big deal. They lied. And what did they do? They deleted and destroyed a whole year and a half worth of testimony. Do you know that I think those people committed a major crime. Sir. And Cheney was behind it. And so was Benny Thompson and everybody on that committee. For what they did, honestly, they should go to jail.
Yeah, so I mean,
look. What are you talking about? So let's just preface this. None of that is true. None of that is true.
How do you know?
Just because he says it doesn't make it true.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because I would assume that because his
assumptions are a very dangerous thing when it comes to fact gathering.
Are you saying that Donald Trump's Justice Department is going to manufacture evidence of crimes, or aren't you? Because if they're not, you have no reason to pardon these people. Well, you're not really answering the question. You're going on a diatribe.
Well, you're not letting me answer. You're not letting me answer the question.
Answer, but be
concise.
Do I believe that he did?
Okay. Well, actually, thank you so much for telling me how to speak. I think that Donald Trump just sent a very big message to Pam Bondi as to what he expects. And he expects her to start and to Kash Patel to start investigating these people. Whether they get indicted or not, it doesn't matter. It is expensive, it is consuming, and it becomes a huge pain in the you-know-what to be...
I don't think you can get rid of birthright citizenship unless you amend the Constitution, because isn't that an aspect of the Constitution that if you're born in the United States, you're an American citizen?
Investigated by the federal authorities. And that is the message that he is sending.
Like Russian collusion.
He knows full well that there's nothing that's been destroyed, because had it been destroyed, his lawyers would have filed a motion.
Yeah, but Julie, I would say to you,
they were not in a position where they could investigate.
Hang on.
They were not in a position to do that.
I would say to Julie, look, when you weaponize the justice system of the United States of America against a president of the United States, first ever criminal court case we've ever seen involving a president, and it's about shuffling some paperwork over an alleged one-night stand he denies with a porn star 18 years ago. When you render the justice system to be such a politically motivated farce, and most Americans actually thought that, when you do that as an administration, when you allow that to happen, you open up a whole can of worms. You've done it first. You've gone after this guy. You've tried everything you could, however petty, trivial, ridiculous, to try and put him in jail. And when it doesn't work, and it actually backfires, and it fuels him, and he ends up winning big.
So you're talking about a state. So you're talking about you're talking about a state. You're talking about a state charge that has nothing to do with Joe Biden. If you're talking about the federal investigation,
I'm talking about Democrat-motivated prosecutors who were doing their master's lead, right?
I don't know who you're talking about. If you're talking about the Justice Department, over which Donald Trump will have authority by appointing an attorney general, I am telling you that what the Justice Department under Joe Biden was investigating is the fact that Donald Trump refused to return classified information that he stored in his bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. It is the fact that he incited a violent riot that effectively harmed and hurt our transfer of power for the first time in our nation's history.
Well, you're now convicting him of all these crimes, which he's not being convicted of.
I'm not.
The only thing he's been convicted of is shuffling paperwork with a porn star. Let me rephrase. Hang on. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. I'm talking about weaponizing the justice system. Let's make it a more all-encompassing thing, where you have Democrat slanted prosecutors who just want to jail Trump, even if it's down for shuffling paperwork over a porn star. To me, it was utterly ridiculous, that case. And the idea that you then criminally convict...
I don't disagree with that.
Right. So my point is, I don't think anyone disagrees with it, really. So here's my point, is that as a Democrat, when you look at this, what's happening now, why wouldn't Trump do this? I mean, he's perfectly entitled to return the favor, isn't he? All's fair in love and politics.
To do what? To do what? Because
to be equally as aggressive.
He has specific crimes with which he was charged. What are the specific crimes with which you want to charge Liz Cheney, that she stood up to Donald Trump?
Well, that's not the point. That's not the point. Hang on, that's not the point.
As a congressperson?
No, but Julie, the point is, We don't know, because what is being mooted is that there are going to be blanket immunities against any crime that may have been committed, which does, I'm afraid, prompt the question, what are they hiding? Why are you so scared? If there's literally nothing there,
Well,
if
first of
none
all,
of them
they're not
did
taking
anything
them.
wrong,
Do you see Liz Cheney
why do
accepting
you
it?
need blanket
Do you
immunity?
see- Because you have a Justice Department.
Like, by the way, these are the same people who claimed the Justice Department literally fabricated charges against Trump. So they're claiming it's impossible to fabricate charges, but it is possible to fabricate charges against Trump. Oh, this is just so tiring.
Department that was just told in very clear terms by Donald Trump to the people that he's putting in there, whom he considers to be his loyalists, that he believes that these people committed crimes by investigating him. That is what they're looking into. Not that they might have smoked pot back in 1974 in college.
Why would you need a
Some Republicans want to amend the Constitution to eliminate birthright citizenship. I think it may be good if it could stop some border crossings. I think it would probably create more problems than it would solve, and you don't need that to eliminate border crossings. Border crossings are down, for one thing. And if they just supported the bipartisan border bill, again, border crossings wouldn't really be an issue. It never really was an issue to begin with. Like, the fact that the Republican Party tried to block the bill just shows that it's not a serious problem. They just use it to moralize. It's not really a real issue. I gotta go take a piss, and I'm gonna go get Gummy some more food, but I'll be back in a minute. Here's your cat pellet, you little handsome boy. Oh, okay. I had to take a shit.
Stoicism is great, but it's only human to want to talk about your emotions sometimes. After my suicide attempt, the worst part of it was waking up, covered in vomit, realizing there was no one I trusted enough to tell what just happened. It was lonely.
There's a big difference between being lonely and being alone. So again, it's just the way you look at things. You can either look at things as being lonely, or you can look at things as being alone and appreciate not having to deal with any stupid fucking assholes backstabbing you, violating your trust. It's all it's all a matter of perspective. Thanks for the donation, though, Garadelli.
Now that he might have driven drunk in 1983. For what?
Yeah, but why would you need a pardon for that? It makes no sense. So
because,
if Trump, even if Trump is investigating, hang on, let me ask the question. Even if it were the case that Trump wanted to open an investigation as to whether or not there was foul play during the previous administration's investigations of him, why in the world would this require a pardon to these people? That makes no sense to me at all.
Because
why would there be a requirement of a pardon?
Why do these people need to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees on dealing with BS, which is part of their oversight duties to have done? They were members of Congress. They have immunity to do this.
So we just can't investigate anybody because it could be bad. No, we don't know.
It is part. Listen, do you understand how it works? Have you ever worked on the Hill? Because I can tell you, they have immunity as senators and Congress people to do their oversight responsibilities. There is
I thought you just said a second ago that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Now you're backtracking on that?
Because, of course, you'll have to go, because you're going to have to go hire lawyers to be able to prove that this was part of their oversight.
I thought you just said they had immunity. Like, you can't have it both ways here.
Jesus, do you understand how this works? Yeah. You have to get a lawyer to go to court to tell a judge all of this.
So they
you obviously don't understand how it works. You obviously, I'm sorry. Do you not understand what I'm getting here specifically?
No, I don't understand.
Be real, VG. When is the last time Jasmine, or any woman for that matter, let you get away with saying, if we ain't fucking, I'm gone? If I was a sensible bad bitch and somebody told me that shit, I would just leave and let dude fuck his hand, you whiling.
I don't care what you do with your stupid relationships, man. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Alu.
These people need to have a part in because they might be investigated for potential crimes they may have committed.
Can I tell you something?
They have nothing to worry about because there were no crimes. Then why do you need the pardon? It makes no sense.
Brian, hang on. Don't talk at once, please. Brian, you say, what are the crimes? That's the point. We don't know, and we may never know.
You're looking for crimes because Donald Trump is looking for crimes because he doesn't like Liz Cheney and the fact that she did.
No, he genuinely believes she's committed crimes.
Here's the point. To Julie's exact point. First of all, what crimes? Second of all, it costs money to get legal representation to go prove all of this stuff. And third of all, it's moot because all of these people have immunity anyway. You are allowed to act in your oversight capacity in Congress and the Senate to pass legislation to discuss this stuff.
You didn't care when Trump had to spend on lawyers. You didn't care about that.
What law was broken? Yeah, you're right. They can't break the law, but there was no law that was broken. But it doesn't change the fact.
So why do you need an all-encompassing immunity if you've never broken the law?
Why do you need all-encompassing immunity if there's no laws broken?
I don't know.
Let me bring in Vinny.
I don't know if you guys are playing dumb or not, but the fact is,
I don't think it's us playing dumb, Brian.
It costs money to go forward with this.
Okay, I'm actually playing devil's advocate. I'll tell you what, hang on, I'm going to bring Vinny in, but I am playing devil's advocate here because I do think there's a shocking hypocrisy by the Democrats, led by Joe Biden. The whole year they banged on about the rule of law. No one's above the rule of law. And here is President Biden in his last few weeks basically riding roughshod over the rule of law to bail out all his family and all his mates.
You're pretending that it's happening in a vacuum. Piers, you're pretending that it's happening in a vacuum. No, not because Donald Trump has come out and said that he wants to use.
I'm saying you reap what you sow, though. You reap what you sow.
But Donald Trump has promised to use his Justice Department as a vehicle to enact his personal retribution toward. That is why it's happening. By pretending that there's
Brian, let me bring in Vinny. Good for Brian. Good, because we want Brian. Good for him. If they did illegal shit, then go to jail. You guys are talking all that crap, and you're warning what Trump is going to do to what Biden and his DOJ has done this entire 4 years. Are you not seeing it?
What did they do? What did they do? Do you think Donald Trump should have stored these documents in Mar-a-Lago?
Julie, spending money on lawyers. How much money have they gutted out of Donald Trump? How many people have suffered for that fake ass crossfire hurricane?
Zero, because he had his campaign paid for everything.
Zero, Russia collusion. Hillary got fined. DNC got fined. You're not going to.
On the contrary, I've seen women bitching about how their boyfriend doesn't fuck them enough, and those women are seen as empowered. If a man complains about the same thing, he's abusive. Pretty stupid.
Yep. There's plenty of double standards in society. Thanks for the donation, bruv.
Talk over me. Let me finish. Thank you. And your whole, he incited an insurrection. It's all bullshit. There was no insurrection. He said, go quiet, go peaceful, don't hurt anybody. It got out of hand, but well, the FBI can't even answer. How many FBI agents were on the ground? Ted Cruz asked her in Congress. How many of them incited violence? It's all fake. Nobody got arrested for
If we're going to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole, there's no point even talking about this because it's like one person saying that Earth is round, somebody else is saying Earth is flat. You're a flat earther, so there's no point in debating.
All right,
it doesn't fit your narrative.
I would say, Julie, hang on. I would say, Julie, if we're going to go down conspiracy routes, I do remember a 2-year conspiracy being peddled by almost everyone in the American media that Trump had the election fixed by his collusion with Vladimir Putin, which turned out to be horseshit.
That's right.
So, it does depend which conspiracy theory you want to hit your whole.
That's not what the fucking claim was. Oh my, I can't deal with fucking Trump supporters, dude.
Relation to Robert Mueller's
Excuse me,
investigation.
I don't recall ever saying that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump colluded to steal the election. So let's not say that
Yeah, but a lot of
everybody's
people
saying it. I will
did.
say to you,
And the
if you
media
think-
did fuel that
if you
bullshit for
think-
2
if
years.
you- Okay, but you're asking me to debate. But Piers, you're asking right now for
a country mile. And there's something about America right now getting its swagger back, which I can tell you, in a country like mine, where it feels like the opposite is happening, a lot of people are like, you know what, whatever you think of Trump, whatever comes out of his mouth, all the usual stuff, I quite like the confidence that America now seems to be exuding. And I wish we had a bit of it here.
Well, Piers, I think if you look at what the rest of the world actually thinks about Donald Trump, the vast majority of them don't view him as some gauzy figure with a lot of swagger. I mean, he has.
No, it's
he
very
has
different now.
Negative. He
It's
has
very different now.
negative
It's
approval.
It's very different to 2016. I can tell you, it has definitely changed. I don't agree with that reading of it. I've spoken to a few senior politicians in various countries, and they've learned to deal with Trump and accept what he is, good, bad, and ugly. And there is a respect for the leadership that he shows. I mean, if you try and think about Kamala Harris and the kind of leadership she exuded, there's just no comparison. You look at Biden. He can Biden can't even stay awake.
This is bizarre analysis. But this, Piers, this is bizarre analysis. This is what you think about Kamala Harris and conversations that you've had with like 2 or 3 people. This doesn't reflect the vast majority of the world. And all of the actual data that we have from the rest of the world in terms of their views on Donald Trump shows the exact opposite.
Okay, let me bring in Andrew on that. I think America has its swagger back. Now, Trump has to deliver, and he knows that. I spoke to him last week, and he knows the challenge ahead of him, but he also knows he's got a chance to really reset his legacy and become a transformative and potentially great president. I think he's got a great chance to do that. It'll be down to him and his team, but I do think that. But I do just think when I watched him in Notre Dame, I was like, he's back and he's swaggering, and America looks like it's got someone in charge who actually does want to make America great again, and people are feeling it.
Yeah, well, I mean, just listen to the analysis from the lib on the panel. He says immediately, well, yeah, how can you come up with such an analysis based on only talking to 2 or 3 people when the whole world hates this guy? Like, he's talked to the whole world, right? Suddenly, Piers Morgan's anecdotal evidence isn't good, but his is. He's talked to nobody.
It's not my anecdotal.
Hang on, man. It's not your turn. It's not your turn, lib. Calm down, lib. So anyway, listen, it's very, very clear to me. It's very stop, bro. Let me get it out. Can I get it out? Before you start?
Go ahead. Hear yourself talk. Go ahead.
So anyway, I'm trying to. You're still talking. So anyway, the point is like, no, of course, there's a lot of swagger to Donald Trump. The American people know that. That's why they overwhelmingly voted for the guy. That's why he got the popular vote. That's why he's winning across the board. People overwhelmingly across the globe do actually love this guy. They like watching him. They like listening to him talk. They like hearing his speeches. They enjoy this guy. When you say America's got a swagger back, that's exactly right. Donald Trump represents the don't F with us, America first policy that America has been known in the past for and that we all wanted back.
Julie, I mean, look, I know you've been quite critical of the way the Democrats have conducted their politics this year, but the Democrats desperately need somebody that can have the same effect, galvanizing, energizing effect and unifying effect on the party that Trump had with the Republicans, given the scale of his win. I mean, it's an utter repudiation of so many things that Democrats thought they had the lead in, and you can't deny it. I mean, the scale of the win is what it is.
Well, let's not go crazy. The scale of his win was actually smaller than Joe Biden's.
Well, hang on, he won the popular vote. If I said he'd win the popular vote, if I said 6 months ago, if I said 6 months ago, Trump, if I said to you 6 months ago, Trump will win the popular vote, you'd have laughed in my face. He won the popular vote, the Electoral College, the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. He won all 5. I mean, if you can't call that a massive win, what is it?
No, I'm not suggesting that Democrats did not royally. Well, can I speak, or do you want to keep interrupting, Flat Earther? Listen, here's the way I look at it. Democrats screwed up. Democrats don't know how to communicate. I've been banging the drum on this since 2015, if not earlier, since Trump came down the escalator. He's a master communicator to his base, and Democrats don't know how to speak to normal people. We always speak and we lecture like we're from the podium at Harvard Law School. So you won't get an argument from me. I will tell you that whether it's Macron or anybody in your government, Piers, or Vladimir Putin or anybody else, they have psychological profiles on Donald Trump, like we do on all other world leaders as well. And they understand exactly how to get what they want out of Donald Trump, and they know that flattery will get you everywhere with Donald Trump. All will be forgiven if you flatter him. Macron knows that well. That's why he engages the way he engages with him. That's why Putin engages the way he engages with him. That's why half of the people, like his own vice president, who thought he was basically the second coming of Adolf Hitler, and I'm not paraphrasing here, now know that if they bend the knee and if they flatter him, that all will be forgiven, and he will listen to them and he will take them into his confidence. And if you're Macron, and you're in a country that is very dependent on American NATO umbrella, if you're in a country that is trying to hold the EU together, if you're trying to hold a Western alliance together against an encroaching, newly aggressive Vladimir Putin, or maybe not so newly aggressive, you understand that the way to Trump's heart is to invite him to Notre Dame, to give him a seat pretty much next to Prince William or wherever he was sitting, and to make him the star of the show because that is what Trump wants to do and wants to be. So this is not a surprise to me. It's a smart move by Macron to do that. It's a smart move by Xi to do that in China. And look, he all of a sudden went from threatening to nuke North Korea to becoming best friends with the North Koreans because the leader of North Korea decided to flatter him.
And what did North Korea, okay, but what did North Korea, China, or Russia do on Trump's watch in his first 4 years?
What did North Korea, what did they do on Trump's watch?
What did they do?
Are you suggesting, well, they didn't need to do anything because,
you're saying
his
technique of actually having civil relations with these people is wrong and damaging. Where's the evidence it didn't work?
North Korea continued to develop missiles. China continued to develop its military for potential attack on Taiwan.
All under Biden.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? They've all carried on doing exactly the same under Biden. That's the complete opposite way. It says they're all enemies.
But you're suggesting...
Go on. Go on, Julie. Yeah.
Piers,
you're suggesting
let Julie finish your point. Julie, cut you off.
You're suggesting that if he doesn't pull out of NATO as he's said he might,
was never going to pull out of NATO.
Suggesting if he doesn't,
he was never going to pull out. It's another Democrat load of bullshit. Trump was never going to pull out of NATO. What he said was if NATO comes, I've interviewed him and talked to him privately about it. All he's ever said about NATO is he thinks the country should pay their dues, and if they don't, why should America keep bailing them out, given America pays the lion's share of the cost? And guess what? They're all paying their dues now.
What's going to happen?
They're all paying their dues.
What's going to happen? What is going to happen when he stops giving aid to Ukraine? What do you think?
Every single NATO-aligned country that is near Russia's border pays at least 4% of their GDP as defense spending. So, and that's the NATO recommendation. So him claiming that just makes no fucking sense.
I think Russia will do under Donald Trump.
I would not make any assumptions about what Trump is going to do to try and resolve the Ukraine-Russia war. I talked to him last week about this, and I would not make any assumptions at all. People who think he doesn't give Putin everything he wants are living in cloud cuckoo land, I can tell you. But let's wait and see. I always think with Trump, much better to judge him on his actions than what he says. Vinny.
Or what you think he's going to do.
I think it's very, very difficult. Honestly, Andrew, I think it's an incredibly difficult thing to resolve, but I do not think he's going to make one of the first things he does as president again to give Vladimir Putin a massive win. I just don't think it's going to happen. So how he navigates a settlement where that doesn't look like it's the story is going to be complicated, but I'm sure Trump is not going to want a Russian dictator to be throwing his hands up going, victory. I just don't see it. Vinny, let me end with you here.
Piers, here's my thing.
Thank you, Vinny. Another reason that you should get the job. Thank you on Uncensored.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, yeah, it was good to have you to try and put a legal brain to this, because massive bombshell overnight that Jay-Z has been named in a new lawsuit from a woman who claims that when she was 13, she was sexually assaulted by both him and by P. Diddy, and that there was another famous person, a woman we believe, there at the same time. Jay-Z's come out with an extraordinarily long and passionate and defiant statement on his Instagram, saying that this is all complete nonsense and he's furious and he has to tell his kids now and explain all this and so on. But the lawyer representing the woman, who I've interviewed actually, represents a number of Diddy alleged victims, has come out himself last night and said equally robust pushback against Jay-Z. Now, for context, we had a guest on here recently who made allegations about Jay-Z in relation to Diddy, and Jay-Z and Beyonce sent me a pretty strongly worded legal letter demanding we take that down because we had no evidence for the allegations, which we did because we didn't have independent evidence. But there's a lot going on here around Jay-Z, and it's culminated now with this lawsuit. What do you make of it?
Well, you know, when I read it, I don't think it has indicia of reliability yet. Of course, things could change. More things are going to come out. I am sure that Celebrity B will soon be revealed also. But when I read it, and, you know, I'm a criminal defense attorney, so I try to approach things from that standpoint. And I also feel as though, maybe my husband would disagree, but I feel as though I'm a pretty objective person. And so I tried to look at this and think, okay, it's a 24-year-old allegation. The girl was allegedly 13 at the time. She said she had been drugged. Her words in the complaint, or actually Busby's words in the complaint, were that she was, quote unquote, woozy. And, you know, so I just think that in light of all of that, it doesn't strike me as, I'm not looking at it and thinking, wow, this is really damning. I'm looking at it and thinking, is this actually a shakedown? Or am I going to find out later when more facts come to light that this was a really significant allegation?
Right.
But one of the things that I found noteworthy about his denial was just how strong it was, because we're so used to hearing people say things like, oh, this is a private family matter. We're working on it with our attorneys. This was a full throttle denial and also an indictment of the attorney bringing the case.
And from a guy, Jay-Z, you know, I've met him a few times. He doesn't ever come out and talk like this about his own life, ever. So for him to do this is pretty unprecedented. There is a development while I've been talking to you. He's filed to dismiss the civil rape lawsuit that was amended to include his name. In his filing on Monday, his attorneys cite the earlier rulings and argue that Busby, the lawyer I alluded to earlier, and his accuser have not met any of the key requirements to litigate her case under a Doe pseudonym. In technical terms, he wants the judge to force her to reveal her name or dismiss the case entirely. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, it's only fair, right? I mean, if you're going to drag someone through the mud and make this type of heinous allegation, I understand that if she is a true victim of sexual assault, that is horrible. And in a perfect world, she wouldn't have to reveal herself. But we're not in a perfect world. We're in a courtroom. We're in a lawsuit. So I think fairness dictates that she should have to reveal herself. And I've seen commentary from people saying, why didn't he just get rid of this? Well, this isn't a Pete Hegseth situation where the accuser is essentially saying you raped me. He's saying that she didn't. And it's not necessarily criminal conduct in and of itself. He can't silence somebody who said that he raped her when she was 13. And I can't believe that anybody would actually say something so preposterous. If you're accused of that, you can't pay them, as he said, one red penny, or this not only will continue to happen, but when it comes out in years that you actually paid someone off for their silence, even if you did it to protect the family and Blue Ivy, who he alluded to in his statement, you just can't do that with an allegation like that.
I mean, what's damaging for Jay-Z is that despite...
One of the strangest things I noted while dating someone with a cluster B personality disorder was how quickly their whole demeanor changed during an episode. You could literally see it in their eyes when the mask slipped. It was pretty disturbing.
Yeah, you should just not date people like that. Thanks for the donation, Grunsfeld.
His extraordinary statement. This has gone around the world. It's been leading bulletins, but it's gone around the world, hasn't it? And mud sticks. I mean, there's no question. I mean, he's been emphatic in his denials, both when he denied what was said about him on this show, and also now, obviously, what's come out in this lawsuit. But there's a lot of negative stuff around Jay-Z right now, which is clearly damaging to him.
Yeah, and I think there's like a famous quote from someone who was acquitted, and he said, all right, where do I go to get my reputation back?
Right.
So obviously, we're not talking about acquittal in the criminal sense here. I don't know if it will ever get to that. But, this has got to have probably ruined Thanksgiving for his family and a significant period of time where he's sitting and waiting for this to come out. He had also sued the lawyer for going after him for extortion for all of this. So this must have been a hellacious few months having to deal with this. But we saw this. I mean, social media was alight. There was a lot of chatter basically saying Beyonce's next, Jay-Z's next, all the people in inner circle is next. And as I tell my son, you got to be careful who you hang out with, because this is the type of thing that happens. Because even if he is nose clean innocent and all he was is friends with Diddy, now he's embroiled in this scandal just because of his association with him.
Yeah, and the problem is there are just so many pictures of the two of them partying together, and he clearly was at a lot of Diddy parties. It doesn't mean he's guilty of any crimes or any wrongdoing whatsoever. I've got no independent evidence to suggest that at all. But when people start filing lawsuits against you, directly accusing you of committing crimes at parties like this, however emphatic your denial, we can see the impact this has on world media, right? And therefore on the public.
Yeah, but I would bet you, unlike the partisans in the media who hear certain things about people they don't like, of a certain political persuasion, and they condemn them immediately, my prediction is that there are going to be a lot of people in the media who say, all right, let's wait to see how this plays out. Let's take a measured approach, because they like Jay-Z. They like his music. They like his wife. I like his music. I like his wife's music. So, I get it, but there's a lot of inherent unfairness with how people are treated about these allegations. The allegations against Jay-Z, for example, are undoubtedly worse than the allegations against Pete Hegseth, because it's a child.
Yeah.
But that's being treated very, very, very differently.
Yeah, it is. Lexi, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers.
When was the last time you were on the Crucible? I can't even remember. It's been a while.
Turning now to the revolution in Syria, I'm joined by the former British lawmaker and host of the mother of all talk shows, George Galloway, who's previously spent time with President Bashar al-Assad. George, thanks for joining me again on Uncensored. You appear to have gone into some form of grief about the downfall of this ruthless, vile dictator. Why?
Well, when you say I spent time with Bashar al-Assad, you might have added that I spent time with him in Buckingham Palace when he was a guest of Her Majesty the Queen, literally living in the spare room at Buckingham Palace. The night before, going down the Mall in an open-top coach with Her Majesty on a royal trot around central London. You might have mentioned that Tony Blair suggested a knighthood for Bashar al-Assad. I've met him once, twice in my life, and the second time, not on my own. So grief, no, my grief is for Syria. My grief is for the Syrian people, who are now ruled by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And if you were being honest with yourself, knowing what you do about ISIS and Al-Qaeda, you'd be grieving with me.
Well, I certainly think there are a lot of concerns, legitimate concerns, about the leader of the rebels, who clearly was running part of Al-Qaeda in Syria. That's unquestionable. He says he's a changed person. He's distanced himself from, as he puts it, the extremists. I think we have to wait and see how this plays out and see if he is true to his word. Certainly the Americans seem to be buying into that at the moment, are supporting him, as are many other countries. In this country, for example, in the UK, I've seen that the government is saying we may have to unprescribe the group that he represents as a terror group in light of what's happened. So there's a lot going on here. And clearly there are a lot of groups in Syria, and there's a lot of people who are claiming they have gone from extreme fundamentalism to more moderate positions. Let's wait and see. It has been known to happen. I would say to you, though, I'm not talking really about what happened with Assad when he first came to power, because he was all the things that you rightly articulated. I just find it odd that you would view his dismissal now as a bad thing for Syrians. And we made a quick checklist here. This is a guy, I remember I was at CNN at the time with the 2011 Arab Spring. He crushed the peaceful resistance. It led to a devastating civil war, at least 300,000, maybe 500,000 deaths. More than 14 million Syrians had to flee their homes. He fired rockets filled with sarin gas on Ghouta, killing nearly 1,500, mostly women and children. Continued to use chlorine and sarin on his own people between 2014 to 2018. Russian and Syrian government airstrikes killed more than 100,000 Syrians since 2011, thousands tortured and left to rot in prisons. The prisons are currently being emptied out. People have been kept there, right, in underground, horrific conditions for sometimes decades under this guy. And so whatever the argument, which is a legitimate one, as I say, about what may come next, and we've seen with Libya and with Iraq and even with Iran, sometimes be careful what you wish for, and I'm absolutely cognizant of that. And I'm not getting too excited until I see how this plays out in terms of the leadership. But you cannot defend Assad's record of how he has treated his own people, given the scale of death, destruction, wrongful imprisonment, torture, and so on. Can you?
Well, that's the kind of propaganda porn that you've just adumbrated, that we were treated to about Saddam Hussein to justify invading and occupying Iraq. Both you and me, to our eternal credit, saw through that because we refuse to abstract. Even if 1/5 of what you just said there is the case, that is not a justification for making every matter worse. Now, it's true that Paul had a dramatic conversion on the road to Damascus, but we know al-Golani. He wasn't just the number 2 to Zarqawi in Iraq. He was the al-Qaeda number 2 in Iraq, killing British soldiers, by the way, killing American soldiers, by the way. And then he went to Syria and became the number 2 to al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS in Syria. So that would knock Paul's conversion on the road to Damascus into a cocked hat. Now, like you, I'm waiting for developments. Like you, I'm ready to treat this on its merits. If the Christian priests are not massacred, if the nuns are not kidnapped, if the religious minorities and Kurdish minorities and Druze minorities are not hunted down, like Golani did just 7 years ago, well, nobody will be happier than me. But you use the words, be careful what you wish for. In the Umayyad Mosque in Damascus yesterday, his supporters were chanting that they're on their way to Jerusalem next. And after Jerusalem, they're on their way to Mecca next. Now, I could live with that, Piers. I'm not sure that you could.
Listen, I'm not trying to make a defense of any of it at the moment. I think it's a very turbulent situation. As you know, I've got relatives, including my brother, who've been in the military, and you can make a very good argument that when you depose the dictators, it often leads to a worse situation. I mean, I think that's inarguable. And I'm not saying for a moment that I have absolute confidence that won't happen here, but I certainly wouldn't let that stray into a defense of Assad, who I think is indisputably proven himself to be an evil dictator.
But you're building a straw man there based on something I said in 2005.
So let me be fair to you. So what is your view of him now?
A guest of Her Majesty.
Right. So okay. So let me ask you again. To be fair to you, I get that point. To be fair to you, what is your current view of Bashar al-Assad?
He's a dictator, like all the Arab rulers are dictators. Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, is right now, in Saudi Arabia, freedom-loving Saudi Arabia, trying to get some money out of them for the parlous British economy. The idea that Assad is a worse dictator than the other Arab dictators is for the birds.
He is clearly worse. I don't know how you could say otherwise.
The real crime of...
Have any of them, like, literally genocided their own population?
Al-Assad was that he allowed the Palestinian resistance to stay, to base, to train, and to live in Syria, and to direct the operation.
No, he didn't. Okay, this guy is a fucking crazy nutjob. He allowed Hezbollah to come and train and also fight alongside him to crush the rebel resistance. What is he fucking talking about?
Of the Palestinian resistance. That's why they really hate Assad, not for the reasons of dictatorship. All our friends in the Middle East are dictatorships.
I mean, you tweeted in May 2023, I would have been proud.
Dude, this guy is just a fucking whack job.
To have stood by Syria, even if she'd fallen. Watching President Assad towering in the Arab League in Jeddah has made me happy today. Forward to Arab unity and independence. I mean, do you regret saying that?
Absolutely. No, I believe in Arab unity and independence. And the Arab League did bring Assad back into their ranks. And he did tower over them. Because in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is the king. And al-Assad had one eye. All the rest of them are blind. So how would I regret it? I believe in the unity of the Arab people from the Atlantic all the way to the Gulf. I believe in that. Now, there's nothing left of that. Islamism is the way forward that the Arabs appear to have chosen. Be careful what you wish for in supporting that.
I mean, the nature of dictatorship, we've seen so many now being toppled in the Middle East. That surely ultimately has to be a good thing, doesn't it? I mean, historically, when you look at this period in history, you would hope that countries could move forward from being run by dictators, whether it's Saddam Hussein or al-Assad or Gaddafi. I mean, it has to be better for the world that over time, these countries move away from that kind of leadership.
Yeah, sure, but the ones that disappear are the ones that don't do Western bidding, that stand up to Israel. The others are left. And, Keir Starmer's not in Saudi Arabia this week to give them a lecture on their dungeons, their political prisoners, the way that they treat their minorities. He's there as the best of friends of Saudi Arabia. So you have to take a consistent approach to this. I'm against all dictators, always, everywhere. But our government is not. And as you talked about the undoubted horrors of al-Assad's prisons, I got to remembering that Guantanamo Bay is still open.
Yeah, I know. Barack Obama ran in 2008 on one of his manifesto pledges was he would close it.
Yeah.
And he's a lawyer.
Yeah.
So
and by the way, al-Assad's jails were used as black prisons by us during the war on terror. We were illegally, extraordinarily renditioning prisoners into Assad's dungeons to be tortured so that we didn't have to do that dirty work ourselves. So the double standard.
Pretty sure that's untrue. You can, it's not technically an arrest, but if you do basically, I can't remember the technical term, but if you capture military prisoners, you can detain them like without trial for a longer period of time and shit like that. And the US was probably just using those facilities because they were the only ones that existed.
Standard is what I can't accept. I'm all for the downfall of all dictators. I think you and I can agree on that.
We can. And listen, I do think it's all very complex, this. And when people have simplistic overviews about it, I think they're always universally wrong. Let me ask you, there's a lot going on in the world right now, not least in the Middle East. You've seen Israel clearly have military success now, both against Hamas and Hezbollah, which seems to have given them a resurgent popularity. Netanyahu was very unpopular, is now much more popular because these people support what he's been doing with what they perceive to be terrorism. Iran, I would argue, is indisputably been weakened, not just by that, by also what's happened with al-Assad. You could argue that Russia has also been weakened because they basically pulled out of Syria completely. They've got troops there, but they're trying to get out of there completely. What do you make of the whole situation in totality? Donald Trump's coming in. He's made it clear he wants to end the war in Ukraine. He wants to try and end the wars in the Middle East. But where are we going to be left out of all this in a few months, do you think?
Well, unfortunately, for the purposes of show business, I agreed with all of that you just said. The truth is that the big winners in this are Erdogan, the new Ottoman emperor, whose flag is flying on the citadel in Aleppo for the first time since Lawrence of Arabia and the Syrian Arab National Movement drove the Ottomans out in the First World War. And Netanyahu, who looked dead and buried only 15 months ago.
Yeah.
He looked like he was headed for the pokey. And now he's the cock of the walk. And frankly, the Arabs are lying prone on the floor. And only his tender mercies are anything or everything that stands in the way of him doing to them as he pleases. And he's now invading Syria. He's expanding the Israeli so-called buffer zone, occupation zone on Syrian territory. He's cleaned half of the Gaza Strip entirely of its Palestinian population, the north of Gaza. He could right now, tonight, open the gates of Rafah and drive the remaining Palestinians into the desert in Egypt. And nobody, literally nobody, is going to stop him.
And he's got a president coming in who is completely on his side.
Well, we'll see about that. Depends which Donald Trump you meet. If it's the Donald Trump that was campaigning in Michigan on the eve of poll before his greatest comeback since George Foreman's rumble in the jungle, that Donald Trump wants to end the wars. That Donald Trump might be the one, counterintuitively, I'll grant you, who forces Netanyahu to have some mercy and to try and bring about an end to this suppurating conflict that has poisoned world affairs for basically all of my life.
Trump, I actually agree with you. I agree with you. I think Trump, I spoke to him last week and it came up about Middle East and Ukraine and Russia. He is instinctively, he's anti-war. Always has been. Apart from anything else, as a business guy, he just thinks war is bad for business. It costs an awful lot of money. It puts enormous strain on the economy. And what do you gain? I mean, his argument, I think, would be, actually, if you look at America's wars and interventions over the last 50 years, where could you see a clear victory which justified all the money and all the bloodshed and everything else? And I would agree with him. So I do think he can be surprising. I also think there's a will to get peace now, certainly with the Israel-Hamas war, and I think also with Ukraine-Russia. You can see the rhetoric from Zelensky that he is clearly now ready to do some kind of deal because they're both losing too many people. I mean, Russia's losing 2,000 soldiers a day. That's why they've got the North Koreans coming in.
Well, I've not yet seen a North Korean. I've seen lots of newspaper allusion to a North Korean, but no one's yet produced a North Korean. Either a picture, unlike the fake Daily Telegraph photographs the other day of North Korean women soldiers from years ago in North Korea. I've not yet seen a North Korean, but I think that you are right, that Trump's instincts are anti-war. Like you and me, he opposed the Iraq war. He wanted to pull out of Afghanistan, and the Democrats and the military-industrial complex frustrated that, only to then do it in the most humiliating, cataclysmic way, stealing out like a thief in the night, leaving hundreds of billions of dollars of materiel behind them, and losing quite a number of American and Afghan lives in the process. I do think that Trump's instincts are right, but I worry about the people he's surrounded himself with. Piers, I wish he'd taken you into the White House because, frankly, little Marco Rubio doesn't fill anyone.
Fuel donate $2. Trump team admits they're planning false flag.
All right, let me give you a warning that should terrify anyone who's paying attention. Donald Trump seems to be setting up to manufacture a crisis to then justify taking emergency powers. This is not paranoia. It's a playbook. It's a playbook we know. It's as old as authoritarianism itself. And Trump nominees have already admitted this is what's being planned. They've admitted it in small parts. Now, history is full of examples in the United States, globally, where strongmen leaders have exploited or outright fabricated emergencies to consolidate power. With Trump's return and his latest plan for the mass deportations, we have to acknowledge the writing is on the wall. I want to start with Trump and his incoming border czar, Tom Homan. Homan has already hinted at one such crisis. We've talked about this before. They've openly stated they have this intent to deploy red state National Guard units into blue cities and blue states if those states and cities refuse to cooperate with mass deportations. Those cities and states have already said, we're not going to cooperate with mass deportations. Think about what that means. Armed troops from right-wing states are going to march into liberal strongholds, bypassing state and local governments entirely. This is the kind of authoritarian power grab that we've seen in some of the darkest chapters of history. And of course, the chaos and the resistance that will result from the stunt will then be used to justify more crackdowns. Look at how crazy things got when the, West Virginia National Guard went into New Jersey. We've seen this sort of thing in our own recent history. After 9/11, some of you may be too young to remember, fear was weaponized to push through the Patriot Act, which massively expanded government surveillance powers with very little debate, because those who questioned it were framed as not patriotic or having the interests of our enemies. I remember when that very short debate took place. Americans were simply told, this is necessary for national security, and it opened up the door to warrantless spying on ordinary citizens. That's the sort of crisis-based policymaking which shows just how quickly you can exploit fear to dismantle rights under the guise of safety. Now imagine.
Well, we'll see. We will see in time. Thanks for the donation, Fuel.
With any sense of confidence. So the coming struggle for Donald Trump will be decisive in world affairs.
Yeah.
And however the war in Ukraine ends, it's going to end in less advantageous terms than it would have done if Boris Johnson hadn't gone all the way to Kiev to scupper the Istanbul peace agreement. Ukraine has lost hundreds of thousands more men and hundreds of thousands more square miles of territory. So the end game...
That's not true. Ukraine has suffered fewer attritional losses. What is he talking about?
Will begin in January. One of the reasons why all this chaos is happening is so the Democrats and the military-industrial intelligence complex that stand foursquare against Donald Trump can cause Trump as many problems as possible before he gets in the door on the 20th of January. I could argue this is a kind of coup by the Democrats in the United States. They are willfully denying the settled will, the express will of the people of the United States who voted for an entirely different approach to world affairs, including wars, but who are having fait accompli hammered into place at great cost. Now Joe Biden's about to give aid to the Al-Qaeda ISIS rebrand in Syria.
Yeah, that is extraordinarily perverse.
There's been wasted elsewhere.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. What's also interesting to me, and it must be to you, has been the extraordinary evolution of a lot of American Republicans, conservatives, who 30 years ago would have been implacably opposed to any suggestion you would appease a Russian dictator. They totally supported intervening where they believe freedom and democracy had to be defended. Now it's a very different atmosphere, with many, many Republicans in America believing that Trump's mantra of America first, don't intervene, let countries get on with it, unless it directly impacts on American national security. It's been a real sea change, hasn't there? Politically, never mind anything else.
Well, cross-dressing is the new zeitgeist, isn't it? And political cross-dressing is what we have experienced so completely on both sides of the Atlantic in recent years. Now it's the left that is in favor of censorship, the left which is in love with the three-letter agencies, the left which is increasingly authoritarian. In the name of liberalism, they're prepared to stamp on anybody, prepared to choke off.
I just can't anymore, dude.
In our drinking water, really dangerous to our health. RFK Jr., the soon-to-be Secretary of Health, has recommended that fluoride should be removed from drinking water, calling it an industrial waste associated with arthritis, bone fractures, bone cancer, IQ loss, neurodevelopmental disorders, and thyroid disease. If he's right, we might be risking our health with every sip, but experts like Dr. Paul Offit, a researcher at Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, has been quick to disagree. He claims that fluoride has been well tested, it clearly and definitively decreases cavities, and it's not associated with any clear evidence of the chronic diseases mentioned in that tweet. So who's right? Is fluoride a dangerous toxin that we need to stop adding to our water immediately, particularly since we already use fluoride toothpaste? So is fluoride in our water not needed anymore? Or is it still a helpful substance that benefits public health? So I'm not interested in politics. As a physician based in New Zealand, where fluoride is also added to the drinking water, in this video I'll explain the fluoride science and cut through the political noise to reveal the true impact on our health. And what I'm going to say here will probably make both supporters and critics of RFK Jr. a bit cross. Let's start by looking at this question. Does adding fluoride to our water, now that we use fluoride toothpaste, provide any benefits? And as we'll see, the answer has changed with the latest data. We first became aware of a possible connection between fluoride and dental health almost 100 years ago. A dentist moved to Colorado and found lots of local residents with unusual brown stains on their teeth. What's more is that the people with these stains seemed resistant to getting cavities. He started to wonder if there was something in the water that those people were drinking to cause these strange effects. But it wasn't until the 1930s that a scientist discovered what it was. He found that the water in those places where people had those brown stains on their teeth had a chemical in it, and that chemical was called fluoride. That led scientists to an idea. Fluoride in drinking water is doing something to create those brown spots on the teeth, while also making them less likely to decay. But the brown spots aren't exactly desirable, so they wondered if there was a level of fluoride that would prevent cavities but without staining the teeth. The evidence suggested that there was around 1 part per million in drinking water, and they were ready to test the idea. The first trial of adding fluoride to drinking water began in the Great Rapids of Michigan in 1945. The results were incredible. The rate of dental cavities for children in the city dropped by more than 60%. This provided powerful evidence of the effectiveness of fluoride in preventing cavities. Other cities in the US and around the globe followed this example of Great Rapids and started adding fluoride to their drinking water. But 1945 is a long time ago, and there's been a lot of research done since then, and now we've got far more up-to-date data. Plus, many countries, including Germany, France, and Sweden, do not add fluoride to their water and instead add fluoride to salt and milk. So what's going on? Do we still have any reason to think that fluoridated water is a good idea? To answer that question, let's have a look at a systematic review of the research performed by the Cochrane Organization, and it was published just 2 months ago. The authors examined hundreds of studies and found that adding fluoride to water leads to less tooth decay in children's baby teeth. It also slightly increases the number of kids with no tooth decay in their permanent teeth. But slight doesn't sound like a big deal, does it? When they had a look at how many kids had no cavities in their baby teeth or adult teeth, the numbers weren't super high. It was just 4% for baby teeth and 3% for adult teeth, so there's not a huge difference. And on the surface, this sounds like a bit of a mystery. How could adding fluoride to drinking water provide massive benefits decades ago, but only slight benefits now? Well, the answer has to do with toothpaste. Once scientists realized what fluoride could do to prevent cavities, they suggested adding it to toothpaste. And fluoride has the greatest effect when it's applied directly to the teeth, so putting it in toothpaste is an obvious way to access its benefits. And abundant research establishes the effectiveness of fluoride in toothpaste. One meta-analysis found that daily brushing with fluoride toothpaste resulted in a 24% reduction in cavities and other signs of tooth decay. And because of this, in many countries we've witnessed a sharp decline in how many cavities people are getting. So does that mean that we don't need to add fluoride to water anymore? Well, to answer that question, we need to consider not just the benefits, but also the potential costs of doing so, which brings us to RFK Jr.'s claims on the dangers of fluoride. Does it really cause problems like bone fractures and IQ loss? Well, let's have a look at his claim about IQ loss first, since it's got the most attention. A report released by the US Department of Health and Human Services was all over the news last summer. It seemed to confirm RFK Jr.'s claim about IQ. After a systematic review of the available studies, the authors said that higher levels of fluoride exposure are associated with lower IQ in children. But notice the key point. This effect is only seen at fluoride exposures above the recommended level set by the World Health Organization. So how does that level, which was 1.5 milligrams per liter of water, compare to the level found in water in the USA? Well, in the US, the amount of fluoride in drinking water is actually much lower. It's only 0.7 milligrams per liter. So the authors of the study that generated all of that concern even point out that their report doesn't say whether the amount of fluoride added to the US drinking water affects IQ in any negative way. So while we have good evidence that high levels of fluoride can impact IQ, we don't currently have any evidence that levels below the World Health Organization recommendations do. And that raises a key point. It is seldom the case that a particular substance is either 100% beneficial or harmful. It depends on the dose. We need water to survive, for example, but drinking too much water can be fatal. So we always need to have a look at the effects of a specific amount of any substance that we're investigating. So overall, at the fluoride doses used in the USA and New Zealand, there's no evidence that it leads to IQ loss. But what about another problem that RFK Jr. mentions, which is bone fractures? Well, he isn't making this up. There is indeed evidence that too much fluoride can weaken bone structures, leading to fractures. But once again, the risk starts to show at levels of exposure above the World Health Organization recommendations. It's the same story that repeats itself when it comes to other potential issues that RFK Jr. mentions. So fluoride can lead to negative impacts if we get too much of it, but that's why the levels added to drinking water are set low enough to stay under the World Health Organization threshold for safety. So let's have a look at one final health impact that isn't mentioned by RFK Jr.'s tweet, which is fluorosis. So remember those brown spots on people's teeth that led to the discovery of fluoride's role in dental health? Well, those brown spots are known as fluorosis, and they're the result of getting too much fluoride when our teeth are developing. So brown spots are an extreme form of the problem, and this effect is usually milder and it shows up as white streaks or spots. Only in extreme cases of fluorosis does the condition cause problems for our teeth, but otherwise it's just a cosmetic issue. But interestingly, the rates are increasing. In the US, 41% of adolescents have some degree of fluorosis, and that number has almost doubled since 1987. So if these rates are going up, does that mean that we're getting too much fluoride? Well, the study authors highlight an important point to keep in mind. Water is just one source of fluoride. So as we've seen, toothpaste is another, and the rates of fluorosis actually caused the US Department of Health to reduce the recommended level of fluoride in water from 1 part per million to 0.7 parts per million in 2015. So it's a recognition that context changes. And as it does so, we need to make adjustments in our response to the latest data. Supporters of RFK Jr.'s position would agree, and they would go on to argue that the latest data shows that we need to stop adding fluoride to our water. So what do I think the evidence shows? Well, the latest meta-analysis continues to find a modest benefit from adding fluoride to water, but that benefit is nowhere near as great as what it was initially. And partly, this seems to be because of fluoride in toothpaste that's become more common and yet another way for people to get fluoride. Yet cavities remain a massive problem globally. In fact, the World Health Organization finds tooth decay in adult teeth to be the most common health condition today. It seems to me that even a modest help when it comes to one of the leading global health problems might be worth doing. This is especially true when you consider that children in poorer...
Are you watching the Trump interview? Which Trump interview?
And more vulnerable communities may be less likely to have access to toothpaste and consistent dental care. So I work in a semi-rural clinic where a lot of my patients struggle financially to put food on the table, let alone divert resources to their teeth, and children in particular suffer. Too often these vulnerable populations are overlooked in discussions like this, and it's these vulnerable populations that need the help the most. So taking fluoride out of the water supply removes an important support structure for these people, especially when we consider the risks. As we saw, the health problems associated with fluoride, they only show up at levels above the limit set by the World Health Organization. So adding fluoride to drinking water still makes sense, but realistically, the people watching this video or who are debating fluoride aren't the ones who are going to get much benefit from fluoride in drinking water. Most of you already know to prioritize your dental hygiene, to use fluoride toothpaste, to brush twice a day, to floss, and ideally to use a water pick. Instead, the fluoride in drinking water is there to help vulnerable populations, and at the doses used in the USA and New Zealand, based on the current data, there is limited evidence suggesting significant health downsides for the general population. However, there are questions we should continue to explore. For instance, what impacts are there of these lower levels of fluoride on IQ? Could exposure to fluoride in the womb cause any problems? Also, is drinking water the optimal way to deliver fluoride, or should we consider alternatives like adding it to salt and milk, as done in many European countries? And for those who want to remove fluoride from water, there are filters that will remove it effectively and are readily available. ConsumerLab.com have independently tested a variety of water filters, and I highly recommend you check out their website. And when it comes to preventing cavities, cutting back on sugary drinks might make a bigger difference than getting fluoride. So one study, for example, sugary drinks are just...
And just like
Booty Cam donated $2 this one. Let me
President-elect Donald Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. You are the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Republicans now have control of the House and the Senate. What do you plan to accomplish in your first 100 days in office?
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be our first signal, and the first signal to America that we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but...
People are not coming in by the millions.
We have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions from all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts, because, you know, they're coming due and they're very substantial for people. And it would be very, I think it will anger a lot of people, frankly, if we don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever. And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities. And we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors. And I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly in our cities. And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working on nominations. We're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well. We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Peter's doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy with a tremendous track record, actually. Went to Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both. But he loves the military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy. I've known him through Fox, but I've known him for a long time. And he's basically a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him, all he wants to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think he would be in this position where he may be, hopefully will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because they were really doing what they were taught to do in some cases. So, yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I think that everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating. And we all want to stop doing something. And if he said that, I mean, that's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But he's very respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox, they think he's fantastic. And the people that work with him, really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you know, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him, so he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, you know, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. You know, he didn't say, well, let me think about it. Let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says, I'm going to give up, you know, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States.
Curiosity, what cell phone do you have now? S24 Ultra guy?
I have a Samsung S20 FE. Thanks for the donation for nothing. Mike donated $2. There's a trend on social media where women are talking about how they won't go 50-50 on bills with a man in a relationship. What are your thoughts on chicks who say they won't go 50-50? Here's an example.
Hey, babe, I have something to tell you.
Okay.
I can't pay the rent this month.
Why not?
I just don't have the money for it.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I just don't have the money. I think with all the Christmas.
Hey, dog said, why not?
They're entitled, spoiled children. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Three biggest trading partners, economists of all stripes, say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation. In fact, when I handed it over, they didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years just based on what I had created. And then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much. So I think we will. I'm a big believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich. We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let them become a state. We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion, and now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing. They made a great economy for us. They also solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying, you guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs, if properly used. I don't say you use them like a madman. I say properly used. But it didn't.
So, by the way, I'm pretty sure Trump's soybean tariffs caused the U.S. government have to pay, it made U.S. farmers have to get paid reparations for the economic effect of the tariffs. So there already are examples of tariffs negatively impacting the U.S. economy and Americans. It ended up increasing U.S. expenditures. So that's not true. Also, none of Trump's tariffs have stopped any wars. So that's also not true.
It didn't cost this country anything. It made this country money, and we never really got the chance to go all out because we had to fight COVID in the last part, and we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in. It was actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are a very powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you. No, you mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from Ohio. And he said, they're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country. And I put a 50% tariff on the washing machines coming in from China and South Korea. And Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure that consumers don't wind up paying more? Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs, although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful, successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs. It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands of jobs. And you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money. I'll go a step further. Tariffs are going to make our country rich.
He can only talk about one fucking washing machine company. Like that's it. There was a washing machine company that benefited from the tariffs. Therefore, all tariffs are good.
Tariffs are going to help us pay off $35 trillion in debt. Tariffs are going to make our country...
Please explain to me why you increased the national debt more than any other U.S. president.
...be safe, because China, as an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them. They don't want to play games. And we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think, and that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs, or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that. I spoke with both. I spoke with Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call. And yeah. He was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in. Maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before. 10 times what we had. They're just pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to Justin Trudeau, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to put tariffs on your country at about 25%. That's a very substantial tariff. And in both cases, but in the case where it was really visible, within 10 minutes after that phone call, we noticed that the people coming across the border, the southern border, having to do with Mexico, they were at a trickle, just a trickle. It was, in fact, I call the border. See, unlike my opponent, I do call the border a lot. And I said, how's the border looking today? They said, there's nobody here. They couldn't believe it. The military stopped these vast groups of people. You know, we call them caravans, but they're caravans of people, and they largely stopped them. Now, they're going to have to continue that, but if they don't continue, and the other thing I told them is no more drugs, and I told that to China, too. I had a deal with President Xi. Had the election been different, I'm going to be very nice because we don't have to get into an argument over 2020, but had the election been different, the result been different, we would have had China giving the maximum penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl into this country. But Biden didn't, unfortunately, finish that discussion up. I had an agreement with President Xi, who I got along with very well. We've had communication as recently as this week, and I had communication with him where they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending drugs into the United States.
That is clearly bullshit. China doesn't care if people are selling drugs to the U.S. They do not care. All they end up doing is end up manufacturing pseudochemicals, so they can just manufacture fentanyl in the U.S. That's all they do. China already imposed trade rules banning the sale of fentanyl into the U.S., and all they did was just end up selling precursor chemicals to these drug dealers and then making money off fentanyl that way. And then I think they imposed another ban on you know, the precursor chemicals, then they just created different precursor chemicals and then sold it. Like, it's like he actually takes Xi Jinping seriously when he fucking says this.
When you swipe right on your sister, not a porno, please don't kiss her. When you hide instead of run, killer coming with a gun, littering in front of cops, ball in with a bunch of jocks, Coop and Curry have no hops when you put on dirty socks.
Well, thank you for that beautiful poem. Thanks for the donation, Nigerian N-word.
United States.
This week you had that conversation.
Not that conversation, but I had other conversations. Okay. But in the past, I've had that conversation.
Let me ask you about another aspect of the economy, sir, the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. There are 20 states that still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25, and I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate in 2020, I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it. And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal?
Can't say I have many of these left. I might get deported. Okay, well, thanks.
Very low number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the downside, though. In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place. The population is shrinking. It's had a very negative impact. But there is a level at which you could do it, absolutely. Yeah.
What is that level?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and thriving because of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too much, and you understand this, if California went crazy, they went crazy. And people, the restaurants are closing, all of them. Many more people are hurt.
So I hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider it? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean, in terms of the cost of living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage, which is $8 or $9, might be, might have very little effect because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Before we move on to immigration, which I do want to talk about, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, said he will not leave his post even if you ask him to. Will you try to replace Jerome Powell?
No, I don't think so. I don't see it. But I think if I told him to, he would. But if I asked him to, he probably wouldn't. But if I told him to, he would.
You don't have plans to do that right now?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's talk about mass deportation, one of your big agenda items. You've talked about prioritizing people who have criminal histories.
Correct.
But is it your plan to deport everyone who is here illegally over the next 4 years?
Well, I think you have to do it. And it's a very tough thing to do. But you have to have, you have rules, regulations, laws. They came in illegally. The people that have been treated very unfairly are the people that have been online for 10 years to come into the country. And we're going to make it very easy for people to come in terms of they have to pass the test. They have to be able to tell you what the Statue of Liberty is. They have to tell you a little bit about our country. They have to love our country. They can't come out of prisons. We don't want people that are in for murder. So we had 11,000 and 13,000 different estimates, 13,099 murderers released into our country over the last 3 years. They're walking down the streets. They're walking next to you and your family, and they're very dangerous.
The 13,000 figure, I think, goes back about 40 years.
No, it doesn't. No, it's within the 3-year period. It's during the Biden term now. That was a fiction that they put that out. This was done by the Border Patrol.
That was not over a fucking 3-year period. He's full of shit.
It's 13,099, and it's during the Biden period of time. And these are murderers, many of whom murdered more than one person. You don't want those people in this country.
But you're saying something, sir, that's significant. I just want to make sure I'm clear, which is that you're saying, yes, you're going to focus on the people with criminal histories, but everyone who's here illegally has to go.
I'm saying this. We have to get the criminals out of our country. We have to get people that were taken out of mental institutions and put them back into their mental institution, no matter what country it is. Do you know that Venezuela, their prisons are at the lowest point in terms of emptiness that they've ever been? They're taking their people out of those prisons by the thousands, and they're drunk.
Okay, I don't know if there's any point in watching the rest of this. Like, he's literally just saying the same retarded shit he said during his fucking campaign.
What's up, space pirates? This is your admiral, the certifiably suave Dr. Disaster. Assassin's Creed Shadows, featuring Yasuki, the infamous supposed black samurai, where he wears an outfit so stupid that I dare you to try not to laugh at it when you look at it.
You're under.
Alright guys, I'm gonna show it to you now, but don't say I didn't warn you. This is the kind of shit that makes people snort milk out of their noses. Behold.
What in the fuck? He looks like a gay black dude cosplaying as a erotic gay samurai. You gotta be fucking shitting me.
Behold. Alright, so So you know that for the white saviors over there at Ubisoft, the whole reason that they included Yasuke into the Assassin's Creed Shadows game was to make sure that black fellas feel included. Those saviors at Ubisoft felt like they needed to swoop in and make sure that black dudes were represented. So, for all of you black dudes out there who might be watching this, tell me, when you look at this picture, when you see those pretty little flowers hanging out in Yasuke's hair, do you feel represented? What would you say that you're feeling in response to seeing this?
I'm pissed off is what I am.
Yeah, I'd be pretty damned annoyed if this was supposed to represent me. And I'll say this, Japanese dudes probably dodged a bullet on this one. At least they don't have to be humiliated, like with the little flower wreath in the hair of Yasuke. Once again, this is material for the modern audience. This is the whole image here with a corresponding outfit for Naue. Apparently, Shadows is going to be the most monetized game in the Assassin's Creed franchise.
Boy.
And the morons at Ubisoft seriously believed that normal people would want to pay money for this. And I'm sorry, but nobody wants to play as a fabulous samurai.
La 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 la.
But alright, let's talk about this Assassin's Creed Shadows skin that apparently just leaked, and what it means for Ubisoft and for the entirety of the Assassin's Creed franchise. The word is that the team at Ubisoft, after the major anti-woke backlash that they have experienced this year, they are working hard to scrub all of this crap from the internet, to remove these skins from the game, and to replace them with something else. In fact, I'm hearing rumors that doing this, that removing all this horrible shit that most people would absolutely laugh at, things like this skin, I'm hearing rumors that this is the biggest reason as to why they decided to push the game back from November to February in order to give themselves time to do this. And it's no wonder, with stupid crap like this in their games, that industry analysts are now predicting that Ubisoft will not survive 2025, at least not as it is. Something is going to change. As we discussed yesterday, it sounds like Tencent is going to buy the company. The only thing really holding it up is the fact that the current CEO and his family believe they're going to convince the people at Tencent to let them continue running the show. This image that leaked today is just one more reason why I highly, highly doubt that's going to happen. I mean, ask yourself this. If you were buying a company like Ubisoft, something that's falling apart with very poor customer relations and pitiful sales numbers, especially considering the amount of money pumped into these projects, and if you saw shit like Yasuke with flowers in his hair, would you permit the people who are okay with this crap to continue making decisions when it's your money, your ass on the line? And considering the fact that Tencent already has a stake in the company, clearly they don't like what's happening, which is why they're planning the buyout in the first place. But let's look at this article real quick here, which talks about video game industry expert and data analyst Juice Van Drunen and what he predicts for Ubisoft. The article says, after a string of failed games, years of controversy, that's putting it mildly, numerous creative and financial restructurings, and costly mismanagement, Ubisoft isn't in a great place right now. It's to the point where Ubisoft is said to be considering partners in an effort to buy out all remaining company stock and take the game's maker private. The idea is to go private before someone makes a hostile takeover attempt. Tencent is one such partner, and rightly so given the share position in both Ubisoft and Ubisoft's principal share.
Well, Assassin's Creed is probably not going to be any good.
That the Assad regime has fallen, and millions of Syrians, for the first time in generations, have a legitimate chance at a brighter future. So today we're going to talk about what the hell just happened over the course of 10 days. It wasn't even a full 2 weeks, so if you blink, you probably missed something. We'll do our best to get you caught up in this video. We're going to talk about what we can expect from an HTS-led government in Syria, take a look at a prison that was uncovered that some are referring to as a human slaughterhouse to give you an idea of just how brutal the Assad regime was to their own people. And then we'll step back and take a look at some international actions and reactions from Russia, the United States, and Israel. It's a lot to get into, so let's get started. Now, looking at this series of events, and we have to break this out, the HTS-led opposition forces began their offensive west of Aleppo on November 27th. Again, not that awful long ago, and then we have the Assad regime falling on December 8th. 10 days, start to finish, which is incredibly rapid compared to just about anything. And this war, by and large, the lines have been pretty stable for a couple years since a ceasefire was reached back in, I believe, 2019. There have been some encroachment by Assad forces into HTS-held territory, but HTS and opposition forces had not really retaken anything from Assad in a long, long time. So right when they started moving towards Aleppo, and we'll pull up some maps here to show you kind of a time lapse of how quickly this took place, there were a lot of folks saying they're not going to make it to Aleppo, and then it was they're not going to make it into Aleppo, they're certainly not going to take Aleppo, and then Aleppo fell. And then we just kind of blinked, and they moved south to Hama. Hama fell, then they moved south to Homs, and before there was even really confirmation that Homs had fallen, there were opposition forces inside of Damascus and regime forces laying down their weapons. The momentum here was crazy, and that's something we talked about a couple days ago that I thought was worth rehashing here. There wasn't a lot of fighting, all things considered. When you look at how the rest of this war has played out and how deadly it has been to shift the lines even a little bit in certain areas, that is not what we just saw over the last 10 days. By and large, what we saw were regime forces choosing to not fight, laying down their arms, surrendering, or running away. And this is something we touched on in a previous video where I talked about the momentum that's taking place here when people are choosing not to fight may be fueled by the fact that we just aren't seeing videos on a wide-scale basis of revenge killing, torture, execution of religious or ethnic minorities, and definitely of the Assad regime forces. There have been countless videos of regime forces being taken prisoner, and Like they're definitely in captivity now, but they also weren't shot or beheaded on the side of the road or anything like that, which unfortunately has been a thing in this conflict. And I just want to say how crazy it is that these videos aren't happening. This doesn't appear to be a thing at this point, right? That's not a Syrian thing. That's a military thing. If you step back and look at this, you have these HTS in this case. They have watched their friends and family members die at the hands of the Assad regime for years now. And this might be the first time in years, if not ever, they're face-to-face with regime forces and they have total control. They can do whatever they want. It is not crazy to think that they would have individuals within that organization that just want revenge for their family members, right? And it doesn't appear to be happening. I don't want to say it hasn't happened at all, but we're not seeing that on a widespread basis. The optimistic side of me says that means that Jolani and the HTS leadership has enough control over their fighters, enough control over their forces to really hold back that basic human nature to try to get revenge on the people that killed, again, your friends and your family. Cautiously optimistic from that point of view. Now, I'm going to pull up a map here called Live UA Map to give you an idea of some of the territory and how the war has shaken out here in the last couple of days. And a couple things I wanted to highlight. This is, again, public resource. I'll have it linked in the description below. The green is now considered HTS-held territory. And what I wanted to highlight was there are some folks at this point referring to this as the end of the Syrian civil war. I don't think that's accurate because even this map here, you can see there are still different factions in different parts of the country. We've got the HTS-led groups now here in the green, which happened very fast. But up here on the right, we do still have the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, and the Syrian National Army, SNA, that control portions of this yellow territory. Technically, they're not fighting HTS. There's been some kind words exchanged. There's also been some reporting of minor conflicts between the groups. But when you have the country still split like this, I think it's very hard to say that the Syrian civil war is over. It's probably just the next phase. Hopefully, they're able to consolidate power under one group and for the benefit of all Syrians. Now, one other thing I wanted to highlight here on the West Coast, the only red on this map still are actually the two Russian locations. We've got the naval base here at Tartus, and then we've got the airfield up here a little further north. So the entire map, the only red now are those two locations. I haven't heard very much about regime forces there anymore, if those forces still exist, but I just thought it was interesting that they do still have those flagged as Russian, or as Assad controlled territory, if you will. And we'll get more into the whole Russian situation here in just a second. So a big question right now is Assad. Where is this guy? Not entirely clear. There have been a bunch of differing reports with no clear evidence at this point. There was some speculation that he boarded a plane. That plane was shot down, or crashed, or was maybe shot down by Russian air defense, which would have been a pretty crazy end to his brutal reign. But again, no evidence quite yet that happened. It does sound like Russia has granted him asylum. We haven't seen him show up in Russia. From all that I'm tracking, there has been no picture or video of Assad in the last couple days. So your guess is as good as mine. I would say it's unlikely that he's still in Syria, but outside of that, who knows? All right, so I think it's worth spending a couple minutes here on HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. For anybody who's been watching my videos for the last couple weeks, you can probably skip ahead like 90 seconds. For anybody who's hearing this for the first time, this might be some help.
Do you like how they added the L85A2 in COD? No. It's a stupid gun. It's arguably the worst modern military rifle ever made.
Helpful context. So HTS, originally, we have to go back to like 2005 timeframe when their leader, Jolani, who is still the leader, and we'll see him giving speeches here in a minute, was a fighter, a member of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. All right, that's where he was. He was arrested by U.S. and Iraqi forces, spent time in U.S. prisons there in Iraq. Eventually,
it's been too long ago we reacted to this nut. Has some things to say.
And they
all
killed
shorts.
1,500 civilians.
There he goes.
500 plus were kids. I mean, so any one of those days would have been much worse than October 7th, but nobody really talks about
those
that.
didn't happen in a single
October
day.
What kind of argument is this? Argument. Piers Morgan knows it himself, of course.
Who cares?
To me, total bullshit.
Who cares?
The daughter is pregnant. What is he going to do with the child? No, he prefers to kill the daughter. He does not
Has
want
nothing
to go
to do with
even
religion.
To the degree that his grandchild is a result of a rape incident.
And yet again, this has absolutely nothing to do with the religion. If you look into Sharia law, just peripherally, you don't even have to look deep. You will understand that it is not about taking the law into your own hands and going out and executing people, executing your own daughter. Of course not. If there
You're allowed to do that under Sharia law, so he's lying.
Was a crime committed by your daughter or by somebody else, then the Islamic State will take care of it. And therefore, in this instance, obviously the daughter is completely innocent. And nowhere in Islam, nowhere in Islamic law is anybody asking of you to execute your own daughter. This man is simply...
Yeah, so he's just full of shit.
My father sacrificed me. He said, this is not my son, and I don't know him if you want.
How did Andrew Wilson end up on Piers? Wasn't there talk about you going on Piers around the time you attended the pro-Palestine parade?
I don't know. I don't know how anybody ends up on Piers Morgan. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Want to kill him. His blood is allowed.
Again,
So when
what
you
does
have to
this
choose
have to
between a
do with
hypothetical
Islam?
God that does not even exist and the future of children or your own child, well, we have a fundamental problem here.
Okay, there are only so many options. Either the guy is completely mentally ill, stupid, or an agent. Between those three options, I tend for the third one. But nevertheless, again, this guy talks about his father, allegedly, and how he abandoned him, allegedly, and he's not talking about Islam. He didn't provide any proof whatsoever to show, hey, listen, guys, this is what the Quran states, this is what the Hadith states. When you get as a child, you should be abandoned, you should be killed. Of course not. There is no such thing at all within Islamic theology, and therefore he cannot provide any proof. Moreover, in the end, he says...
So this is a massive, massive cop-out. Nothing has to be explicitly stated in a religion for it to lead to an end result. So, you're seeing what logically occurs when people adopt Islamic beliefs. You end up seeing children getting killed for honor when they're raped. That's just a logical extension of what happens in Islam. When you have like this retarded purity idea, especially for young girls, that they have to stay virgins, when they allow for honor killings, like a father is allowed to kill their own children if they dishonor them, this is what logically happens. It doesn't need to be explicitly stated that you must kill your own daughter if she's raped. I don't care what Bobby has to say about anything. Like, who cares? Thanks for the donation, E.
Initially was released, teamed up with al-Baghdadi, the leader of Islamic State, to push into Syria. At that time, he formed up Jabhat al-Nusra, which became the al-Qaeda affiliate inside of Syria. So rather than like, it was Al-Qaeda in Iraq, rather than Al-Qaeda in Syria, it was Jabhat al-Nusra. That was the Al-Qaeda, official Al-Qaeda affiliate. They did not partner with Islamic State, although he worked with Baghdadi to kind of help Islamic State move into Syria. Eventually, Jolani stepped away from Jabhat al-Nusra, shut that down, formed something called HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. In doing that in 2017, by and large, his goals were to kind of distance himself from more of the international jihadi movement and focus more on nationalistic aims, kind of the idea that he doesn't want to be associated with Al-Qaeda or Islamic State. Now, at times, HTS has arrested Al-Qaeda members inside of Syria, and they have conducted open combat operations against Islamic State. That said, there's clearly a mixed history there. Now, from the very start of this offensive, HTS has been saying the right things, like a Syria for all. They're going to form an inclusive government, and there's a place for everybody in this new country of theirs. It's moderate, it's inclusive. It's not probably what you or I would think of in terms of an inclusive government, but it's a far cry from what we saw Islamic State put up in previous years. I do want to add as well that the right flags are flying. So maybe that's really dumbing it down to like the lowest degree. But if you look at any of the pictures and the videos coming out right now from Damascus, Homs, Hama, Aleppo, there are at times some HTS flags, but by and large, we're seeing the independence flag, the Syrian flag being draped over government buildings and over airfields and down the street and things like that. That's very different than what we saw, I think, when Islamic State took over portions of eastern Syria. They didn't move in there and put up Syrian flags. They put up Islamic State flags, right? Same thing in Afghanistan with the Taliban. They didn't move in and put up Afghanistan flags or Afghan flags. They went in and put up Taliban flags. So maybe it's an overly simplistic look, but I do think it's telling that the flags that are flying are Syrian flags, not the flags of a specific organization. Now, when looking at HTS, kind of think of this as like a sliding scale between like a Western-style democracy on the one hand and all the way on the other, maybe like what Islamic State set up in Raqqa. HTS is not either one of those extremes, all right? So they are somewhere in the middle, which already makes this kind of a gray area. They've been much more moderate in Idlib, so they've had the opportunity to run governance in a portion of Syria for some time now, much more moderate than Islamic State or even the Taliban, but I would not be holding out hope for any sort of democratic style elections anytime soon. That's not who they are either. Again, so somewhere between these two kind of extremes. Now, the negative side here when looking at HTS, which is a fully justified negative perception of this organization, is they're Salafi jihadi. They are a designated terrorist organization by the United States. Their leader, Jolani, has a bounty on his head, or arrest warrant price on his head for information leading to his arrest or death. It's a terrorist organization start to finish. It was formed from terrorist organizations. It's not good in that sense at all. The positive here is that HTS did run Idlib for a number of years, so they have some history and governance. And while they were there, they didn't appear to really allow any foreign terrorist organizations to base their operations in Idlib. And overall, they did have a pretty good track record of like pretty fair governance. That said, I wouldn't spend a lot of time trying to figure out what the future is going to hold under HTS. There are so many unknowns in this conflict that just figuring out what is actually happening on the ground is going to be hard enough. So be very, very careful of any large predictions of how they're actually going to run the country. Now, they have been putting out the right things, and the right things as in not extremist things. There was a press conference just a couple days ago where they said, quote, the city of Tartus has been liberated, and we are here with our people from all sects, Christians, Alawites, Sunnis, Druze, and Islamis. The Syrian people are one. To our people in Tartus, work with us to build our country. We will present a model to be proud of, end quote. And this kind of the governance piece is actually something that Aaron Zellin is really good at tracking and kind of keeping an eye on. I'll link his profile in the description below. He's somebody worth following for sure. And Zellin actually put out a note earlier today saying that Mohammed al-Bashir, the current prime minister of HTS's Salvation Government, so that's the HTS government entity in Idlib, is being tasked with forming the new government to manage the transitional period. They say currently he's meeting with Jelani, the head of HTS, to determine the arrangements of the transfer of power to avoid Syria entering a state of chaos. Again, the right things are being said. It does sound like Jelani is not interested in being like the overall leader of Syria. We'll see. That might be reading between the lines, but again, there's a lot of positive things being said, if you will. All right, so I think we've kind of set the conditions and expectations. Syria is not about to become some sort of Western-style open democracy. That's not on the table. But a big question here is, could this be better for the Syrian people and for the world? And there was an interesting article here just put out by Kareem Shaheen in New Lines magazine. I thought this was worth going through word for word. He said, quote, in terms of the Assad regime, they really did burn the country. Half the population displaced, countless people held in a network of Stalinist dungeons, augmented by a toxic surveillance state that pitted wife against husband, brother against sister, father against son. A punitive system that invented over 70 different ways of torturing prisoners. Over 400,000 dead. Thousands killed in chemical attacks. Thousands more killed with barrel bombs, barrels filled with TNT that were so inaccurate they had to be dropped far behind rebel lines on civilians in bread lines so they didn't accidentally kill their own troops. Persistent and paralyzing fear. A refugee crisis that reshaped Western politics, created the conditions for the establishment and flourishing of the Islamic State. It is very difficult to conceive of something worse that could come after. And I thought that was worth mentioning because it's been pretty bad. And I know Syria's kind of fallen out of the news in recent years, but it's been awful in a lot of ways, not just inside of Syria, but what that's led to around the world. So look, the bar's pretty low in terms of could the next thing be in any way, shape, or form better? I think it's worth remembering. And there's a lot of focus right now, understandably so, in the future, but we are in a phase right now where we have to remember to document the past. And one of those examples, a tragic example here that I think deserves a lot of attention, is the Sednaya prison. So this is something opposition forces and free Syrians now started to uncover, realizing that hundreds, maybe even thousands of people are trapped below ground in isolation. These are people that have been...
Dodo, donate $2. Look at these examples, read comments. Also, what are you gaming and when are you playing Life is Strange? Well, we're going to play Sekiro. OpenAI just dropped Sora AI video model. Huh. That person is freakishly tall. I'm noticing some people don't have arms. Yeah, some people don't have, like, arms and hands. They're all, like, covering their hands, and that hand looks really weird. Or no, wait, that's... What is that? Yeah, it still has issues with hands. There's, like, a hand going out of this person's shirt. Looks pretty weird, though. It looks pretty cool. But yeah, we're going to play Sekiro in a little bit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Al-Wali, donate $2. My do I like riding big black cocks? I just can't help myself. Why do I enjoy riding big black cocks? Just can't help myself. My do I relish sucking big black cocks? I just can't
Hello,
help
and
it.
welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. The Liberal Party of Canada has just announced a further ban of more than 300 models of firearms. So, you guys have been bombarding me with questions, and I'm going to do my best to answer.
Okay, well, react to that next. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wali. By the way, these bans are probably going to get repealed, like, in the next few months.
Disappeared, essentially, right? Many of them held without any sort of charges. Their family members had no idea if they were alive or dead. They hadn't heard from them. In some cases, one of these guys, 40 years. probably held below ground 40 years. So they say that some of these folks are being held behind electronic locks and concealed doors with no way to get them out. And it's just a maze. There's pictures of opposition forces and Syrian citizens trying to figure out how to get to these people. Because if they don't get to them, they're just going to die down there by themselves, right? And they're trying to figure out how to get there, and it's just a complete mess, right? This is not some, there's not some clear blueprint of how to get from one spot to the next, and then a lot of the doors they can't even get through. So it sounds like what we're learning right now is that there were two levels. They're referring to it, and I'm not sure if this is being lost in translation, but white and red. So the white level is above ground, kind of a normal prison, all things considered. And then the red prison was underground. It was the secret area. That's where the torture and the atrocities were committed. So Syrians right now are referring to this prison as a human slaughterhouse. They're showcasing some pretty grisly torture devices that are being uncovered. And some of these prisoners are finally seeing freedom after being kept for years in solitary confinement with no daylight, most of whom, again, appear to have been kind of, quote, disappeared, right? Taken by the security state, and their relatives had no idea if they were alive or dead. There was one guy here, I'll show the picture. It appears that he was arrested 40 years ago as a political prisoner. For some reason, would have been arrested by Bashar al-Assad's father. Now, there's already reports coming out, and this is the kind of thing, there's so much information right now, it's going to take a little while to sift through it, so take some of this with a grain of salt. This is one of those aspects. They say there are folks coming out missing limbs. Others that have, for lack of a better term, have gone mad. They don't know their names. They don't know where they are. There have been reports of children coming out that may have been born in captivity. Again, take all of that with a grain of salt right now. It's very mixed reporting. Overall, though, we are seeing a lot of folks coming out that just can't believe
Dude, that is fucking insane.
that they're finally free. You kind of get the feeling
Dodo donate $2 based.
Now that rebels have forced Bashar al-Assad to flee to Russia, opposition forces have gotten into his palace and seen that he has a large fleet of luxury vehicles, sports cars, SUVs, and exotic collectibles.
Assad's Cars for Kids would love to get our hands on some of these sweet Assad rides. Now, do these cars come with some baggage? Sure, but a little baggage didn't stop us from accepting OJ's white Bronco.
Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Should I buy a used PS5 for $365 USD? That sounds a little pricey.
that they had written off any sort of freedom at all as any possibility quite a while ago. Now, on the topic of this prison, there's a lot to document, a lot to detail here. I'm going to put together an entire video of what we're seeing. I think it's going to be something that's important to document for the future. It's going to be a couple days as I wait for more information to come out on that front, but it is going to get more of a deeper dive, if you will, than just a brief mention in today's video. Now shifting over to more of the international picture, the actions and reactions from around the world, starting with the largest wave of U.S. airstrikes against Islamic State targets in Syria in quite a while. Now, some little behind-the-scenes context here. I actually got an invitation last week to travel with the Secretary of Defense and his team. Their media group reached out, asked if I could be a part of the press corps, essentially, right? So just sit with the press people and do what they do. And I went out to California for a couple days to Defense Innovation Unit and then to the Reagan Library for the Reagan National Defense Forum and got to conduct a handful of pretty cool interviews. I've been publishing those on a couple different platforms so far. But one thing I wanted to highlight was I'm with those people as the Assad regime is falling. In terms of current events we've seen just in recent days, for the first time in years, people are talking about the possibility that Syria may fall under a new series of leadership. How do you think about situations like this when the group that is leading the charge, HTS, has some terrorist affinities in their past, versus the Assad regime, where there's not a clear good guy, if you will? How do you think about issues like that?
Well, it's a thing that is complex and it's evolving very, very rapidly. It's a thing that we're watching very closely. There are two things that are very important to me right now. One is, as you know, we have troops in that country. The protection of those troops, the safety of those troops is of paramount importance to me, and we're absolutely focused on that. We've been working for many years now to defeat ISIS, and there's still a number of ISIS elements in that environment. We want to make sure that ISIS doesn't have the ability to resurge, so we'll remain focused on that as well. So very complex. How this will turn out, left to be seen, but something that we're watching every day.
So all things considered, pretty unified messaging. I thought it was interesting that messaging is coming out, and then the very next day we have this large-scale airstrike against Islamic State targets. Now I did put out some content on X, Instagram, TikTok from that trip, explaining all of it, and the plan is tomorrow we're doing kind of an emergency podcast episode on Unclassified because of all this craziness in Syria, and we're going to spend a good chunk of that second half kind of diving into the behind the scenes of that trip, the invite, what it was like there, the questions I wanted to ask, what I did ask, all that stuff. So if interested, be sure to check that out. Now, the Central Command statement here said that they conducted dozens of precision airstrikes targeting known ISIS camps and operatives in central Syria on December 8th. They say the operation struck over 75 targets using multiple U.S. Air Force assets, including B-52s, F-15s, and A-10s. Battle damage assessments, they say, are underway, and there are no indications of civilian casualties. CENTCOM, together with allies and partners in the region, will continue to carry out operations to degrade Islamic State operational capabilities, even during this dynamic period in Syria. And then the commander of U.S. Central Command, General Kurilla, said, quote, "There should be no doubt we will not allow ISIS to reconstitute and take advantage of the current situation in Syria. All organizations in Syria should know that we will hold them accountable if they partner with or support ISIS in any way." And then shifting over to Israeli actions, actually, and this one was a little bit surprising, I have to say. So we have information now that Israeli troops actually moved into Syrian territory near the Golan Heights and conducted a series of airstrikes inside of Syria. So looking at some official IDF statements here, they say the IDF has deployed troops in the buffer zone and in a number of areas that are necessary to defend in order to ensure the security of the communities in the Golan Heights and the citizens of Israel. The Israeli military says its deployment of troops to the buffer zone between Israel and Syria is a temporary measure, but it may end up staying there for a long time depending on the developments. Following the fall of the Assad regime, the IDF has said that it is tracking advanced weapons in Syria and working to prevent them from reaching Hezbollah or any other hostile elements that could threaten Israel. So that's not crazy. I mean, the major pipeline of weapons to Hezbollah has been coming through Syria via Iran for a long time now, but it's not entirely clear to me why that requires a buffer zone on the ground in the Golan Heights. I mean, we've known for a couple weeks now that Israel has been conducting airstrikes against some of the supply routes, the border crossing points between Syria and Lebanon, and they're watching that, and they've destroyed some of those checkpoints, and they are conducting airstrikes inside of Syria now. I don't know what troops on the ground in Golan help with in that regard, but it's something worth keeping an eye on for sure. Now, Syrian media did report that Israeli airstrikes in the Dara and Suwaida areas in southern Syria, not far from the Israeli border, as well as the Meza air base near the capital Damascus. The Israeli Air Force strikes in Syria today have been, quote, very intensive, defense sources told the Times of Israel. They say dozens of Israeli aircraft struck numerous targets across Syria with a focus on destroying strategic weapons that could fall into the hands of elements hostile to Israel following the collapse of the Assad regime. They added that the strikes have also targeted weapons production capabilities and air defense sites. From Israel's point of view, of course, right? They're going to take this as an opportunity to make sure that whatever comes next does not have some of those advanced weapons. May as well hit the air defense locations if you have them. They know they're not going to face any retaliation, really, from who at this point. So strategically, it makes sense for Israel to do some of this stuff. I'm kind of wondering what level of coordination they have with anybody on the ground, because you have to think at this point, Israel doesn't want to start something with HTS. They probably just want to remove some of the more advanced weaponry. Be interesting to find out if there's any degree of coordination there to make sure, hey, don't go near that airfield. Stop shooting TikTok videos on those fighter jets. We're going to destroy them. That kind of thing, but who knows? Now, moving over to Russia, there's really a couple major concerns they have as the Assad regime fell and is now out of power. First is they have troops and equipment in Syria, and the second is what Syria provides in terms of access to the Middle East and Africa. So starting with Rybar here, Russian media source, they say the fall of the Assad regime in Syria clearly puts Russia's naval base in Tartus and the air base at Latakia at risk. Both facilities have played an important role in the logistics of Russian operations in Libya and the Sahel being a portion of Africa. They say in this regard, it is worth considering alternative options for providing logistics in our African operations. After Syria, the next logistics hub for the Russian military leadership is Libya. At the same time, cargo planes can fly from Russia to Libya without refueling only if they are empty. But heavy, loaded vehicles will not be able to cover such long distances without stopping. Kind of pulls back Russia's ability to exert influence and conduct operations around the world. They say thus supplying operations in Africa via Libya becomes very expensive and unstable. Of course, there are naval bases in Tobruk, but the control is conditioned by the dual power situation in Libya. The situation can worsen at any moment, so it's not worth counting on it. Therefore, the loss of Syria as a transit base could be a blow not only to our positions in the Middle East, but also in Africa. It's pretty significant. Again, not shocking that Russia's focus has recently been the war in Ukraine, but this is a knock. They spent a lot of time, manpower, and money to develop Syria as a base of operations for them to project power across the Middle East and Africa. We blinked, and in the last 10 days, that's probably gone. Now, there has been a lot of conversation about what's going to happen to the troops on the ground. There's a debate, or there's some speculation right now that Turkey may be facilitating the exit of Russian material and personnel. Hasn't really materialized yet at this point. But remember, when we're talking about the Russian forces on the ground, for the most part, it's a naval base, so they could sail away, albeit probably have to move up to the Baltic Fleet, which is not all that close. And then the air base, is going to have to figure out where do they go, because they have some aircraft there, not nearly enough aircraft to get out all their personnel and sensitive equipment. And then things like rotary wing assets aren't going to be able to fly very far, and some of the jets can only go so far. So a lot of questions still on what's actually going to happen with some of that equipment. There also have been some rumors in recent days that there are some Russian forces kind of left behind and surrounded on the ground in Syria. Fighter Bomber hit on this, a Russian military blogger, who said, quote,
Russia abandons its troops. They have no loyalty whatsoever to their troops.
There's no news yet on the surrounded units. Everything is unchanged. They're holding a circular defense, burning equipment, their own course. At the moment, there is information about at least 3 positions of our units that have been cut off from the main forces. The necessary actions to unblock them are being taken. Now, it doesn't sound like at this point HTS or any opposition group has really been taking the fight to Russian forces. In the opening days, it looked like there may have been some Russian special operations forces killed. Now it appears more and more that they just captured that equipment. Haven't seen any announcements from Russia of any of their troops killed. And it's not clear that HTS is necessarily going to go after any of these Russian bases. We'll see. I wouldn't be shocked to see some sort of agreement struck between HTS and Russia, maybe to some degree, to allow the safe exit of their personnel. Now, turning to a couple statements here, one from current U.S. President Biden and one from President-elect Donald Trump. Biden put out a statement yesterday saying, quote, it's a moment of historic opportunity for the long-suffering people of Syria to build a better future for their proud country. It's also a moment of risk and uncertainty. And that is kind of the theme across the board. You're seeing a lot of people, when you look at videos of Syrians in the streets, they're happy. They're celebrating. There are Christians celebrating in Syria because they see, for the first time, they see a light. Right? There's a possibility that something could be better. There's no guarantee, and there's still a lot of things to sift out, but that's kind of the general theme on the ground that I've seen. President Biden continued saying, quote, new opportunities are now opening up for the people of Syria and for the entire region. Looking ahead, the United States will do the following. First, we will engage with Syrian groups, including within the process led by the United Nations, to establish the transition away from the Assad regime towards an independent, sovereign Syria. Second, we will help ensure stability in eastern Syria, protecting our personnel against any threats. We will maintain our mission against ISIS. Third, we'll support Syria's neighbors, including Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Israel, should any threat arise from Syria during this period of transition. Finally, we will remain vigilant. And then U.S. President-elect Trump put out another statement. This was actually just before the Assad regime fell, because part of this was saying, like, it looks like Assad might fall. So the timing there, just for reference, was before that actually happened. He said, quote, "In any event, Syria is a mess. But this is not our friend, and the United States should not have anything to do with it. This is not our fight. Let it play out. Do not get involved." Now, a lot more there from Biden than Trump, because Biden is the current president and influencing current policy. I feel like it's more important to show that. But I also wanted to bring up something from Trump, given that, in 40 days now or so, it's going to be his decision on what happens with Syria going forward from a U.S. perspective, and if we get involved and to what degree. Now, looking forward, there's 5 real things I think that are worth keeping an eye on. The first and foremost is HTS governance. How do they govern? What does it look like? Do they keep their word of what they've been saying so far? How are they able to kind of consolidate power in certain areas, right? Are they able to, and this kind of bleeds into a second piece here, in the Northeast, how is HTS able to reconcile kind of disagreements or territorial disputes between themselves, SDF, and the SNA? There are some indications of some pushback in those regions. We'll see. If HTS is now the governing authority of Syria, they have to find a way to work with it.
Yoda Tellers keep asking you, when are you playing Life is Strange, but you dodge after Sekiro, or what Biden most based moment?
Put this country back on its feet.
No idea when I'm going to play Life is Strange 2. So not sure.
I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak. That's
Yes. People who make these videos are fucking retarded.
This video is sponsored by Ground News. Stay tuned for a very special offer for Arvin Ash.
No guarantee I will watch this tonight, Dodo, but thanks for the donation.
With SDF and SNA, or the Syrian civil war won't be over. It'll just take a different form, and you'll continue to see some degree of fighting. So I kind of rolled 2 into 1 there. The third one here, overt foreign influence. We haven't really seen that at this point. Of course, speculation from every direction of who's actually involved and who's backing who, but that's all pure speculation without any evidence based in fact. So if we see something overt, right, boots on the ground, clear backing from a government trying to support one side or another, or putting some sort of energy behind, in this case, HTS and Jelani. Worth keeping an eye on that. Russia, do they evacuate? How do they evacuate? What on earth is going to happen there? There is still a very real possibility that significant Russian advanced military equipment gets left behind. I mean, we've already seen countless kind of top tier stuff get destroyed and captured by the rebels, but once you move inside the gates of the airfield and the naval base, it jumps quite a bit in terms of how sensitive it is. It's a very real possibility that they're not able to get all of that out before HTS ends up probably to some degree in charge of those facilities. And the last one here is it'll be interesting to see if the fall of Assad pressures Iran into taking any sort of drastic action anywhere, really. I mean, from Iran's point of view, right, think of how this is all played out. They lost Hamas. They've lost, what are we going to call it, half of Hezbollah, 90% of Hezbollah, a significant portion of Hezbollah's offensive capabilities, to include the pipeline was shut off to move weapons to them along the Syrian-Lebanon border. That was a couple weeks ago. They lost all of their Hamas and Hezbollah leadership. Now they lost Assad. This was their land bridge to Lebanon and to Hezbollah. It's happening pretty fast for Iran. It's hard to imagine they're just going to sit by and let these cards fall they keep hurting them one day after another. So let's keep an eye out, see if Iran takes any drastic action here in the coming days. It's a lot. For those of you that stuck with me start to finish here, really appreciate it. There'll be some links.
Okay, let's watch this.
Answer them. The first question is, why are they doing this? And realistically, it's because the Liberal Party has been polling extremely poorly.
Yep. They're going to lose the next election, and they're trying these Hail Mary attempts to ban guns to try to get more political support, but nobody is interested in banning guns, so they're only ensuring their own demise. Everyone is fed up with the Liberal Party, dude. They're absolute delusional whack jobs.
They've been getting hammered on issues of the economy, of crime, housing, immigration, and scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. Right now, according to 338 Canada, they're on track to win 51 seats across Canada, compared to the Conservative Party's 229 seats. That is a commanding lead. So, the Liberal Party announced a GST tax holiday, which didn't help. Their poll numbers actually went down after that because people saw it as a fairly obvious attempt at buying votes. So, that not having worked, they went back to the old standby.
Today, the government is adding a further 324 unique makes and...
The Liberal Party is just out of their mind. Like, Canada is actually surprisingly pro-gun, especially lately over the last, like, I'd say 5 years. And it's because of the Liberal government. The general mood towards firearms before was, we don't really care. You know, like, nobody really cared about guns. It was never a hot topic. So, you know, people who just weren't interested in firearms generally were indifferent towards them. And then obviously, you know, among gun owners, you know, they like guns. Now you're actually seeing kind of a resurgence where a lot more Canadians are pro-gun, and it's because of the Liberal government and their stupid easy on crime policy. Crime has been skyrocketing. People are getting carjacked, home invasions. You're seeing a lot more petty crime, and people are realizing, like, guns are a good idea. And when the government is allowing criminals to run rampant, and then they're banning law-abiding citizens from carrying guns, people are starting to get fucking pissed off. So it's becoming more of a politically unpopular idea, these gun bans, and they think this is going to help them get votes. It's just retarded. Wilma, Dickfit, $2 based rich piano moment. Let me see.
Get the fuck away from me, you fucking nigger. Get the
I don't think he ever said that on camera, but thanks for that donation, Wilma.
Models of assault-style firearms to the list of prohibited firearms in Canada. This prohibition takes effect immediately.
By the way, most of the weapons on their ban list are 22 caliber, like, plinkers. So one of them was an MP40 copy that only fired 22 long rifle ammunition. It's a complete joke. These weapons are not assault-style firearms. They're not particularly dangerous. People literally just buy them as collector's items because they like MP40s or STG-44s, and they just go to the range to have fun with them, and then they're banning them for no reason.
This means these firearms can no longer be legally used, sold, or imported in Canada, and can only be transferred or transported under extremely limited circumstances.
When the Liberal Party is out of ideas, they always turn to banning more guns. So that also answers the next most popular question people have been having, which is, when does this come into effect? The answer is immediately. If you were at the gun range and you were shooting and not watching the news, you could have inadvertently committed a crime, or at least the actus reus of a crime. You'd have a defense on terms of mens rea, but that's a whole big complicated thing. I don't think they're going to prosecute anybody in that situation, but they should really give some warning about this kind of thing. Anyway, after that, people have said, well, what all is included? And there's a big list. I'm going to put that list in the description below so you can check it out, but we can browse it together. So some of the entries here, they say newly prohibited makes and models, and that is kind of a government lie on some of these, because some of these are, for instance, the Browning M3 aircraft, which was already banned, and I don't think anyone had any of those. There's a lot of sort of them banning stuff that is a little...
By the way, that is insane. Browning M3 aircraft? This... It's a fucking machine gun. What are they talking about? Like, what? This is the gun they're claiming they banned. It was already banned. Nobody has this.
Sup, Rich? Just took a guilty plea in an armed robbery I committed last year. I'm checking into prison tomorrow morning. I'll be there for 20 years. Bummed out, but it is what it is. I don't think he'll be allowed to watch streams there, so wanted to say bye.
Alright, well, hopefully they'll let you use the internet and watch my streams if you have good behavior. But thanks for the donation, Calvo. Yeah, dude, the Liberal government is out of their fucking minds. Like, just, oh my god.
Silly, but we do see some pistol caliber carbines. That is a popular area for banning in this. Why is that? Well, Because if there were a lot of shooting sports that used handguns, and what those shooting sports were doing was the people who couldn't get a handgun now were allowed to shoot those with pistol caliber carbines. And now that's shut down. So this is really aimed at shutting down these shooting sports. There's a bunch of scary looking 22 long rifle chambered firearms. And if you aren't a gun person, 22 long rifle is suitable for rabbits and grouse and really anything smaller than that. They're one of the smallest commonly available calibers you'll find. So really, if you're not a rabbit, you shouldn't be that worried about the proliferation of 22 long rifle firearms. There are a number of sort of semi-automatic firearms here, and a lot of these are popular or have been popular in sport. When they banned certain other firearms, they said, listen, you can still do all of the sports you wanted to do. You just need to buy another gun for them. You just need to buy a replacement, something that's legal. And so lots of people did. And then they've turned around and banned those too. So the whole promise of, don't worry, we're not trying to shut down sports. We're just going to, we're just looking to ban a few specific things. And, you'll still be able to participate in all the sports that you were doing. Well, that also turns out to be a little bit of it.
Kid Boot on $8, Base Tommy once again. Also, do you like Diet Mountain Dew? No, Mountain Dew sucks. What's your favorite diet soda? Probably Cherry Coke Zero. Mine is Diet Mountain Dew and Coke Zero. Let me see.
They didn't even try. Once the lesser charge was removed, they came back an hour later and said it was deadlock. Less than an hour and 20 minutes later, they said not guilty. These wonderful white people, I hope they celebrate their Christmas while the Neely family is praying and asking God for comfort. God.
That killing of Daniel Penny is retarded, or or was that the killer? There was no reason for that guy to hold him in a chokehold for that long. The dude was a homeless, skinny, anorexic fucking twink. He could have easily just held him on the ground by sitting on him. And for no reason whatsoever, he choked the guy until he fucking died. Dear whites, you would be a fool to hire or advocate for blacks at this point. After the Penny not guilty verdict, this is what this angry, deep-voiced woman with yarn for hair said. Liberals keep on advocating for a group of people who hate your guts and see where it gets you. And brothers, black chicks are going to get us into a war we can't win, and they're going to end up doing the same thing they did during slavery, laying up with massa. Tommy is very racist. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Booty Cum donated $2.
I'm going to talk a little bit about what a lobotomy does from a perspective of somebody who's had one. I've had a lobotomy from Madonna's A Bedtime Story, and she did that so that you couldn't say anything because you'll sound schizophrenic if you say anything. The reason why I'm not psychotic anymore is because I honestly have a poverty of thought. It's difficult for me to complete a psychosis because I don't have any ability to think in that way. I'm really stupid. I also have severe amnesia where anytime any sort of delay or any sort of interference will cause me to forget whatever I've learned. So it's pointless to teach me anything because I can't learn it. I would say that the pacifying effect is probably just because they're too brain dead to really react to their environment, so they really don't know what's going on around them. I have a problem with that, and I've become paranoid about it because it slapped me across the face enough. I would like to say that our dementia patient is a sweetheart. All she does is mumble, sweetie, Madonna, and you could really be friends with her. I'm sure she would get you. Sure, she would get you more than anybody else, and you could take care of her every single day like they have to take care of me now. That's okay. You want to know what this is like? I'm just a pissy person, and I'm still pissy because I study myself like a narcissistic asshole. Yep, I'm not going to go back into those same damn traps that trapped me, and while my psychosis seemed non-linear, it was perfectly linear. It made sense. Those jumbled up thoughts all had real meaning. Isn't that a shame to figure out? And so you get to watch me fail over and over and over again. But you won't watch me because it's unpleasant. And you don't like unpleasant things. Because you're just a little princess up in your castle. That's okay. I just want to do a lobotomy to you. I think you need one. After all, you're a prima donna.
I don't think this person had a lobotomy. Generally, people with lobotomies just have very poor impulse control, and I don't know if any lobotomies have occurred in the United States in the last, like, 30, 40 years. Last lobotomy in U.S. 1967, Freeman performed his final surgery. Yeah, they haven't performed lobotomies in quite a while. Last lobotomy in Canada. Yeah, I think the last lobotomy in Canada probably ended around the same time, like something like the 1960s. Some of the procedures were successful. There were people with like really extreme psychosis, and after they got lobotomies, they were normal. But a lot of people who got lobotomized, they had no real mental health issues, and they just lobotomized them anyway, and it usually just affected impulse control.
Did you see the new Assassin's Creed game? It takes place during the civil rights movement. You play as Emmett Till and escape a lynching in the opening scene. Risky move from Ubisoft.
I wish they had made that game. Like, at least that would be funny. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
Well, no, a large lie. So, yeah, some of these things, the CZ Bren 2, again, popular for 3-gun, yeah. And some of these things are really kind of silly things. There's a lot of guns that are just very basic things that are sort of dressed up to look like other guns. So, like the MP40 carbine has...
Kid Beard and Tellers, do you think the Quran is any better or worse than the Bible? The Quran is clearly worse than the Bible, and the main reason it's worse is because you're commanded to commit violence. There's a commandment in the Quran that says you must commit jihad in order to get into paradise, so you have to kill in the name of Islam. That's probably the one distinctive factor that makes it worse if you just read the text. On top of that, there's also kind of a cultural difference between the Quran and the Bible, where the Bible isn't really meant to be taken absolutely literally. And there's a lot of theological discussions about what is real, what isn't real in the Bible, if it's an allegory, if it's something that literally happened. There's also a lot of contradicting statements in the Bible and contradicting historical accounts. So there's like mitigating passages in the Bible where if you're told to do something really horrible, like kill children because they committed like adultery or something, there's also contradictory passages about like forgiveness and shit. So it mitigates some of the bad stuff. The Quran, however, it doesn't really have any mitigating passages like that, like the Golden Rule. And it's also supposed to be taken absolutely literally. Like, again, culturally within Islam, you'll see people say it's being perfectly historically preserved. It's the word from every single thing it says because it's the absolute truth. That same sort of thing isn't like part of the cultural zeitgeist within Christianity. So the Quran's objectively worse on that basis. Wouldn't you say 90s and 2000s anime like Naruto, DBZ, One Piece is way better than modern shows? I hate Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, My Hero, JoJo, and all those shows. Demon Slayer is absolute trash. Jujutsu Kaisen, I just found it boring and I stopped watching it. It didn't really offend me, but I just found it kind of boring, but apparently it gets better later. Demon Slayer is just absolute fucking shit, though. My Hero Academia, it was good for like the first 2 seasons, then it got super fucking boring. People been telling me it's gotten better lately. I don't know. I don't know about JoJo. I haven't watched that. You can find a lot of trash anime from the 90s and 2000s. Trash content isn't anything new. But I would say trash back then was recognized as trash. Trash now is recognized as, like, brilliant. That's really the difference. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
There's very little to do with the original MP40. It's something that looks like an MP40, but it's a semi-auto sort of plinking gun. So we've got that. If you're wondering if your gun is on the list,
Oh, hey, Vince. I was planning to debate you on the Israel thing last week, but I got messed up in an office contagion. Hopefully I'll be in a position to work an arrangement later. All right, good.
Encourage you, as I mentioned, to go check out the list. There's a few really sort of surprising entries on here as well, things that just kind of make you shake your head. One that I'm just going to point out on the list of many, many things here is this one right here. The Walter WA2000.
What? The Walter WA2000 is a fucking rifle from, I think, either the late 1960s or like early 1970s. It's not made anymore. And also, if you want to get one, they're super expensive. They're like collector's items. Yeah, so 1978, that's when it was made. And this is just a semi-automatic precision rifle. There's no reason to ban this. It, like what, it has a 5-round magazine or something? There's literally no reason to ban this. There's other 7.62 NATO rifles that aren't banned. Yeah, 6-round detachable magazine. It's also a long rifle length. Why would they ban this? That makes zero fucking sense.
1000. Okay, so here's a picture of this. And if you're wondering why this one is unusual, it's because this is actually a very rare gun. There was not a whole lot of them made, and if you have one, they sell for like 100,000 Canadian. They're not a cheap gun. When these things, so they're like an incredibly rare collector's piece, and thus they're not being used in crime. There are no mass shootings with $100,000 guns. It just doesn't. No. And yeah, so why are they banning all this stuff? I don't know, other than, you know, failing electoral things and the fact that this is kind of the wish list by some of the anti-gun lobby groups in Canada, some of whom were invited to speak at these events. Okay, so other questions. People have asked, what happens if I ignore this ban and shoot them anyway? Well, if you are caught doing so, they will charge you with possession of a prohibited firearm and possession of prohibited firearm with ammunition. And sort of the starting point sentencing on that is measured in years, not days, not weeks, not months, years. So I very much don't recommend that. It's a very bad idea. People have also said, well, okay, I'm going to hold on to these until after the amnesty. And right now, that seems like an excellent plan. But we have also seen that they have released the information about the sort of first phases of the buyback aimed at retailers. And interestingly, retailers have been told that notwithstanding that the amnesty lasts until October 2025, that they must have completed their sort of buyback entries by April. And so if they take longer than that, then they'll still end up having to dispose of things, but they won't be able to get any money for them. I expect we'll see something very similar aimed at the sort of ordinary person, where they'll say, listen, here's a cutoff if you want to get paid for this, which is going to make a lot of people have to make some very difficult decisions, because they're going to have to decide, do I want to get paid for this, or do I want to, or do I want to hold out? And hopefully the Conservatives reverse all of this. They may also, for instance...
The Conservatives are guaranteed going to reverse it. It's pretty clear they're going to reverse this. And again, it seems like the CCFR is going to win the appeal case.
Announce a truncation of the amnesty. That would not surprise me if we see that. So nothing has been announced, but that's kind of my bet based on how they're acting. Now, they also announced that they have a grand plan for what they're going to do with these guns, and it's a little bit bizarre. Here they are. They're going to explain it to.
So I'm pleased today to joining in this announcement to announce also that the Department of National Defense will begin working with the Canadian companies that have weapons that Ukraine needs and which are already eligible for the Assault Firearm Compensation Program in order to get these weapons out of Canada and into the hands of the Ukrainians.
So you heard that correctly. They're going to take guns from Canadians and Canadian retailers and send them to Ukraine, which seems like a great way to generate animosity towards the Ukrainian cause among the Canadian public. I don't see why they're doing this because, frankly, there's much better ways to support the Ukrainian cause, and it just makes no sense. The newly banned .22 caliber rifles are probably...
Sig Forrest, Donate $2. This guy right here was one of the legends of hip-hop from Atlanta. He was best friends with a rapper named Gucci Mane. Unfortunately passed away to a deadly car crash. Rip my boy Shotty Long.
We ain't done yet.
Yeah, that's trash. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Not going to be all that much use on the front line. But, I mean, they're not all .22 caliber rifles. They did ban the Browning M3, which I noted was already banned, so there's not going to be any of those to give up. But there are some, 223 and 556 chambered firearms that, are semi-automatic that maybe somebody could make use of, like this Lockhart Raven that was just newly added to the ban list.
It literally doesn't work.
So, best of luck, Ukrainian soldier, I guess. There's a whole lot of problems with this plan, including issues of international arms transfer agreements and so forth that really belong in another video, but I think this whole plan is really poorly thought out. So let's talk a little bit about their big announcement about the buyback starting up, which is beginning with retailers. I'm going to link in the description below the firearm compensation amounts because they've now said that they've got a schedule for what they're going to pay out. And a lot of it seems really weirdly off. For example, here we go. For a grenade launcher, they will give you $235. That's for a grenade launcher. That seems a little weird to me, but it's also odd on the high end because when we look at the high end, we can see some things that, So the Purdy double-barreled rifle,
What? Dude, if I had some of these cheap, shitty guns and they were willing to pay me $100,000, yeah, I'd opt into the buyback program and then use it to buy more guns. Oh my god. What is this?
they will pay $117,450 for. That's a lot of money, and I feel like the average Canadian is going to be going, wait, we're paying a lot of money in order to seize what exactly? What is this rifle that's too dangerous to be on our streets and is clearly a weapon of war with no responsible use and can't be used for hunting or anything like that? Well, here is an image from the Purdy webpage. This is showing one of their double-barreled rifles. And you can see that these are very bespoke hunting rifles that are incredibly expensive. I don't see that there's any benefit in taking this weapon of war, yeah, that's just ridiculous here, off the streets. The whole thing just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's really our government here. So, what are the other effects of this announcement? Well, it's really lost them a lot of goodwill in the firearm community. There are a whole bunch of people who are saying, oh, well, they're just banning all these like scary guns because they were kind of the Elmer Fudd style, you know, gun owner who like, I have my double-barreled shotgun and I have my bolt-action rifle and I don't need anything else. And they're going, wait a minute, they're not going to stop, are they? They're just going to keep banning more and more stuff. And so even those people are going, this is not so good. All the gun owners who they said, listen, you can just buy another gun, you know, you can keep doing what you want to do and, you know, so forth. You guys are not the problem. You'll just have to, well, they're also seeing that there is a real lie to this, and the desire to sort of go along with this and the feeling that this is in people's best interest has entirely evaporated. This is really, yeah. Now, I'm sure it'll play well with at least some of the urban crowd, but I don't think they were super big on this anyway. But it will give the Liberal Party something to run on in the next election that isn't the failing economy or the fact that you can't afford a house. they're going to be saying, listen, if you don't vote for us, look at all the scary guns. And they'll be showing you pictures of like this thing.
And what's hilarious is gun violence has increased after these policies have been enacted. So I don't think anybody is buying this bullshit.
Doesn't this look like a big scary space gun? This is a gun they just banned. It's also a 22. It shoots wee little bullets. It's not designed for people. It's for squirrels. That's what this shoots. So yeah, this is incredibly frustrating for me and other gun owners. We all kind of hope the general public sees through it, but we'll see. This is kind of a last-ditch desperate effort by the Liberal Party. And yeah, anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope you found this interesting or educational. Leave any further questions you've got, because I'm sure this won't be the last video I do on this.
Dude, the Liberal Party is fucking done. I cannot wait for the Conservatives to get a fucking majority. It's going to be fantastic. Like, wow, that is so fucking stupid.
What is going on in Syria, and why are the rebels advancing so fast? So I have to start by saying that the situation in Syria is really fluid. But if you want to focus on the situation, we have to focus on the 4 quadrants of the problem. Those quadrants are Assad, Russia, Iran, and Turkey. So when you think of Syria, it's best to think of these 4 corners, each of which is kind of pulling on Syria to try to gain influence. Now, this is a very high-level overview. I know I'm going to get the whole, well, what about? Just stop, all right? Detroit Lions are 12-1 right now. You're lucky Americans are even watching this YouTube video, okay? So high-level overview, guys, 30,000-foot view. Now, a couple of things. My background might look a little different right now. I'm in a hotel room in Dallas. I'm down in Texas helping the Aero Med Labs drone test facility get up and running. We just leased some land to do testing on. In fact, we have a new drone that we should get in next week or so. So if you're a software engineer, take a look at our career page. We have 2 C#, and I think there's going to be a CUDA job posted soon if you're a CUDA programmer. But you have to work on site because you're going to be interfacing with the actual drone. And if you're interested in investing, our WeFunder page is up as well. So let's go to the first quadrant, which is Assad. And by the way, for those of you who don't know Arabic, Assad means the lion, or just lion. And Assad, his family, and most of the high-ranking military, police, and secret police in Syria are from, it's not exactly a tribe, but it's like this ethno-religious group called the Alawites. And this is like a branch of Shia Islam, although they kind of have their own thing going on, like they drink alcohol. If you compare Islam to Christianity, the Sunnis would be like the Catholics. The Shia are like the Protestants, and the Alawites are like Unitarian Universalists, right? Alawites draw from multiple traditions and emphasize their own interpretation of religious truths. So for like 30 years or so, Syria was run by this Alawite man, Hafez al-Assad. His eldest son, Basil al-Assad, was kind of being groomed for leadership. Now, his younger son, Bashar, was never really interested in politics, and eventually he studied to become a doctor. He did his national military service in Syria as an army doctor, and then he left for London to do his residency in ophthalmology. Now, his older brother dies in a car crash, and Bashar's father calls Bashar home to get him prepared to rule Syria. Bashar comes home, and he does a couple of things. First, he takes over as the commander of the Syrian occupation of Lebanon. Second, he starts to wage like this anti-corruption campaign. And the people who are corrupt all just happen to be people who have enough power to oppose Bashar al-Assad for the presidency. Like, funny how that worked out. Now, by the way, Bashar al-Assad is also the guy who brought the internet to Syria. So, initially people thought, oh, this guy's going to be great. He's going to be a reformer. So Hafez al-Assad dies, and there's some legal trickery because technically Bashar wasn't old enough to become president, so they were able to lower the age in their constitution to 34, which just happens to be Bashar al-Assad's age. He's elected in July of 2000, actually, with 97% of the vote. So the Syrian people think they have reformers. They start protesting, demanding more reforms, and Bashar al-Assad just starts throwing these dudes in jail. And we find out this geeky ophthalmologist is actually Dexter. Now, Arab Spring happens in 2011. And this was a time where there were a lot of protests in the Arab world about their living conditions. And Assad put down his protests brutally. Some of his military officers actually defected and they became part of the opposition. If you ever hear of a faction called Free Syrian Army, that's basically them. It's basically former military officers and soldiers who wanted to fight against Assad. And right now, I don't know how accurate this map is, but I am making this on Saturday, December 7th, 2024. But as of right now, most of Assad's forces are in full collapse. And rebel forces are like yeeting themselves down the M5 highway. And ultimately, this highway has one destination. That's Damascus. Now, in the next quadrant, you have Russia. Russia has been a Syrian ally since the Cold War, and Russia supplied a lot of arms to Syria. Russian planes were used to help bomb targets in the Syrian city of Aleppo so that Assad's forces could take that city. And this was a very critical city because the M4 and M5 highways run right through that city. Now, Russia also has 2 main bases in Syria. It has a naval base and a logistical base at Tartus, and there's an air base at Basel al-Assad International Airport. So why are these bases important to Russia? Well, the naval base is basically Russia's only presence in the Mediterranean Sea. Without Syria, Russia is fresh out of friends in the region. So they need to maintain this naval base, although there are reports that they might be evacuating it. Now, the airbase was mainly used to support Assad in the bombing campaigns either against the rebels or against Daesh, which is often called ISIS. And Daesh appeared in like 2014 to take advantage of the power vacuum in Syria with the Syrian government fighting the rebels. That's when ISIS, or as I like to call them, Daesh, started building up and taking territory. Now again, I don't know how accurate this map is, but the rebels are about to cut Russia off from the rest of the country. Not that big of a problem if you're just bombing, but it's a lot harder to evacuate citizens if you can't use charter buses. And you have to rely on aircraft or helicopters that you really want to be packing up to transport back to Russia because you kind of need them. Now, know that this war in Syria is more of a headache for Russia than an advantage for Russia. It used to be an advantage. Back before the war in Ukraine, Syria could be used to farm XP for Russian pilots and special forces. Now that those aircraft and parts are needed in Russia to fight the war in Ukraine, I think we're going to see Russia start packing this stuff up and try to get as much stuff the heck out of Syria as they can before the rebels close in on their bases. Some stuff will get left behind, and we're going to get pictures that are similar to the U.S. pullout in Afghanistan. War is hard. Now, in the next quadrant, we have Iran. Iran's main goal in Syria is twofold. The first is that it's a way for its IRGC, or Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, to farm XP fighting rebels or fighting Daesh. Second is that southern Syria provides a conduit for weapons to get to Hezbollah in northern Lebanon. The weapons go from Iran through militia-controlled Iraq, through Syria, into Lebanon, and then Hezbollah takes those weapons and they fire them at Israel. Now note that Hezbollah has honest-to-God special forces operators that are fighting Daesh, or were fighting Daesh in Syria, and they were farming XP for their fight against Israel. Now also note that there are some reports that Iran is evacuating their personnel from Syria because they see the writing on the wall, that Syria is going down. Finally, we have Turkey. Now, Prime Minister Erdogan is kind of like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. He's doing what's best for Turkey and kind of manipulating the system so that at the end of the conflict, Turkey is the major winner. A couple of reasons for that. There is this ethnic group called the Kurds, and they are basically a stateless people. And they live like in this crossroads of Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. And if you didn't think the Arabs could hate anyone more than the Jews, the Kurds were like, hold my yogurt. In fact, I think that many of the reasons the Arabs hate the Kurds so much is that after the state of Israel was formed, all the Jews who were living in the Arab world kind of left for Israel, and the Arab states were like, man, who can we hate now? Kurds! And the Kurds were just an easy target. It probably didn't help that many of them wanted their own homeland, or at least wanted this, kind of blows your mind here. Like, they just want to be recognized as human beings, right? And just have a right to exist. Now, the Kurds are a major U.S. ally, and the U.S. has been funding Kurdish rebel groups in Syria. But Turkey has occasionally dealt with Kurdish uprisings during its history, most recently the PKK, or Kurdish Workers' Party. So Turkey has funded groups like the Syrian National Army, which don't confuse with the Syrian Army, which is controlled by Assad, or the Free Syrian Army, which is composed of rebel secular officers. I know this really gets the life of Brian here.
Judean People's Front. The People's Front of Judea.
But the Syrian National Army, which is supported by Turkey, they fought loyalist Assad forces, and they fought Kurdish militia groups. So you have anti-Assad forces fighting other anti-Assad forces. Now, last week I put out an infographic that explained the major factions, and I can't get to them all because there's like 70 different factions. There's pro-Assad and anti-Assad. If you just kind of want to split it up into a main group, that's it. Pro-Assad, anti-Assad. Pro-Assad is Russia, Iran, Hezbollah. Anti-Assad are the Kurdish forces, the Islamist forces, and the secular forces made up of remnants of the Syrian army who have defected to the rebels. If you really want a good explanation of that stuff, go to Preston Stewart's channel. He's fantastic with it. Just 2 weeks ago, Islamist anti-Assad forces took control of Aleppo, and now the rebels they kept moving south. Now they're 84 miles from Damascus. And I can think of 3 reasons why this happened, or so quickly, or it might be a combination of all 3 reasons. The first reason is that Russia they might not have the money or the troops to prop up Bashar al-Assad anymore. The second reason is that the attack on Aleppo started after a ceasefire was signed between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah may have been attrited so much that they just don't have the forces they need to help prop up Bashar al-Assad, to help fight Daesh, and they're kind of concentrating on licking their own wounds and regaining power. And the third thing, and I think this is actually most likely, it's that there's going to be a new president on January 20th. And there's always that chance that he's just going to stop aid to the Kurds like that. So I think it could be a situation where Turkey is kind of prodding these Islamist forces to capture as much territory from pro-Assad forces as possible, so that if the weapons to the Kurdish forces are cut off, they'll actually be in a better place to stop fighting Assad, turn north, and start fighting the Kurds. At this point, supposedly Bashar al-Assad's family has evacuated and fled to Russia. From what I know, Assad is still in Syria. Unless there's some miracle, the days are numbered for this dude. Now, the State Department estimates Assad's personal fortune to be between $1 and $2 billion. So honestly, I don't know why that dude isn't on a tropical island somewhere making P. Diddy look like he was Amish, right? So that's what I would do. I would sit on an island and just make fun of Johnny Harris for the rest of my life. But Assad will probably leave the country soon, because if he doesn't, he's going to end up like Gaddafi. Now, people have asked me, who should I root for? Root for the civilians. Root for the displaced, so perhaps they can come back home. Ultimately, it's the civilians that always suffer in conflicts like this. So keep the civilians in mind. That's who you should be rooting for, the civilians. And hey, if you want to support the channel, grab the Win Machine from Amazon. It's a story about a hedge fund manager whose AI supercomputer discovers a potential limit.
All right, let's start playing some Sekiro. I think I got a little bit of I don't know where the fuck I'm going itis in Sekiro. Probably gonna have to look up a walkthrough. Yep, Trump's tariffs are going to cause a pretty major economic slowdown and issues in Canada, assuming he imposes them. So we have to look for the flower, I'm pretty sure.
I see you've gathered some of the ingredients. Keep up the good.
Soccer tree.
The scent in the incense burner yet it wasn't a Lady Emma might know something about the Sakura tree. Oh, that's right, that door marked. Lord Ishin once called it a shinobi shortcut. I haven't a clue how it works. But seeing as he mentioned shinobi...
Door? No idea what he meant there.
There is something I would like to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
The sakura tree behind the castle.
You mean the Everblossom? It is the sakura tree that Lord Takeru brought from his homeland.
So it's a sakura tree from the divine realm?
Yes. It's quite a mysterious one at that. It was constantly in bloom. Even, however, the Everblossom no longer exists. It withered away.
Why?
There was a person who cut off a branch and took the flowers from the tree. Without its flowers, the Everblossom was unable to survive. Eventually, the entire tree was lost. Goodbye.
Well, I still need $2. Let me see.
For a long time, I looked at myself in the mirror and I based myself based on what I read on the comments. I felt worthless. I felt ugly. I felt gay. I felt that like that. For a long.
Bless me with something.
Oh, God.
Money-wise. Please.
Can you suck it?
What?
Like that Henny, that's what happens when we drink it. I'm not gonna lie. Smooth like that Henny, that's what happens when we drink it. I'm not gonna.
I don't get it. I literally don't get it.
She says, "Don't shoot me, I'm pregnant with a baby," and I shot her anyway.
A Long Beach, California homeowner says he
This guy was fucking based.
She says, "Don't shoot me, I'm pregnant with a baby," and I shot her anyway.
A Long Beach, California homeowner says he has no regrets after shooting and killing an unarmed woman who said she was pregnant.
When the time comes to defend yourself, you best do something.
The words of the 80-year-old homeowner who confronted two robbers.
I walked in on them, and they downed me. They jumped on me in the hallway.
But Tom Greer says he managed to get his .22 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. He says when that unarmed couple saw his gun, they took off out the back door, and he followed.
The lady didn't run fast as a man, so I shot her in the back twice. She's dead, and they told her off, but he got away.
And since then, there has been a swift and almost split reaction on social media sites. While some say they would have done exactly the same thing, others say gun owners don't have the right to shoot a robber outside their home.
Investigators have to look at both sides of this coin.
He has every right to shoot them. Fuck those people. If they didn't want to get shot, then they shouldn't have broken into his home. That is some fucking bullshit. You should be able to shoot and kill robbers who are fleeing. Fuck that. They're scum. Kill them all.
Long Beach detectives have much to consider. Greer says he has no regrets and has a warning for the alleged partner in crime still wanted tonight.
I shot her, so that's going to leave a message on his mind.
Yeah, goddamn right. That dude's fucking based.
She's just...
Well, thanks for the donation, Elias. Kenny, you donate $2. Is this butt natty? Not sure. It looks natty. It is a nice big juicy butt, but it looks natty. The one dead giveaway when somebody has some sort of cosmetic surgery, like to their butt, is their legs are very thin, but their butt is really huge. She looks like she has like pretty thick legs too, so there's nothing here that makes me think she has artificial enhancement to her behind. Yeah, looks like she works out and stuff. Could be wrong, but I would lean on the side of it being natural. Like, it's, you can also pose in a way for Instagram to make your butt look bigger. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
I asked Lady Emma about the sakura tree.
You did? What did she say?
The tree is called an Everblossom. Lord Dekeru brought it here from the Divine Realm, but it has withered away and no longer remains.
I see.
However, it is said that someone plucked a branch from the Everblossom and stole off with it.
Who would do such a thing? What's lost is lost. Finding a stolen tree branch? We have no information to go on. Let us gather what we can for the aroma first.
As you wish.
I see you've got... Keep up the... One part of the fountainhead is a white flower that blooms where the fountainhead was.
Yes, my lord. I will...
The Sunken Valley. There's a shrine. As the name... There's no...
Sunken Valley.
That's that door. Lord Ish... I haven't, but see...
Sunken Valley. What's this? Oh, is this the way to the Sunken Valley? I have no idea. Oh, what the fuck? How in the hell is this behind Ashina Castle? Alawali donated $2. My recent concert, check it. I suck so many black glocks after. Glug glug, so many glug glug, so many black glocks, yummy, yummy glocks, black juicy cocks and balls. JN and around my face. Okay, thanks for the donation, Alwali. Time Machine donate $2. This is how I'm relaxing tonight. Might as well put your stream on a CRT one of these days. Lol, cheers, sir. Well, that's kind of cool. I kind of hate CRT TVs, though. They're, like, huge and take up a ton of space, and they're heavy. Thanks for the donation, Time Machine. Elias donated $2. Let me see.
Excuse me, bro. What do you do for a living?
I make music, bro.
What songs should people know about you?
The purple stuff.
Okay.
Talking to the sun.
What's one reason why somebody should check out your music?
Just having fun, bro. If you want to have a good time, listen to that. It's a good time.
Yo, what's one thing that the fan doesn't know about you?
I be reading books and shit I like to read.
What's your favorite book?
Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
What's next for you? What do you have planned?
My album's coming very soon at the end of the month. That's going to be crazy. Can't wait for y'all to hear it.
I'm surprised he can walk with how fat he is.
Miserable.
Thank you so much, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that guy can walk. It's a literal blueberry. Oh yeah, this security guard was there, right? Whatever.
Did you act black for $5?
It's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Elias. The fuck? There we go.
Got it.
Scott.
I'm not, no.
My shame for not following. You're certain of this? Yes. As you wish.
Go on.
Yeah, it's interesting. The immortals have like a centipede inside of them. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to look up a walkthrough how to get to the Sunken Valley.
I'm glad you... Goodbye.
Let's see. Sekiro, find Sunken Valley.
I'm gay there, I said it. I like to suck dick every color. I like micro penis from a 50-year-old guy with an STD. Dick up in my ass, some dick up in my butt, pussy it goes in out, they shake it all about and then it spit and swallow, yum cum bum.
Alright, well that's very brave of you coming out. Thanks for the donation, Versified. Old Grave? Great Serpent Shrine. Wait, what? Sunken Valley. I swear I've already been there. What? Maybe not. Weird. I literally can't fucking remember. He jumped off where the water was. I remember that. There we go. Great. What? Great. Oh shit. Ooh, gourd seed. Sweet. Can Finn come in? Finn can always come in. Jesus. What a fucking annoying asshole. Ah, shit. No, oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Bro.
I'm glad you've...
Here.
Oh.
Something wrong.
Well, let's see.
You do?
Yes. When I stood alone. I was alone. I could do nothing. And then there was...
A monkey.
Maybe. I remember, but then it tasted...
What a
Goodbye.
I don't know if the enemies spawn back if you travel without resting. Yeah, they do. Where in the fuck? Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. What? Okay. Oh, fuck you. What a load of horse shit. Suck my ass. I don't know how they can see you from that fucking distance. That makes no sense. Okay, great. Those fucking enemies with the guns are just the worst. I don't even know how they fucking can spot you from that far away. That's just crazy. Oh, good. Yes, that's nice. Uh-huh. That's nice. Oh, Jesus. I'm just bad. Fuck you. I've dealt with these assholes so many fucking times, too. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. Fucking sunken valley. Okay. Okay. It did it again. It wouldn't let me parry. Like, progressively getting worse at fighting this guy. I'm embarrassed. I'm like actually embarrassed how I'm having trouble with that dipshit. Fuck you. Ah! Oh my god. Oh, I have to fight him twice. What in the Okay. I can't do the thrusting attack. There's like a weird thing where it won't let you block after. The fuck is that jackass?
The gun for which
I did it again. I shouldn't have done that. What? I keep doing the thrust, and I have to take it out of my brain that I can't do it after I dodge that stupid attack. Oh! Oh my god. No! What? Oh my god, dude. Okay. So I can't back him into the corner either, because then if I try to dodge, it clips against a fucking object, and then it doesn't dodge properly. I was trying to force him off the cliff, but I guess I won't do that. I just really wonder why, when you successfully dodge, it has to just make it not work. Why even have a dodge button? Just have the stupid, like, jump button. Hey, prayer bead. Nice. Does that... Do we have 3 now? How many prayer beads do we have? Three prayer beads. Nice. Just one more. Wait, I think there's something on the other side. That gun fort can suck my cock. How in the hell do you even get across without just getting blown the fuck away? I have no idea. Jesus. Ah! Great. Fuck. Thought I was gonna be slick, but I guess not. Oh shit. Ugh. No! Whatever, eat my ass. Eat my ass. Oh shit. That's a handsome fellow. Yeah, dude, there's no way to take those guys on at once, so they just make you run. Like, that's fucking lame. I think that enemy placement's just fucking bullshit. How exactly are you supposed to deal with that? I don't know how you're really supposed to go about beating that guy. I'm sure he'll drop like a prayer beat or something. It's gotta be something good, right? Okay, and just get rid of the, Yes, this makes sense. Put this enemy in a tiny room where the camera doesn't work. That is brilliant. Just, there's a reason why this game has such great reviews, and it's because it's stupid and the camera doesn't work and the game is designed dumb. Yes, yeah, it just makes perfect sense. Why would you want to see what you're, like, what's attacking you? You don't need to see what your character's doing if you're on the ground or what. Just make the camera point away from what you want to see. Brilliant! Fuck. Oh my god. There we go. Fuck you, bitch. Prayer bead. Yes, motherfucker. Eat shit. Suck my ass. Fucking got you, motherfucker. Goddamn right. I don't think he'd respawn if I rest. Hell yeah, dude. I didn't have to do that 20 times. Yeah, you're a cat. It's under here. How do I, You should be able to swim. Yeah, you can go. Fucking snake. Fucking bitch. Okay, you can't attack. Oh my god. Okay, this is where we fight the monkeys. These monkeys are fuckers. Oh, good. Yes. And this is where we fight the ape boss, if I remember correctly. He's hard. I think he has 3 or 4 forms that you have to beat, and you have to like go up on the trees and shit. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, this fucker's hard. Oh yes, he farts. Fuck. Damn it. Farted. Ah, shit. What the fuck? Oh shit. I think he comes alive again, I'm pretty sure. We just narrowly... Yeah, there he goes. Shit. Ah, damn it. If you ever seen the anime Hellgirl, it's creepy, kind of fun to watch. Check it out. I haven't heard of that one. I'll give it a watch. Anime Hellgirl. Bullshit. Oh no! Oh, what? He literally flings turds at me. Damn it! Oh! Bullshit! Okay. God damn it. Yeah, he's not that hard. His movements at first seem really erratic and, like, unpredictable, but I'm picking up on the pattern. Shit. Okay. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Shit. Oh no. Great. We're dead. Oh boy. Oh my god. This is not going well. Ah, shit, I should have waited. We're just gonna restart that. It started out really bad. Shit. What? That should have dodged. They were doing good going into the second thing. Dodo, don't need to tell us, is this the final boss? No, it's not.
A 25% tariff on imports.
Economists of all stripes say that ultimately consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow.
Not a
Oh my god. Yep.
exactly what you want to hear from the guy who's about to have the nuclear codes. It's like your heart surgeon saying, before I put you under, you should know, I can't guarantee tomorrow. I mean, it's pretty tense in there, and it's hard to fight the urge to squeeze your ticker like a stress ball.
Well, that's Trump. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh my god. What? Okay, it hones in. That's bullshit. Shit. No, damn it. Oh, shit, I hate that. No! What? So it does damage even when you're facing away from him. Bullshit! Bullshit! Oh my god! The game literally fucks the camera beyond belief and then, like, plops me right next to him where I can't get away and then fucking... Fuck you! Oh my god, the game just fucking screwed me. Yeah, great. Yeah, this is a fucking masterpiece, alright. Holy shit, I can't fucking believe that. That is insane. That is so fucking stupid. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, dude. I could have won that. I could have won. He was, like, half done, and then the game just fucks me. Let's just fuck the camera. Fuck you. Oh my god, this game is so frustrating. Dodo donated $2, let me see.
During the ceremony in the cathedral, Trump was seated near First Lady Jill Biden, and that is an admirable example of people with different political views respectfully sharing the experience of a solemn ceremony, is what I would say if Trump hadn't, and this is true, immediately turned the picture into an ad for his new fragrance. In response, Dr. Biden used the photo to sell her new line of pepper spray.
Well, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yes. Oh my god. By the way, I didn't even touch any button there. It just did that. Game. I love how it locks onto trees that are off camera when the camera is pointed in a totally different direction. Fucking stupid. Alright. It didn't even hit me. It didn't even hit me. Another great thing about this game, the shitty fucking hitboxes.
Do your classic bicep flex and say, and as always keep making those going vegan, whether it be for ethical, environmental, or health related reasons. Gains.
I'm not gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Tom. I don't even know what the fuck happened. I don't know what the fuck that even was. I wasn't even touching him. Again, I wasn't even touching him. I wasn't even close enough for him to hit me, and there's the game's hitbox saying it was a hit when it wasn't. Knew he was gonna fart. I fucking knew it. Shit. Oh shit. Why is he throwing so many turds all of a sudden? Jesus. Okay. Shit. Oh, I hate how he does that. shit. Knew he was gonna do it. Shit, 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 shit. Oh, thank goodness. All right, we did it. Hell yeah. Didn't mean to do that. Oh man, I gotta piss. There we go. All right. Oh man. I gotta pee, I gotta pee, I gotta pee. Oh, that's not the right one. Oh, maybe I could ask that kid where the lotus leaf thing is.
Shinobi of the you are what? Farewell, Shinobi of the May the heart.
Never mind. I accidentally came here. That was an oops. Ah, fuck, I gotta piss. sculptor unavailable? Oh shit, something happened. Fuck. Something happened. Man, I gotta piss, I gotta piss, I gotta piss. Holy shit, do I ever gotta piss. Oh shit. I just want to see what happens next. Sealed from the other side. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna end the stream here. We beat the boss and everything, so that's good enough. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so we'll see you all then. I'm just gonna edit or exit the game, and then I'm gonna go take a piss. But sweet dreams, everybody. See you all tomorrow.